everyone, my name is Ray. I will do the speech about COVID-19. I don't like the term intersection because it has too much uncertainty. It seems to be crisscrossed, and there is no gap for us to survive. However, we need to find a space to survive and prosper. For this purpose, some people choose to go to the left, looking for a life with brightness but no vitality. Others prefer to go to the right, desiring a life meaning darkness with twinkling stars. Also, some people decide to stay where they are, thinking that waiting is the key to find all opportunities. The COVID-19 is a crisis point for people to travel, and the people walking to the left are cowards. During the epidemic, this group of people ignored their responsibilities, forgetting work obligations and escaping from the job positions. Doctors, mayors, and senior officers who should have been fighting on the front line gave up the opportunity to contribute to the country, and they choose to keep their own lives, seek personal pleasure and safety, and abandon the souls of others. Such people seem to be denounced by everyone for their considered and to be selfish and cowardly. But let's take a closer look and ask, do they have their own soul moments? They have a family to support and a career to pursue. They have the right to make their own choice and do what they think worthwhile. At this intersection, decision making is difficult and worth respecting. At the left lies a way out, a way to welcome the bright future. The people walking to the right are warriors. They are not afraid of hardships and dangers, and they are not afraid of sacrifices. They carry hope on their shoulders and cast out to those poor people who are suffering. They also have aspirations, but this kind of emotion seems more honest and commendable. Furthermore, they hold their ambitions, something they don't want to lose, and someone who defends them to death. But don't they all give up? Are they not afraid? Some people say that they're not like the moth. One or two are rushing into the fire, and their actions seem to have been thoughtless, but their beliefs seem to be unquenchable. They're really brave and strong. Their bodies may not be strong enough, but they're supporting the entire sky. Looking towards the sky with full of the sunshine, a group of figures hardily holding respirators and scalpels, and protective the masks on their mouth. Their faces are covered with sweat, perhaps tears, but they never complain. They're just hectic. I think the simple recognition and encouragement is a great relief to them. I want to stop here. Most people will choose to turn right, although they're afraid of the potential. Or is this kind of the spirit what you aim for or admire? Well, there is still another group of people who have not been included. They are thinkers who stay in this place and do nothing. They may be very smart and they're constantly speculating and inferring, and it's safer to analyze the two paths. They may be very cautious and dare not be a little the careless at the intersection of life, but when they stand there motionless, do they look like the bystanders? Maybe their heart hurts, but they do nothing. In any case, they have their ideas and attitudes. They're not manning intersections in life. It seems that there's nothing wrong with trying more, but because there are not many such moments, they should be full of hope and confidence and take the firm step to overcome the difficulties. Where there is a choice to make, there is an intersection. At the intersection, people who stand up and fight back against setbacks to bed is brave. And when the thing is needed to come forward, it's called the responsibility. When the country in adversity calls the combined efforts. And that is the mission. when I read the news from the media and when the academic is ranging. The fearless depart from their hometowns, leave their families behind, and rush to the front lines of the battlefield. I can't help but burst into tears, and my heart is filled with emotion and respect. When I'm in this intersection next time, I will not hesitate to choose to the right. I would like to have been a tiny raindrop and gather together bit by bit. And in time, it will turn into the vast ocean. I believe that you will make a right choice. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Tom from Hangzhou Foreign Languages School in Hangzhou, China, and I want to talk about the data gap with you today. During the annual Spring Festival travel rush, an old man kneeled down at a train station. This was the seventh time he came here. Every time he wanted to buy a ticket to visit his daughter, he was refused and asked to book the ticket online. Such phenomenon is universal. It is called the data gap, and it mainly exists between people who have access to the internet and people who don't. We always assume that every single one of us have been involved in the information revolution, but it's not true. Investigations have shown that more than 5 billion people on Earth have never ever touched a computer, which means they are literally abandoned by this world. Because nowadays, internet means education, internet means the right to say your own words, means interaction with the world, means the chance of being employed. In short, it means nearly everything. So what about those who don't have access to it? They simply own nothing in this information era. Well, I hear someone say, life continues without all those shopping, chatting, and entertaining on the internet, right? Actually, life cannot go on without the internet, especially now, because people who don't use the internet cannot know what is happening around the world. They can't share high quality education resources, and they can't attend any activities correlated to the internet, like the World Speeching Day I am attending now. So if you think that those examples are so far from you, let me give out another one. I believe most of the teenagers in my age have experienced taking online classes. Indeed, staring at the screen for hours can be really tiring and depressive. However, on the other hand, in remote places in China and poor places in the world, teenagers cannot even receive education right now. The pandemic has again widened the gap of education between developed countries and developing ones. In poorer countries, a whole generation's education can be delayed for one solitary year or even longer. The world is splitting into two halves. This time, not capitalism and socialism, but internet and non-internet. So we're now at an intersection, and there are two roads with street signs in front of us. One of them says, choose me, and all of the resources will flow to true elites, and those who will still stay in the pre-internet world will be eliminated. The world will be more efficient, orderly, and advanced. And the other goes like, choose me. Then 5 billion people can join the internet family and share their own ideas with us. But it may be a difficult road to walk. So think twice. Which way should we choose? I think I don't need to choose the answer for you. The gap of data must be eliminated. Only when we live together with all other people, humanity can be complete. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And no matter the future of the world is good or bad, it should be decided by every single person. That's all of my speech. Thanks.
Hello everyone, I'm Hao Tiansun from Nanjing Foreign Language School, Jiangsu, China. The state is destroyed, but the country remains. In the cities in spring, grass and weeds grow everywhere. I feel that this sentence, though written about the bleak capital after being sacked by rebel armies, coincided with the current civil situation I needed to confront and the worry I currently experiences during the global pandemic. During this winter vacation, I watched a BBC document called Du Fu, China's Greatest Poet. This document follows Michael Wood, the narrator in the document, through China as he retraces Du Fu's footsteps of his life. It records the cities and places, mountains and rivers that have retained marks of Du Fu left and recreates his experiences from his birth to his official career, from the prosperous Kaiyuan era to the war period, tracing the poet's wandering and drifting life. Du Fu was the greatest poet throughout Chinese history. His greatness is based on the consensus of readers for more than 1,000 years, and a rare coincidence of Chinese and Western literary standards. In the Chinese poetic tradition, Du Fu almost transcends judgment because, as with Shakespeare in the Western world, his literary achievements themselves have become an important part of the literary standards. The reason why Du Fu is so great is that he went beyond the limited scope of literary history. As a result, Du Fu and his poetry become a representative and symbol of the spiritual world of the Chinese people because of his status in the history of Chinese poetry and his representation and recreation of history in his poems. As pointed out in the film, Du Fu was not only a great poet, but also an interpreter of the moral values of a great civilization, playing an important role in shaping the values of the nation. Wood argues that there is no comparative figure in Western culture and civilization, a man who embodies the common value of the whole nation. Born in the diversified and inclusive Tang Dynasty, Du Fu's personal sympathy is very broad and has the power to transcend regions, cultures, and nationalities. Under the global pandemic, Du Fu stands up as one of the most representative culture images. The timing of the BBC screening of the film, to a certain extent, conveys the public spirit that is needed in the face of a crisis in the modern society. By writing about himself, Du Fu's poems reflect the background of the times and the common sincere feelings of human beings, thus become the poetic history of that area. In those troubled and turbulent times, Du Fu portrays the simplest and sincerest love of all people in the world. This love for human and humanities is a universal feeling that can transcend time and places, nations and languages, and reaches into the heart of all of us. Especially in the midst of the global pandemic, the gentle beauty of the poetry is universal, bringing a smoothing comfort. Besides, I have begun to perceive the high wall that had been erected along the national and ethical lines during the pandemic. In the common suffering of human beings, we may need Du Fu's love and sympathy that runs through human nature to eliminate racial and national prejudice and misunderstandings, and utilize this to help us grow through this difficult time together. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, in this speech, I'm going to talk about a crossroad that's somewhat philosophical, whether it is still necessary for individuals to learn about themselves. So, as the beginning of my speech, do you know who's the man I admire most? Well, I call him Uncle Bo. And he's that kind of neighbor who's deeply envied by everybody else in your neighborhood. Of course, folks envy Uncle Bo for different reasons. But all of those reasons are somehow related to his legendary youth in the 1990s. Some envy Uncle Bo because when he was 15, he got the prettiest girl in the local cinema's box office, and others envied him because that girl liked him. Well, my reason is different, though. I envy him because he was the single best scorer in his city's high school entrance examination, and carved in my heart is the creed that the greatest men in history were the highest scorers in their high school entrance examinations. So once, I couldn't help interviewing Uncle Bo, my great idol, and I asked him, Uncle Bo, what do you like the most? And Uncle Bo gawped at me, and he murmured, what's wrong with you? I had to explain, Uncle Bo, I'm serious. It's like, can you tell me some of your hobbies? Like, what makes you interested? Uncle Bo thought for a while and said, money, perhaps? And I asked him, so what makes money so interesting to you? Why do you like money that much? He said, money is good. And I asked him, why is money that good? And he said, I don't know. So what would you do if you have a lot of money? Nothing. And he pushed me aside and walked along. So I was pretty struck that even my great idol doesn't really know what he wants. And what's even more striking is that he actually knows little about himself. And that makes me wonder if anyone knows anything about themselves anyway today. Well, I kind of remember when I was 5, I was poring over this science book and with a lollipop in my mouth, and I was staring at this picture of a big, silly-looking old guy named Albert Einstein, and I watched him sticking his tongue out, so I also stuck my tongue out, and my lollipop fell into Einstein's mouth instead. And at that moment, I was thinking, probably this poor guy never tasted this delicious lollipop, did he? And that was true. Bill Gates probably never tasted the beef chow fun at a canteen 2 minutes walk from my home, which is the single most delicious dish you can taste on this planet. And Joe Biden probably doesn't know how to jerk open the lock of the bathroom door in my home, in which I'm an expert. So in that sense, I am different and I am unique because it is these tiny little things that make me who I am. Not which college I'll enter or how much money I'll earn in the future. So it seems there's quite something about you, about me, and about every single one of us. So what's missing in us? Well, although it seems we do know quite a bit about ourselves, it is also true that we scarcely really think about ourselves today. We no longer judge ourselves based on what we believe are important, but we judge ourselves based on what society believes are important. See too many kids evaluating themselves based on their exam scores, and we see tons of adults measuring themselves based on how much money they got. But do good scores and a load of money really matter? Well, my answer would be they are the conventional standards for a successful person. But in our pursuit of these conventions, we have lost ourselves. So now this crossroad has emerged. Should we conform to these conventions, or should we stick with ourselves? Honestly, I don't exactly know the answer. But what I am sure is that if we are to take the first choice, then everything we pursue will have no value if convention changes, which it does all the time. Thank you.
Dear audience, I'm Vivian from Wuhan, China, and today my speech is going to be about breaking down the marginalization. As early as before pandemic arrived, I was reading the French literature Madame Bovary. It attuned me to the vanity in humanity. We often chase after gleasy, idealized societal concepts that enhance our identities and forget about nurturing human connections. Maturing in the fast-paced city of Wuhan, I saw my community consistently bathing in this reality of self-indulgence, including myself. However, suddenly with the city lifted to the world stage through COVID-19, I witnessed my community put aside their individual ambitions, egos, and complaints, and instead hold their families and neighbors close together throughout the lockdowns. Wuhan Stadium, through unrelenting collective labor, was then transformed into a hospital, acting as an emblem towards a new unity. Rereading Madame Bovary, while facing my window, I saw the resolute worth of a neighbor spreading through Wuhan. Previously, my external reality extracted a certain cutthroat competitiveness. Now, I only see seeds of warmth. I finally saw lessons of Madame Bovary I've cherished since youth to take hold in the external reality. And at the crossroad of my life, I made my own decision to be a part of the great effort. Thus, I joined the local purchasing team with my mom and purchased 100 protective suits from overseas for a local hospital. I collected photos and videos from neighbors and created a short film about my community's growth before and after COVID-19. Previously, through debates, I made my primary investigation on universal basic income. The COVID-19 era gave me even more insights into this phenomenon. I realized that poverty is not merely material, but runs the entire gamut of human society realities from psychological, cultural, and even spiritual. For immobility exacerbated this polarity in human realities between the rich versus the poor. I soon realized the importance of eradicating systematic disadvantages of the marginalized poor. I continued advancing the ingredients to humanity and founded the Girl Up Club to support gender equality. We fundraised 1,200 more RMB by holding feminism quizzes during the school festivals and delivered the funds to underprivileged areas where teenage girls lack the supplies. On campus, my team launched the Saver Pad project and circulated women's supplies for 300 more girls. Later, I launched the Global Citizen Project and established an online platform to introduce global cultures to local students in hope of infusing Western value of inclusivity. Our courses range across Japanese culture, American political system, British royal customs, and Western art history. As unexpected as it is, COVID-19 let me know how important genuine connections between humans are. With the momentum I grasp, I will walk down the road I have chosen and devote my whole self into helping the underprivileged and equalize their plight. Thanks so much for listening, and this is the end of my speech.
Okay, I'm a student from the Ting Center, and this is the best time and also the worst time. At this time, the people who have very money, who is very rich, they can live in a big house and they can live with some nice garden or have some pets. But well, also at this time, the people who is very poor, they cannot find a place to live, or they can only just lie in a places that they cannot lie down completely. Also, at this time that there are some areas, the female presence can come out and without any argument, while there are still some areas a man can marry silver woman. Also, at this time that the children who is living in some great areas, they can have more interesting toys and they can all eat some nice food. They can get taller and maybe because of this food they become much smarter. But well, there are also some children who live in the poor areas. They cannot have toys and they can't find a place to live. So all this paradox that makes up a science that the humans are standing in the crossroads. So let us think about what has happened in the past year. The first thing is that the 5G appears, and this gives many people work opportunities. And many people who didn't have a job because of this, they can get off job. They can get a kind of job which is repairing the computer or other things. And these work opportunities is not only give to the country and also give to the person just like me. And there are another big things is just like the COVID. Because of the COVID, many people's life has changed. Maybe they used to have a happy and great life, But because of the COVID, they have to give up all the things they wanted. They have to maybe there are still some people during the COVID, they are losing their lover. Also, there are still some person during the COVID, they lose their presence. It is very sad, and it is still continue during today. And the COVID also, just like the 5G, changed many people's lifestyle and also changed the whole world situation. And there are still some big things, just like the wars. The wars is happen in our world, happen in our world every day, right? And during different areas, the world was killed thousands of people's lives, and most of these events may not influence our life directly, but it must influence our life in some ways, right? So all these events that show me a sign that human actually in a crossroad. So what should we do when we are in the crossroad? I always think that a human stream cannot be a human stream, because a human stream, if it gets gathered, the human will become society, and if society gets gathered, it will become the humanity. So the only things I think we should do that, since we are in the crossroad, right? So we should do some choice that maybe not, that is very good choice, and also we should do the things we want to do to make the choice that which is we want to choice. So since we are in the crossroad, and because of these events, they make us are facing in the road which is also the crossroad of our life. So I think my meaning is just during these events, it is not only the crossroad of this country, it is also the crossroad of my person, also the whole society. Every person are on their crossroads. So this kind of things make the crossroad of the whole humanity or the whole society. So the only things we need to do is just achieve our dream, to do our own choice, and this own choice, and maybe it is ideally, but whatever, just try to do it. And if these choices are good and it gets gathered, it can make humanity. They can choose the humanity to choose the right way, so that it's just human will cross well riding in or running in a right way, in a right crossway, and will not going to the wrong way, right? Yes, that's all.
Hi everyone, my name is Ella, and today I want to express my unexpected gratitude for COVID-19 and how it could potentially bring inspirations. In my recent years, I've been living a bilingual life, more specifically a bisected one. I love the city I was born in with all my heart. Indeed, as it is one of the most beautiful places I know. Whenever a bowl of hot dry noodles with the aroma of green onions is served in front of me, I fall for the lifelong taste of childhood. Along with a sip of traditional soy milk, memories and tranquility soon fill up my mind. And today, on March 15, 2021, I feel honored to share my message as a Wuhan citizen from China to all of you. Many would say that the coronavirus outbreak is a world tragedy, like an explosive fuse that damaged one continent after the other. But what I saw were aspirations and potential. I saw a journey towards social change paved in front of us. Why is there a positive aspect of COVID-19, you may ask? Shouldn't it be blamed for hurting our generation? Being born and raised in Wuhan, I was receiving condolence and support from friends when I was in the US. People desperately asked about, how my family and city were doing. And I was given the opportunity to explain to them how, hospitals were running out of spaces, and how doctors weren't able to receive face masks, and how brave volunteers rushed around city to help citizens. And I was able to fundraise to help with the Chinese hospitals in school and reach out to unfamiliar strangers who I've never spoken to for help. Whether it be the disproportionate numbers of deaths of coronavirus in the US or the unavailability of living spaces for homeless workers in China, issues like these reflect some serious problems present in our society and draw surprising similarities between different countries. Many issues are not mutually exclusive, and appear in different countries simultaneously. Finally, chance for us to fight for the common goal is here. Let's catch it. In the meantime, there were doctors that wished to spread words about the existence of the virus to others, small businesses striving to earn survival, and young voices like us who called for more entertaining online classes. When looking at the bright side, every single person on this planet was trying on their own to resist through this process more positively, although it might be extremely hard for some. Every part of me ached when I saw my city growing to be famous for a disease, without anyone around me knowing the real circumstances of the city and the beauty of it. Regardless of the downside that COVID-19 has brought to us, what stays eternal is what influenced and pushed this process forward. Because of coronavirus, we have all reached the consensus of bringing back our normal and uninterrupted life. Because of coronavirus, we have realized the preciousness of the interactions between different racial groups. And because of coronavirus, we now have to enlarge and celebrate this crossroad of international unification. We must not forget about the warmness that other people brought to us during times of despair, the privilege that many of us possess of being protected and staying well, and this realization that gratitude has brought to us, that we have each other. We are one entity. Coronavirus has taught us that we really can't lose each other. Let's just take a second and reflect on our personal growth and the grateful moments COVID-19 has brought to us. And share the lessons that we learned to others, listen to other stories, and keep a journal of our reflections, and always find pieces of positivity in future. And always be a good companion to our family, because we need to hold on to our strongest back during times like these. Please keep in mind that whenever there's a crisis like this impacting the world, it needs our world as a whole to resolve it. Solidarity only forms with bonds, and these bonds arise and strengthen as we get through this, and many more generations to come together. That's the end of my speech. Thank you for listening.
Hi everyone, it's my great honor to stand here and give you this speech. My name is Wayne and I come from Shenzhen No. 3 Senior High School. Today my topic is health and freedom. Hey guys, it's my honor to have you here. Many people say that the biggest goal of 2020 is to live a good life. But there are also many people say that the beginning of 2020 lets us more and more cherish. Through the suffering of the virus, show that amongst the millions of plants in the universe, the Earth is one of the few that can harbor intelligent life. The chances that humans are born on the Earth is very hard. As the most intelligent culture in this planet, we are here to take the habitat of nature. As the part of the earth, human beings has been running in nation since the beginning of history, especially in the face of virus brought by nature. Unfortunately, for thousands of years, in the battle
Hi, my name is Jinyuan Zhang, and the topic of my speech today is: Imagining our lives in a post-pandemic era, How could science and technology possibly change our world? Since the locking down of Wuhan City on January 23, 2020, my life has never been the same. My teachers, my friends, my families, they're all facing great challenges in their lives. We are all in the post-pandemic era, a time like no other before. I witnessed many changes in my life. My mom smiled less due to diminishing income. Our family canceled our annual trip. My time at school has shortened and spared more time for online lessons. People minimized their trips to shopping malls, movie theaters, and even hospitals. I find it hard to go outside for the fear of infection by the vicious virus. Last year, I went through a tranquil but special life. I kept asking myself, will my life be so dull forever? What can I do for myself, for my families, for my friends, and even for the whole society? People often say that we are the generation witnessing the rapid development of technology. As a tech fan, I love exploring the ever-changing magical combination of structures in material science. As a member of the provincial talent program, I was involved in a number of scientific research before the pandemic. I feel that science and technology could be the most influential and transformative force in dealing with various difficulties. If the virus continued to float around us forever, could we switch the current throat swab and blood test to a more convenient approach? If people are unable to meet, can we take a step further for the holographic technology? It's like in a science fiction film, where people stand in front of you and talk to you lively. You can even sense his temperature, watch the expression on his face, feel the subtle movement of his eyebrows, and hear his own unique voice. If we still have to work, live, and study at home for a long time in the near future, there will be a greater demand for online classes and remote meetings. However, our current network infrastructure and the software quality we use now have a great room for improvement. I hope that online classes, interactions, and auxiliary functions could be as rich as, or even go beyond the offline. If the pandemic requires us to discuss topics like public health, food security, and global governance, but people in different worlds use different languages to bear their own stigma of ideologies, then what a messed up scene will be. Only through the online development of internet technologies and social interactive media can allow the information gap to be filled and all prejudice could be broken. This is myself, a young man standing at the crossroad of post-pandemic era, but look forward to our beautiful life in the future. That will be a world which blends virtuality and reality, a world that makes everybody more equal, a world that is interconnected and people-oriented. The world has changed, and we have to embark on a completely different path from the past. I feel that science and technology, as a solid bond, could connect our demand and supply. I yearn for the power of technology, and I want to use it to improve our lives. I look forward to changes in artificial intelligence, and I firmly believe that as we continue to upgrade our knowledge, to continue to strengthen our commitment to improve our lives, eventually we will have a more beautiful world. This is my speech. Thanks for listening.
With humanity standing at the crossroad is facing severe tests. Today, I'm going to talk about wealth gap. The gap between rich and poor has always existed objectively, and a certain reasonable solution of the gap between rich and poor has an important and positive effect on the operation of the society. The problems of the gap between rich and poor are becoming more serious as a boon of COVID-19. Like the uneven distribution of medical resources, and the poor cannot get timely assistance. This situation is very urgent, so we'll find solutions of the issues from two aspects, which are individual and the government.
Hi, I'm Isaac Zhu from Hangzhou Foreign Language School, China, and today I'm going to talk about what should really be done as the priority of humans' development. Before I get to my main point, I would like to share a piece of my personal experience with you. I went to Cambodia for 2-3 years ago, and one day we took a boat in order to cross a rainforest by water route. On the boat, I was looking at the riverbank, and suddenly I saw a wooden house. Well, actually, I can barely call it a house because it was too shabby. Firstly, I thought it was already abandoned for a while. However, something really surprised me happened. 2 boys came out of the house. What surprised me more was their appearance. Both of them were only wearing a short pants. Their skins were almost black, and they were so thin I can even see the shape of their ribs. Then, one of them just directly used his hand to scoop out the water from the river and drank it. I was so shocked. I knew there was poverty on this planet, but what I saw was still beyond my imagination. These 2 boys and I are both teenagers about the same age, so while I was wearing Nike shoes, holding a camera with a smartphone in my pocket, and they could only live in the pile of junk and drink raw dirty water from the river. So after the trip, I started to research on undeveloped areas in the world. And what I learned was almost terrifying for me. 70% of the world population do not have the access to piped clean water. Every day, 250,000 people die because of water-related chronic diseases. 800 million people have no access to electricity. More than 90% of the population has severely insufficient drug and medical support. Compared to the developed regions, these areas are almost like hell, right? While we are lying on the bed watching Netflix, those poor people out there cannot even satisfy their basic daily needs. So I started to think, maybe our focus or idea on development is wrong, totally wrong. Our whole concept is wrong. Currently, higher developed regions or countries such as the US and China are all busy on developing space exploration, technology, military, and so on. They're all regarding self-development as a priority. Maybe it is time for those countries to shift the focus to what the world is truly needed. What they should do first is to help those undeveloped regions get progress. Just stop the military competition or trade wars between each other and spend those resources and finance to help those ones who really need support the most. For example, building transportation infrastructure, water facilities, electronic network for them. We should remember the ultimate goal for development is to create a harmonious human society. Therefore, helping the undeveloped to catch up and saving the people in poverty from suffering or dying should be the priority, rather than self-development. I'm not saying that we should stop things like technological development. What I want to express is that maybe it is time for us to consider more about the people and the regions that are not so fortunate. We have the ability to create the nuclear weapon that can destroy ourselves for 24 times, and yet we cannot provide basic needs for those poor. Really? Is that true? No, that's not. It's not convincing for me. The truth is, as long as we want to, we can do it. We can help them. No one is born to be abandoned, and no place is meant to be forgotten. So let's do what must be done. That's all of my speech. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to share my thoughts about the topic, humanity at a crossroad. Looking back, a lot of things happened in 2020, and now I could finally sit down and talk about it. I watched my mom close the door. It was a really cold night in that silence, and I was all alone at home. My parents left because they had been running fever for several days, and unfortunately, they were showing other symptoms of COVID-19. It was January 21st, the 7th day of Wuhan lockdown. I was born and bred in Wuhan for several years before I transferred to one of the bilingual schools in Shanghai. Wuhan is a lovely city where people lead a vibrant life. In Shanghai, I will always crave for the hot dry noodles back home, the so-called 热干面 in Chinese, and really loud conversations in Wuhan dialect popping up on the street. But when I stood at home on the 21st of January, all that was gone. Before I arrived home for the Spring Festival, my parents and I had talked about making sure that we took really good family photos during the Spring Festival holiday. The virus we now know as COVID-19 is somehow fearsome partly because it does not discriminate in choosing who it infects, but that is partly true. All the evidence suggests that it can be merciless to older people. So I was wondering whether my parents would make it and whether we could even take some photos. When they left home, I cried the whole night, and I hardly got any sleep before I know that they had settled down in the hospital. This was the first time in my life that I was all alone. But don't get me wrong, I can be really independent. I can cook, I can do the laundry, and of course, like many Chinese young people, I can buy things online. But I had no idea how to live without my caring parents. On their second day away, my parents called and asked me how I was. We talked using WeChat, and the moment I saw my mom lying there with an oxygen mask and my dad could not talk without breathing heavily, I realized that I had to live on my own. The responsibility for our family that lay on my parents' shoulders for years had now passed onto mine. The only thing I could do is to take care of myself and make sure they wouldn't worry about me when they were having treatment. And this is also the first time that I realized how much I loved them. Over days and weeks, I discovered that there are also many others who have similar experiences. Chinese have always demonstrated a strong sense of unity in the face of challenges. I am a real millionaire girl who was born in 2004. At the age of 3, I could sing the national anthem and first encountered the word 万众一心, which is translated as millions of hearts with one mind. At the age of 8, I first learned the meaning of 一方有难,八方支援, referring to help from all directions when I saw people try their best to save others' lives in Wuhan earthquake. It is only now, at the age of 16, that I fully appreciate what those words mean. Chinese people have all stood up as one to fight COVID-19. Medical workers all over the country descended on Wuhan to save others' lives. Resources, including food, are sent to the city from all over China. And most importantly, hundreds of millions of people stayed at home to prevent the virus from spreading. I am so proud that people in my country work in this joint effort. It's natural to fear illness and uncertainty, and it is also natural to feel compassion when we see others suffering. It is the love toward the others that turns the most timid souls into strongest warriors, ready to bear the toughest responsibility and even at risk to their lives to save others. In this fight against COVID-19, I saw this love shining in medical people, volunteers, restaurant owners, bus drivers, and countless others. Spring is there. Mom and Dad are finally home and are fully recovered. Our home is a lot warmer now, and we still have a family photo that we have to take. Thank you for your listening.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, over the past decades, there has been prolonged controversy centered on diverse issues that are of vital concern. We have discussed at length the prime importance of diffusing the humanitarian process across the region. Our society puts in considerable effort towards evolution to equality of opportunities. But no country in the world could proudly propose that they've achieved full equality. Despite living in a cutting-edge technological era, the grave consideration over uneven distribution of resources regarding gender identity, ethnicity, and other factors continues to exist with profound consequences. The death of George Floyd in Minneapolis sparked the Black Lives Matter protest, which was one of the major movements in United States history. Yet, there are so many Floyd in the world. Apparently, this situation represents one of the worst scenarios for the victims of blatant racism. To illustrate, figures in terms of crimes and justice in the United States indicate how African Americans have been mistreated, like fatal shootings, drug abuse, harassment, and imprisonment. In addition to racial discrimination, Sexism is another major factor contributing to incessant inequality. From bygone years, there has been a huge gap between genders, driving sexism in the community. Across the globe, there is an intrinsic belief that men will handle prominent leadership roles better than women do. According to the statistics by UNICEF, nearly 1 in 4 girls between the ages of 15 and 19 are not employed nor in education or training, compared to 1 in 10 boys. Gender disparity is obviously seen in typical examples. In spite of major hurdles hindering their success, girls never surrender to limit their ambitions. In recent years, there's a noticeably rapid change in the status of blacks thanks to affirmative action policy. More than 30% of black men and nearly 60% of black women hold white-collar jobs. As for women, better representation of women in leadership starts to appear in different fields today. Also, more women are working in occupations that were considered as the exclusive domain of man. The overall societal mindset has been imperceptibly alternating in the right direction. Looking to the future, we are to demonstrate our absolute commitment to these issues. One day, equality will become a reality. Considering narrowing the gap between different groups as the ultimate goal, equality is the integral element of achieving a fair society for all sides. To recap, equality is of prime importance in embracing individuals with diversified backgrounds in a cosmopolitan world. If we are to continue to thrive, the achievement of equality is not only crucial to a particular gender or ethnicity, but to the society as a whole. Thank you.
COVID-19 brought attention to everyone. Everyone has to wear a mask to prevent infection from COVID-19. We have to change, improve, and not to slacken ourselves in this situation for the sake of our safety. But some people did not realize the importance of wearing masks and do protection work by not to infect COVID-19. Since COVID-19 has started spreading out at the end of the year in 2019, at the beginning of COVID-19, majority people did not know the danger of COVID-19. So they go out oftentimes, just like the disease haven't happened yet. But with the time elapsing, people finally know the danger of COVID-19. However, it is too late. The virus spread quickly, and no one knows how to deal with the virus. In US, more than 3,000 million people have infected this virus, and more than 15 million people have died in this virus. But in China, the number of infections in this epidemic were less than 15 million people, and the death number were less than 5,000 people. In my opinion, people should fight together. As long as we work together, we will succeed. We should be united. Being united is powerful. At the same time, we have to work faster because time waits for no one. Cherish every time that we have. And I think the thing that I can do is hope our God to stop this epidemic and let all the patients recover. We all know masks is our needed. We wear them when we go out. At the beginning of COVID-19's attack, some teenagers don't know the importance of wearing masks because they haven't experienced SARS virus in 2003. They didn't know the danger of COVID-19, but now they finally realized the importance. But when they realized the danger of COVID-19, it was all too late. We all don't know when the epidemic will stop, but we can make contributions to change it. So, what are you waiting for? Make some contributions now. Make it change. Thank you.
Hello, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anthony. Today, I'm going to talk about humanity at a crossroad, health and environment. Because of COVID-19, masks have become our necessities every day. Not only are we wearing masks to protect ourselves, but also protecting the others. There are over 100 million infected cases of coronavirus, and more than 2 million people died with it. Governments have been trying their best to mitigate the problem, including education of wearing masks and social distancing. But at the same time, medical equipment and masks have posed another threat to human beings. According to a report from Environmental Science and Technology Journal, there are about 200 billion masks and gloves are used every month around the globe. And these masks are beginning to pollute the ocean, causing trouble to marine life and the ecosystem. Provided that these kind of medical equipment can only be used once. They are often made of a variety of plastics. And if these type of plastics enters the sea, it takes over 500 years to break down into small pieces, and they will never be completely decomposed. As a result, they are either sent to a landfill or an incinerator, where toxic fumes are released. However, a French company found an innovative way to eradicate this source of pollution. Plaxil has introduced mass recycling to the French society. Masks being discarded were recycled to plastic products. In return, masks were transformed into daily products that we use every day. Plaxil imposed an efficient example for us to follow. At this point of time, people mainly focus on how to eradicate the pandemic and protecting themselves from the disease. But how many people really think about the harm that we have done to our planet Earth because of this pandemic? In our daily life, we often forget things that is not really closely related to us. A good example is our world, especially places that is far away from Macau. During this pandemic, humanity is standing at a crossroad. Is it a time for us to think about what we have done to our planet Earth, or we should continue to neglect the severe issues produced by human activities? During this pandemic, we have gone through a large number of difficulties. People suffering in pain and losing the ones that you love. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented disaster that we have to go through together, not only with human beings, but also with the whole world. Thank you.
Hi, my friend. How are you today? Great? I'm glad to hear that. And I hope every day in every way, things are getting even better. Today, I'm going to share with you why we, humanity, are at a crossroad right now and what we can do about it. Have you ever felt isolated when there was no one who wants to listen to you? Have you ever felt painful and there was no one who even noticed it? And have you ever wanted to speak up, but you couldn't because he or she thinks you're not worthy enough? Yes, I have. And have you ever felt that our Mother Earth and our fellow species have the same feelings? My friend, why there's a missing link between us? We are superior. That's what they think, not you, my friend. Let's imagine our last breath was filled with dirty air caused by methane because we pollute the soil and we overeat beef. And let's imagine our last sip of water was contaminated by plastic and noodles floating in the ocean. Let's imagine our food was not grown with love, but is simple and can be dangerous, and we are not sure why we get sick. You know, my friend, what we put into our body has everything to do with what we put out to the world. And one thing I know for sure is how our world is shaking right now. And you're afraid because you and I are going to suffer how our species suffer. Let's pause it right here. Just close your eyes and take a deep breath in. Do you still remember the good times we have in our lives? And it's when, in the morning, the birds are singing, and we are awakened by the sunlight. And after a long day of work, we still want to walk home to enjoy the sunset. That's a good life. When we walk outside, we breathe in fresh air without wearing our masks. That is a good life. And do you really want to see how our world is getting worse? No, you don't. We have a good life. We can enjoy it. And you're feeling grateful about it. Because this is what our life has to offer. And my friend, believe in us. We, humanity, are at a crossroad right now. And if we come together, we can do something together. And I believe in it. And I'm committed in doing that. And will you join me on the journey, my friend?
नमस्कार, मी विशाखा परशुराम आरेकर, स्वर्गीय शेठ रामविलास किसनलाल लाहोटी कन्या प्रशालेची इयत्ता 9वीची विद्यार्थिनी. आज जागतिक भाषण दिनानिमित्त मी आज आपल्यासमोर विषय मांडू इच्छिते पर्यावरण बद्दल. मानव, खांडव प्रस्थाचे इंद्रप्रस्थ बनवणारा आणि हव्यासापायी कुरुक्षेत्रावर आप्त स्वकीयांना उद्ध्वस्त करणारा मानव, विकासाच्या उंच आणि अत्युच्च शिखरावर स्वार होणारा आणि विघातक आपत्तींचे पार बांधणार आहे. जुलै 2017 साली अंटार्क्टिका खंडाच्या लार्सेन आईस शेल्फ पासून विलग झालेला A68A हा हिमनग महाकाय वेगाने दुर्मिळ पेंग्विनचे नंदनवन समजल्या जाणाऱ्या साऊथ जॉर्जिया बेटाला उद्ध्वस्त करण्यासाठी झेपावतो. काय म्हणालात? तुम्हाला हे माहित नव्हतं? UN report says that our world is 1 degree hotter than pre-industrial times, and right now we are on the track to hit 1.5 degree in only 10 years. And if we don't slow that warming rate, it could mean catastrophe. या सर्व स्थिती म्हणजे जागतिक तापमान वाढीचे सद्य परिणाम. हा महाकाय पर्यावरण बदल. फार मोठी टर्म आहे ना पर्यावरण बदल. पण असे नका, आम्हाला काय त्याचं. आमच्या 10x10च्या आलिशान वाड्याच्या पुढे आणि मागेही उंच उंच तटबंदी सम बिल्डिंग उभ्या आहेत. उगा कशाला टेन्शन घ्यायचं त्या तापमान वाढीचं. हो नक्कीच, तुम्हा कराडकरांना, सातारकरांना, पुणेकरांना याचा काय तो धोका. याचा धोका आहे तो भारतीयांना, हे विश्वची माझे घर असं मानणाऱ्या विश्वजनांना. आता तुम्ही यातील कोणत्या गटात मोडता याचा विचार मी तुमच्यावर सोपवलेला बरा. मित्रांनो, आज बोलते ते केवळ तुम्हाला जाणीव करून देण्यासाठी. जाणीव तुमच्या मंदावणाऱ्या विचारसरणीची, आखुडलेल्या विचार कक्षांची आणि रुंदावणाऱ्या घातक सौख्य कल्पनांची. ग्रेटा थनबर्ग, 16 वर्षीय अमेरिकन मुलगी, आपल्या शिक्षणाचा त्याग करून पर्यावरण बदल विरोधी चळवळ आपल्या शिरावर घेतीये. एक कोवळी मुलगी या विश्वघाती आपत्तीबाबत जीव तोडून सांगतीये. कौतुकाची गोष्ट आहे. पण अजूनही आम्हाला सांगावं लागतंच.
हे आमचं दुर्भाग्य. भूतान एक छोटासा देश, ज्याचा CO2 वाढीमध्ये तिळमात्र वाटा नाही. त्या देशाला देखील या आपत्तीची भरपाई प्राणमुलांनी करावी लागते. एवढंच नव्हे तर मालदीव सारख्या बेटीय देशांनी वाढत्या सागर पाणीपातीमुळे त्यांच्या अस्तित्वास निर्माण झालेला धोका सर्व जगाच्या लक्षात आणून देण्यासाठी पाण्याखाली संसदा भरवाव्या लागतायत. जागतिक अहवालानुसार अशा प्रलयांमुळे जगाची 1/5 लोकसंख्या कमी होईल असं सांगण्यात येतं. म्हणून असो, लोकांची संख्या कमी होईल, आम्हाला काय त्याचं? आम्ही तर पाषाण, करदमलेल्या झाडाच्या बुंध्यापाशी अखंड झोप घेणारे, निव्वळ पाषाण, उद्याच्या विनाशापासून अगदी अपरिचित. पण आमचं तरी काय चुकलं? आम्हाला लहानपणापासूनच GNP, ग्रॉस नॅशनल प्रोडक्ट याबद्दल इतकं सांगितलं गेलं की ग्रॉस नॅशनल हॅपीनेस इज मोर इम्पॉर्टंट दॅन ग्रॉस नॅशनल प्रोडक्ट, हेच आम्ही विसरलो. मित्रांनो, मी इथे आज उभी आहे तुम्हाला सांगण्यासाठी, केवळ सांगण्यासाठी नव्हे, आणि जर तुम्ही तर ते केवळ ऐकलं तर तेही व्यर्थ. वी आर हिअर टू ड्रीम टुगेदर द ड्रीम ऑफ हेल्दी एन्व्हायरमेंट अँड CO2 न्यूट्रल वर्ल्ड. यासाठी कोणतेही मोर्चे, चळवळी वा आंदोलने काढायला नकोत. गरज आहे ती केवळ आणि केवळ स्वजाणीवेची. अहो, माहिती हो आम्हाला, झाडे लावली, ती जगवली, इंधन बचत केली तर समाज पातळीपासूनच पर्यावरणाचा समतोल राखला जाईल. पण हे अंमलात आणायला अभाव आहे तो केवळ स्वजाणीवेचाच. जादव पेईंग, द फॉरेस्ट मॅन ऑफ इंडिया. If one man can change desert into dense forest, then why can't we together? मला सांगा पाहू, आपण कितपत बरोबर आहे? तर मग उठा, हव्यासाच्या विपिनात काळाची झोप घेणाऱ्या तरुणाला जागा करा. नाहीतर रेड लिस्ट ऑफ थ्रेटन्ड स्पेशीज, नामशेष होण्याच्या मार्गावर असणाऱ्या प्राण्यांच्या यादीत उद्या याच मानवाचं नाव येईना म्हणजे झालं. धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार, मी कुमारी श्रुती राजन्ना गुर्ला, वर्ग 7, जिल्हा परिषद उच्च प्राथमिक केंद्र शाळा आसरली, तालुका शिरोंचा, जिल्हा गडचिरोली. आज जागतिक भाषण दिनाच्या निमित्ताने मी पर्यावरणातील बदल, क्लायमेट चेंज या विषयावर बोलणार आहे. रोज दिवस बदलतो, महिना बदलतो, वर्ष बदलत आहे. एवढंच नाही तर माणूसही बदलत आहे. पर्यावरणाने राहणीमान बदलत आहे. हे सर्व सकारात्मक असले तरी एक बदल आहे जो आमच्यासाठी धोकादायक आहे, तो म्हणजे पर्यावरणातील बदल, चेंजेस इन क्लायमेट. हे बदल म्हणजे आमच्यासाठी धोकादायक घटना आहे. पर्यावरणातील या होणाऱ्या बदलासाठी आहे मानव आणि फक्त मानवच या जबाबदार आहे. जल प्रदूषण, हवा प्रदूषण, मातीचे प्रदूषण, ध्वनी प्रदूषण, वृक्षांची तोड, वन्यप्राणी शिकार या आणि झपाट्याने वाढणारी लोकसंख्या ह्यामुळे आमच्या या वसुंधरेला आम्ही मरण्याकडे नेत आहोत. परंतु याविषयी कोणीही चिंतित नाही. पर्यावरणाचे रक्षण म्हणजेच आमचे रक्षण आहे. चला मग पर्यावरणाच्या नकारात्मक बदलांना थांबवूया. एकजूट, एक राष्ट्र होऊन पर्यावरण प्रेमी बनूया. आणि शेवटी आमची शाळेतले गीत, देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी, देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी. पेड़ हमें फल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें फल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें जल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें जल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें जल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, फिर क्यों उनको काटे. देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी, देखो देखो इखो इखो स्कूल हमारी, ये प्लास्टिक धरती को बंजर कर देता, ये प्लास्टिक धरती को बंजर कर देता। फिर भी मानो कोई ना इसका टेंशन लेता, फिर भी मानो कोई ना इसका टेंशन लेता, फिर भी मानो कोई ना इसका टेंशन लेता, इसका टेंशन लेता। देखो देखो इखो इखो स्कूल हमारी, पर्यावरण के रक्षक बनना है हम सबको, पर्यावरण के रक्षक बनना है हम सबको। हरी भरी है धरती जीवित रखना हमको, हरी भरी ये धरती जीवित रखना हमको, हरी भरी ये धरती जीवित रखना हमको, हरी भरी ये धरती जीवित रखना हमको। देखो देखो इखो इखो स्कूल हमारी। जय हिंद जय भारत, जय हिंद जय पर्यावरण।
नमस्कार मित्रांनो, माझे नाव अनुष्का योगेश जगताप. मी इयत्ता 6वी अ मध्ये शिकते. माझ्या शाळेचे नाव विश्वकर्मा विद्यालय आहे. आज मी तुम्हाला प्रदूषणामुळे होणाऱ्या पर्यावरण बदलाबाबत थोडीशी माहिती सांगणार आहे. प्रदूषण हे आजच्या काळात खूप मोठे संकट आहे, कारण यामुळे अनेक लोकांना आरोग्य समस्या झाल्या आहेत. अलीकडच्या वर्षात प्रदूषणाचा दर अगदी वेगाने वाढत आहे, कारण औद्योगिकरण कचरा थेट माती, पाणी आणि हवेत मिसळत आहेत. असे असूनही लोक अजूनही प्रदूषण आणि त्याच्या परिणामांना गांभीर्याने घेत नाही आहेत. या मुद्द्याला गांभीर्याने हाताळण्याची नितांत गरज आहे, अन्यथा आपल्या भविष्यातील पिढ्यांना खूप त्रास होऊ शकतो. प्रदूषण बऱ्याच श्रेणीमध्ये वर्गीकृत केले जाते, जसे वायू प्रदूषण, माती प्रदूषण, जल प्रदूषण, ध्वनी प्रदूषण इत्यादी. या व्यतिरिक्तही अनेक प्रकारचे प्रदूषण आहे, ज्यामुळे पृथ्वीवरील जीवनाला हानी पोहोचत आहे. वृक्षतोडी, वाहनांचा अतिवापर, शहरीकरण आणि औद्योगिकरण यामुळे नैसर्गिक वातावरणात खूप बदल झाला आहे. हानिकारक आणि विषारी कचऱ्यामुळे माती, वायू आणि पाण्यामध्ये अपरिवर्तनीय बदल होतो व पृथ्वीवरील जीवांना त्याचे घातक परिणाम सोसावे लागतात. प्रदूषण रोखण्यात आणि कमी करण्यात योगदान देण्याचे कर्तव्य आज प्रत्येकाचे आहे आणि हे कर्तव्य पूर्ण केल्यानंतरच आपण पुढच्या पिढ्यांना प्रदूषणमुक्त वातावरण देऊ शकतो. जिथे पर्यावरणाचा ऱ्हास तिथे प्रदूषणाचा त्रास. पर्यावरणाचे मित्र व्हा, प्रदूषणाचे शत्रू व्हा. प्रदूषण रोखा, पर्यावरण राखा. पर्यावरण पाळा, प्रदूषण टाळा. प्रदूषणाची काही महत्त्वाची उदाहरणे. पाणी प्रदूषण. अशुद्ध पाणी म्हणजे पाणी प्रदूषण. कारखान्याचे रसायने मिसळलेले पाणी तलाव, नदी इत्यादी मध्ये सोडले जाते, त्यामुळे पाणी प्रदूषण होते. हवा प्रदूषण. हवा प्रदूषण हे प्रामुख्याने कारखान्यांमधून निघणारा धूर तसेच गाड्यांमधून निघणारा धूर यामुळे होते. ध्वनी प्रदूषण. वाहनांचा, कारखान्यातील यंत्र, वाहनाचा मोठा कर्कश आवाज तसेच गाण्याचा मोठा आवाज यामुळे ध्वनी प्रदूषण होते. सध्या पाणी प्रदूषण हा एक गंभीर प्रश्न समाजासमोर आहे. हे त्यापेक्षा गंभीर परिस्थिती ही सांडपाण्याची व्यवस्थापनाची आहे. उच्च रक्तदाब असणाऱ्या लोकांसाठी हानिकारक आहे. वृद्ध लोकांसाठी हानिकारक आहे. वेगवेगळे आजार होण्यासाठी प्रदूषण कारणीभूत ठरते. लहान मुलांना मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्रास होतो. प्रदूषण कोणतेही असो ते मानवी आरोग्यासाठी हानिकारकच असते. त्यासाठी अधिक काळजी घेतली गेली तर आपल्याला निश्चित आरोग्यदायी भविष्य आपल्या स्वागतासाठी तयार राहील. धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार, माझे नाव अक्षरा सचिन पाटणकर आहे. माझ्या शाळेचे नाव श्री सिद्धेश्वर इंग्लिश मीडियम हायस्कूल आहे. मी इयत्ता 5वीत शिकत आहे. आज मी पर्यावरण वाचवा याबद्दल भाषण करणार आहे. तर सुरू करूया. सातत्याने वाढणाऱ्या प्रदूषणामुळे आज भारतच नव्हे तर संपूर्ण जगात पर्यावरण वाचवा ही हाक दिली जात आहे. हवा, पाणी, जमीन, वनस्पती, पशुपक्षी, माणूस असे खूप सारे घटक मिळून आपले पर्यावरण तयार होते. आपल्या भारतात माननीय पंतप्रधान यांनी पर्यावरण वाचवा देश वाचवा हे अभियान सुरू केले आहे. भारतामध्ये कोविड-19 संसर्गाच्या काळात लॉकडाऊन केल्यामुळे मुंबई, दिल्ली यासारख्या शहरांचे प्रदूषण 0% पर्यंत कमी झाले होते. त्याचप्रमाणे गंगा, गोदावरी यासारख्या नद्या ज्या अत्यंत प्रदूषित झालेल्या होत्या त्या स्वच्छ व नितळ होऊन वाहत आहेत. याचाच अर्थ मानवाने विकास व प्रगतीच्या नावाखाली निसर्गात प्रचंड हस्तक्षेप केल्याने प्रदूषित आणि त्याचा परिणाम पर्यावरणाचा ऱ्हास होण्यामध्ये झाला. म्हणून आज गरज आहे पर्यावरण वाचवण्याची आणि पर्यावरण वाचवण्यासाठी पर्यावरणपूरक कृती करण्याची. एक विद्यार्थी म्हणून आपण झाडे लावणे, त्यांचे संवर्धन करणे, नद्यांचे पाणी प्रदूषित होणार नाही यासाठी प्रयत्न करणे, तरच पर्यावरण वाचवा ही मोहीम सिद्ध होईल. शासन व सामाजिक संस्था पर्यावरण संवर्धनासाठी सातत्याने प्रयत्न करीत असतात. पण एक नागरिक म्हणून आपल्याला पर्यावरणाच्या प्रती पर्यावरणपूरक वर्तन केल्यास आपलं पर्यावरण अबाधित राहू शकेल. आपल्याला आपलं भविष्यकाळ स्वच्छ, सुंदर व निरोगी ठेवायचं असेल तर आजच पर्यावरण वाचवण्यासाठी महत्त्वाचे पाऊल आपल्याला टाकावे लागेल. म्हणून चला पर्यावरणाचे रक्षण करूया. बोल गोठले, खळखळणारे झरे आटले, शुद्ध हवाना, निर्मळ पाणी, दुष्काळाची मेघ दाटले, कत्तल झाली परंपरेची डोंगर राणी उघडी पडली, उजाड झाली अगवी सृष्टी हिरवी, मखमल हरवून गेली सिमेंटाच्या या जंगलामध्ये, नद्या हिरी तळास गेल्या, प्रदूषणाच्या विळख्यामध्ये दूषित होऊन लोप पावल्या, ऋतुचक्राचा नियम चुकला, निसर्गाचा प्रकोप झाला, कधी कोरोना कधी सुनामी, देवाचा हा विपरीत घाला, धरती माता माया आपली रक्षण तिचे करू चला, झाडे लावा प्लास्टिक बंदी थोडे नियम पाळू चला, जलाशयांची वाढ करून वनसंवर्धन करू चला, पाणी इंधन आपुली धन जपून वापर करू चला, परिसर ठेवा स्वच्छ नीटके, फळा फुलांचा बाग सजवा, तलाव रेशमी शालू हिरवा, प्रकृतीला पुन्हा नेसवू. धन्यवाद.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम मयूरी रामकिशन गोडसे है. मेरी पाठशाला का नाम जिला परिषद प्राथमिक शाला इटाई है. मैं आज आपके सामने पर्यावरण के संदर्भत एक भाषण लेकर आई हूँ. सो मैं शुरुआत करती हूँ. कट रहे हैं घने जंगल, लुप्त हो रही है प्रजातियाँ, प्रदूषित हो रहा है पर्यावरण, जल रही है धरती, तप रहा है आसमान, पिघल रहे हैं हिमालय. जी हाँ, यदि ऐसा ही होता रहा तो एक दिन न रहेगी प्रजाति, न बचेंगे जंगल, न होगी हरियाली और न होगी वर्षा. यदि ऐसा ही चलता रहा तो नहीं होगा जल और ना होगा जीवन और न होंगे हम, क्योंकि धरती का तापमान लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है. पर्यावरण में बढ़ता प्रदूषण कैसे कर रहा है आपको प्रभावित, आइए हम बताते. दरअसल पृथ्वी के सभी प्राणी एक दूसरे से निर्भरित है, एक दूसरे पर निर्भर है तथा विश्व का प्रत्येक पदार्थ एक दूसरे से प्रभावित होता है. इसलिए भी आवश्यक हो जाता है प्रकृति की इन सभी वस्तुओं के बीच आवश्यक संतुलित को बनाए रखा जाए. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होने की स्थिति में पर्यावरण प्रदूषण, भूमि प्रदूषण, जल प्रदूषण, वायु प्रदूषण और ध्वनि प्रदूषण लगातार बढ़ रहा है. मानव और अन्य जीवों के पास ना तो लेने के लिए शुद्ध हवा है, ना तो लेने के लिए शुद्ध प्राण वायु है और ना ही स्वच्छ जल और न ही वह मृदा जिस पर हम मनुष्य अपना अनाजे उगाकर मनुष्य अपना पोषण करता है। इसलिए इसके साथ ही बढ़ रहा है मानव जीवन के प्रदूषित होने का खतरा भी। इस सब उपायों के तौर सरकार या संस्थाओं के अलावा हम भी अपने स्तर पर्यावरण का संरक्षण करना होगा ताकि प्रकृति शुद्ध और हम स्वस्थ रह सके। हालांकि ये समस्या काफी हद तक बढ़ गई है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि इसका इसका समाधान मौजूद नहीं है। हमें अपने आप पर भरोसा रखना होगा कि हम अपने ग्रह के लिए कुछ कर सके। आइए हम सब अपने आसपास या फिर अपने खेतों में पेड़ पौधे लगाएं, जिससे कि हमें शुद्ध हवा, बारिश ये सब हो जाए। आइए हम संभव तरीके से हमारी धरती माता को बचाने के लिए प्रतिज्ञा ले सके। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, माझे नाव पायल गणेश खुळे. मी आता 7वी मध्ये शिकते. माझ्या शाळेचे नाव विश्वकर्मा विद्यालय आहे. तर आज मी तुमच्या समोर माझा विषय मांडणार आहे. माझ्या विषयाचे नाव आहे पर्यावरण आणि बदल. उगवणारा प्रत्येक दिवस मानवापुढे नवनव्या समस्या निर्माण करत असतो. पण या 20व्या शतकाच्या अखेरीस पृथ्वीपुढे जी समस्या निर्माण झाली आहे, त्यामुळे हा पृथ्वीपुत्रा हादरून गेला आहे. मानवापुढे ही समस्या मानवानेच तर निर्माण केली आहे. त्यानेच तर आपल्या पृथ्वी मातेला संकटात ढकलले आहे. खरे पाहता मानव आणि निसर्ग ही वसुंधरेचीच लेकरे. निसर्गाच्या कुशीतच मानव मोठा झाला. आपला विकास साधण्यासाठी त्याने निसर्गाचाच आधार घेतला, आदर्श ठेवला. निसर्गातच त्याने आपले घरकुल निर्माण केले. उंच उंच आभाळाला भेटणारी वृक्षराजी पाहून माणसाचे लक्ष आकाशाकडे गेले. त्यालाही आकाशात विहार करावासा वाटू लागला. निसर्गाबरोबर सुखात रमलेल्या या माणसाच्या स्वार्थी वृत्तीला पंख फुटले. गर्व झालेला हा माणूस दूरवरचा विचार न करता भोवतलाच्या सृष्टीचा नाश करू लागला. त्यामुळे निर्माण होणाऱ्या प्रदूषणाचा विचार केला नाही. त्यामुळे भोवतलाचे वातावरण दूषित झाले. माणसाने उपभोगलेल्या वस्तूंचा कचरा इतका वाढला की सुंदर वसुंधरा ओंगळ झाली. अहो, तुम्हाला आपली पहिली वसुंधरा, सुंदर वसुंधरा जशी होती तशी परत पाहिजे असेल ना, तर आपल्या पृथ्वीला कशाची गरज आहे? सौर ऊर्जा, पवन ऊर्जा, इतर अपारंपरिक ऊर्जा स्त्रोतांचा वाढता वापर आणि हरित ऊर्जा वाढवण्याची गरज आहे. यातून इंधनाच्या बाबतीत काही अंश स्वावलंबी होता येईल आणि वैयक्तिक गाड्यांचा मर्यादित वापर. आपल्याला जवळपास जायचं म्हटलं तरी आपण गाड्यांचा वापर करतो. सार्वजनिक गाड्यांचा वापर करा ना, सायकलचा वापर करा. जास्त प्रदूषण होणार नाही. यामुळे आपलं जास्त प्रदूषण होतंय, आपण जास्त गाड्यांचा वापर करतोय, हे लक्षात घ्या तुम्ही. अहो, आपली वसुंधरा तुम्हाला हवी तशी परत सुंदर हवी असेल ना, तर आपली राहणीमान व जीवन पद्धती ज्यात अर्थ, उद्योग, आरोग्य, सुरक्षा व पर्यावरण याकडे जाणीवाने लक्ष देणे निकडीचे आहे, एवढेच मला म्हणावेसे वाटते. धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार, माझे नाव यश अविनाश तिप्रादी आहे आणि मी श्री सिद्धेश्वर इंग्लिश मीडियम हायस्कूलमध्ये इयत्ता 8वीत शिकत आहे. मी आज पर्यावरण रक्षण काळाची गरज या विषयावर काही शब्द बोलणार आहे. पर्यावरण व मानव यांचे अतूट नाते आहे. मानवाबरोबरच सर्व सजीव सृष्टी पर्यावरणाशी या नात्याने जुळलेले आहे. निसर्गातील हवा, पाणी, वृक्ष, वनस्पती जमीन, पशुपक्षी आणि मानव प्राणी यांच्या नात्यात जेव्हा नैसर्गिक समतोल असतो तेव्हा पर्यावरण संतुलित आहे असे म्हणतात. नैसर्गिक पर्यावरण हा सजीवांसाठी अनमोल ठेवा असल्याने तो आपण पुढील पिढ्यांसाठी व्यवस्थित जतन करून ठेवणे गरजेचे आहे. नवे आपली ती अत्यंत महत्त्वाची जबाबदारी आहे. पर्यावरणातील मानवाच्या अनियंत्रित हस्तक्षेपामुळे विविध पर्यावरणीय समस्या आज आपल्या समोर उभ्या ठाकल्या आहेत. आज आपल्या जीवनातील खूपच दुःखदायक गोष्ट म्हणजे निसर्ग आपल्यापासून दुरावत चाललेला आहे. कृत्रिम विकासामुळे माझं आणि निसर्गाचं अनमोल नातं तुटत चाललं आहे. हे आपण प्रत्येकाने लक्षात घ्यायला हवं. कारखान्यातून होणारं जलप्रदूषण, वायू प्रदूषण नवनवीन रोगांना आमंत्रण देत आहे. शहरातील वाढत्या लोकसंख्येमुळं पर्यावरणीय संतुलन अबाधित ठेवणे अवघड जात आहे. शहरातलं सांडपाण्याचं, घनकचऱ्याचं व प्लॅस्टिकचं प्रश्न गंभीर बनत आहे. कानठळ्या बसणाऱ्या कर्णकर्कश आवाज, वाहने ध्वनी प्रदूषण वाढवत आहेत. ज्या नदीला आपण जीवनवाहिनी म्हणतो त्या सर्व नद्या आज सर्व प्रकारच्या कचरा वाहून नेणाऱ्या गटारगंगा बनत आहेत. वाढते जलप्रदूषण पर्यावरणाला मारक ठरत आहेत. वृक्षतोडीमुळे प्राण्यांची नैसर्गिक निवासस्थाने धोक्यात आली आहेत. बिबट्यासारखे जंगली प्राणी जेव्हा थेट शहरी रस्त्यावर येऊन धडकतात तेव्हा पर्यावरणाचा ऱ्हास आता कोणत्या स्तरावर जाऊन पोचला आहे हे लक्षात येते. औद्योगिकीकरण, शहरीकरण, कारखानदारी, वाहने यांच्यामुळे वायू, जल, ध्वनी व भूमी प्रदूषण वाढते आणि मग पर्यावरण रक्षणासाठी प्रयत्न करणे, चळवळ सुरू करणे काळाची गरज बनते. मानवाच्या अतिव्यवसायापोटी निसर्गाचा ऱ्हास होते आहे आणि त्याला आपण विकास म्हणतो आहोत. परंतु आपल्याला हे कळत नाही की आपण विकासाच्या नाही तर विनाशाच्या मार्गावर चालत आहोत. निसर्गाचं चक्र असंतुलित होण्याला माणसाचा स्वार्थ आणि बेजबाबदारपणा कारणीभूत आहे. आज पर्यावरण रक्षण ही काळाची गरज झाली आहे. पर्यावरणीय संतुलन साधण्याची प्रक्रिया आणि जबाबदारी प्रत्येकाची आहे. प्रत्येकाचा खरा सहभागच निसर्ग चक्राला वाचवू शकतो. झाडे लावणे, प्रदूषण रोखणे, प्लॅस्टिकचा वापर थांबवणे, जंगलाचे रक्षण करणे हे आपल्या हिताचे आहे. आपली संस्कृती ही परंपरांनी नटलेली आहे. गंगेला आपण पवित्र मानतो, पण तेच गंगा पाणी पिण्यायोग्य ठेवत नाही. सांडपाणी, गटारीचे पाणी घाण करून हे पाणी प्रदूषित झाले आहे. म्हणून चला पृथ्वीला विनाशापासून वाचवूया. योग्य विचार करून पर्यावरण पूरक कृतीचे आपल्याला विनाशापासून वाचवू शकतील. शेवटी मी हेच सांगतो की पर्यावरण वाचवूया, मानवजातीला जगवूया. पर्यावरण वाचवूया, मानवजातीला जगवूया. सृष्टीच्या चराचराला प्रदूषणमुक्त करूया. सृष्टीच्या चराचराला प्रदूषणमुक्त करूया. धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार, मी कार्तिकी. आज जागतिक स्तरावर प्रदूषण यामुळे पर्यावरणामध्ये होणारे बदल व त्यामुळे जीवसृष्टीवर होणारे परिणाम हाही एक गंभीर विषय आहे. याचाच परिणाम म्हणजे जागतिक तापमान वाढ, बदलणारे ऋतुचक्र, ऱ्हास होत चाललेली जैवविविधता यांसारख्या अनेक समस्यांना आपण तोंड देत आहोत. आज आपण याच विषयी बोलणार आहोत. पर्यावरणाची हानी टाळण्यासाठी विकास थांबवावा म्हटले तर वाढत्या गरजा भागविणे अवघड होणार व विकास केला तर पर्यावरण दूषित होणार. तसाही पर्यावरण संवर्धन म्हणजे जसे ते परिस्थितीस कायम ठेवणे असे नव्हे, तसा आग्रह धरला जातो. कारण पर्यावरणात होणारा बदल आणि पर्यावरणाची हानी यात नेहमीच गल्लत केली जाते. कोणताही विकास प्रकल्प उभा करायचा तर पर्यावरणात बदल होणं क्रमप्राप्त आहे. साधा रस्ता बांधायचा असेल तर जैसे ते परिस्थिती ठेवून तो बांधला जाऊ शकत नाही. वाटेत येणाऱ्या प्रत्येक वृक्षाला कळसा घालूनच पुढे जाणे हे व्यवहार्य ठरत नाही. पण त्या पायी घडलेल्या वृक्षाच्या जागी नवीन वृक्षारोपण केल्यास पर्यावरणाची हानी होत नाही. या संबंधीचे नियमही आहेत.
पद्धत, चिरंतर, विकास हे यावर उत्तम आहे. नैसर्गिक साधन संपत्तीचा कमीत कमी वापर करणे, अपारंपरिक ऊर्जा स्रोतांचा वापर करणे, प्रदूषण नियंत्रणासह विकास योजना आखणे व टाळता न येण्याजोगी पर्यावरण हानीबद्दल भरपाई म्हणून पर्यावरण संवर्धनाची योजना प्रकल्प आराखडा समाविष्ट करणे या गोष्टी केल्या तर पर्यावरणाचा दर्जा आपण टिकवू शकू. करताना त्या भूभागावरील पर्यावरणाची नैसर्गिक साधन संपत्तीची क्षमता विचारात घेणे आवश्यक आहे. तसेच हक्का, पाणी, जमीन या घटकांचे प्रदूषके सामावून घेण्याची शक्ती ही मर्यादित धरली तर त्या धोकादायक मर्यादेपेक्षा खाली अशा भविष्याच्या विकासामुळे होणाऱ्या प्रदूषणाचे प्रमाण राहील अशी आपण काळजी घेतली पाहिजे. आपले जीवनदायी पर्यावरण हा पूर्वजांकडून मिळालेला मालकी हक्काचा वारसा नसून आपल्या पुढील पिढ्यांना उंचा घेतलेला ठेका आहे हे आपल्या ध्यानात घेतले पाहिजे. कर्ज जसे व्याजसह परत फेडावे लागते तसे हे पर्यावरण अधिक सुखदायी व सुरक्षित कसे करता येईल हे आपण पाहिले पाहिजे. आपल्या मुलाबाळांच्या विकासाच्या आशा आकांक्षा उमलतील असे पर्यावरण निर्माण करणे हे आपल्या हातात आहे. त्यासाठी आपण जास्त काही नाही, थोडं दक्ष राहिलं पाहिजे. धन्यवाद.
का मतलब होता है जो हम चारों ओर देख सकते हैं. हमारे चारों ओर क्या है? हमारे चारों ओर प्रकृति ही प्रकृति है जिसे हम पर्यावरण कहते हैं. ये वृक्ष, ये गैस, ये धरती, ये आकाश, ये सभी पर्यावरण का ही हिस्सा है. पर्यावरण के 5 बहुत मूल तत्व है. वो है पृथ्वी, जल, वायु, आकाश और ये सारे नैसर्गिक तत्व. अगर हम अगर कहते हैं कि पर्यावरण क्या है, क्या हमें पर्यावरण की आवश्यकता होती है दैनंदिन जीवन में? क्या हमें पर्यावरण को रक्षा करना चाहिए? अगर पर्यावरण क्या है, अगर हम उसको ही पहले देखते हैं तो पर्यावरण हम उस तत्व को कहते हैं जो पर्यावरण उस तत्व को कहते हैं जैसे कई सारी प्रश्न हमारे मन में आता है. पर्यावरण में उन सभी भौतिक, रासायनिक और जैविक कारकों की समाविष्ट की जाती है जो किसी जीवधारी को आवश्यकता होती है. मतलब अगर हम इसे देखते हैं तो हम लिविंग थिंग्स है, यानी हम जीवधारी है. पुस्तक पीछे रख. हम जीवधारी है तो हमें पर्यावरण की आवश्यकता होती है. यहाँ तक कि हम पर्यावरण के बिना सांस भी नहीं ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम जब सांस लेते हैं तब ऑक्सीजन को हम अंदर लेते हैं और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को बाहर छोड़ते हैं. और हमें यह ऑक्सीजन कहाँ से मिलता है? यही पर्यावरण से ही हमें ऑक्सीजन मिलता है. कैसे? क्योंकि वृक्ष जो होते हैं वो पर्यावरण का ही एक अंग है और ये वृक्ष ऑक्सीजन को बाहर छोड़ते हैं और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को अंदर लेते हैं और हमारे पूरे पृथ्वी पर 21% ऑक्सीजन, 73% नाइट्रोजन और 0.03% कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड प्रेजेंट है. जब हमारे पृथ्वी पर कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की मात्रा बढ़ जाती है तब तापमान बढ़ने लगता है. प्रस्तुत समय में देखा जाता है कि अभी तापमान बहुत बढ़ रहा है. इसका कारण क्या है? जब हमारे पृथ्वी पर कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की मात्रा बढ़ जाती है तब तापमान की वृद्धि होती है. और जब तापमान अगर इतनी ही तेजी से तापमान बढ़ते रहा तो अंटार्कटिका में जो बर्फ है वो पिघलना शुरू हो जाएगा. अगर अंटार्कटिका का बर्फ पिघलना शुरू हो गया तो इससे समुद्र में जो अंटार्कटिका का बर्फ पिघलकर पानी होकर वो समुद्र में जाकर मिल जाएगा और इससे समुद्र में पानी बढ़ जाएगा. और अगर इससे हम ऐसा ही चलता रहा तो धीरे धीरे प्रलय भी आ सकता है. इस बढ़ते तापमान के चलते हम इस तापमान को रोक सकते थे अगर हम वृक्ष की कटाई नहीं करते तो, क्योंकि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जब वृक्ष ही अपने अंदर लेते हैं तो हमें इसके चलते वृक्ष नहीं काटना चाहिए. प्रदूषण कम कर. और आज देखा जाता है कि हमारे ओजोन लेयर में छेद आ रहे हैं. ओजोन लेयर में छेद आने का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण यही कारण है कि प्रस्तुत समय में पॉल्यूशन बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है. पॉल्यूशन इसी कारण बढ़ रहा है क्योंकि हम फ्यूल से जो हम गाड़ियां चलाते हैं, जो व्हीकल्स यूज करते हैं उसमें हम फ्यूल का इस्तेमाल करते हैं और इससे जो धुआं निकलता है इससे ओजोन लेयर में छेद होता है। ये ओजोन लेयर क्या होता है? ओजोन लेयर हमारे पृथ्वी का सबसे ऊपर वाला परत है। उस सबसे ऊपर वाला परत है जो सूर्य के हानिकारक किरणें, जो जिसे हम अल्ट्रावायलेट रे कहते हैं, वो किरणें सूरज के हानिकारक होते हैं। उसे रोकने के लिए ओजोन लेयर पृथ्वी की मदद करता है। अगर सूर्य के किरणें अगर डायरेक्ट पृथ्वी पर आके गिरते हैं तो उससे हमारे लिए हानिकारक है। और वो जो अल्ट्रावायलेट रे होता है वो हमारे लिए बहुत हानिकारक है, उसे ओजोन लेयर प्रोटेक्ट करता है। और प्रस्तुत समय में ओजोन लेयर में छेद आ रहे हैं इस प्रदूषण के चलते। और ओजोन लेयर में छेद आने की वजह से कई सारी बीमारियां भी आ रही है, क्योंकि सूर्य के जो अल्ट्रावायलेट रे है उसे ओजोन लेयर नहीं रोक पा रहा। हम इसे कम कर सकते हैं कैसे? हम इसे कम कर सकते हैं जब हम वृक्ष लगाएंगे, पर्यावरण को हम अच्छे से रखेंगे, हम हमारे चारों ओर साफ सुथरा रखेंगे और हमारे पर्यावरण की जब हम सुरक्षा करेंगे तभी हम इन सारी बीमारियों से बच सकते हैं। और इस प्रदूषण के चलते कई सारी बड़ी बड़ी बीमारियां भी आ रही है। हम देखते हैं ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को कैंसर हो रहा है। हमें पता है खर्रा, तंबाकू, गुटखा ये सब खाने से कैंसर होता है। लेकिन बढ़ते प्रदूषण के चलते भी कैंसर, अस्थमा जैसे कई सारी बड़ी बड़ी बीमारियां हो रही है। मेरा आपसे यही विनती है कि आप लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्रकृति को बचाने की चेष्टा करें, वृक्ष कम काटे और हम जो व्हीकल्स यूज करते हैं कम से कम मात्रा में यूज करें। धन्यवाद। इसी के साथ मैं मेरे 2 शब्द को विराम देती हूँ। अगर मुझसे कोई भूल चूक हो गई हो तो मुझे माफ कर।
Hi friends, my name is Piyush Bhange. I study in class 8th in Oxford International School, Nanded. We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it. Sayings of Barack Obama, former US President. Climate change is one of the main environmental challenges facing the world today. India is facing several problems. Climate change is associated with the various adverse impacts of agriculture, forest and biodiversity, health, coastal management, and increase in temperature. India has a reason to be concerned about climate change for their livelihood. The adverse impact of climate change in the form of decline in rainfall and rise in temperature has resulted in increasing severity of livelihood issues in the country. According to the latest scientific assessment, the Earth's climate system has demonstrably changed on both global and regional scales since the pre-industrial era. What do you makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Quote said by Dr. Jane Goodall, scientist and activist. India is a large developing country with nearly 700 million rural populations. Directly depending on climate change sensitive sectors, almost 15 years are spent globally in creating this policy failure. Almost exclusive focus on mitigation in Kyoto Protocol acts against the interest of developing countries. India's rich water resources are evenly distributed and resulted in spatial and temporal shortages. The demand of water has increased in tremendous amount over the years due to an increasing population, expanding agriculture, and rapid industrialization, which are responsible for considerable imbalance in the quantity and quality of water resources. The climate crisis has already been solved. We already have the facts and solutions. All we have to do is wake up and change. By Greta Thunberg. Forest Global Assessment has shown the future climate change is likely to have a significant impact on forest ecosystem and climate. Climate is probably the most important determinant of vegetation patterns globally and has a significant influence on the distribution structure and ecology of forest. Impact of climatic change on forest types. A comparison of the extent of area that is likely to occur in each of the forest type under the present climate regime and that under the 2 future climate scenarios reveals the magnitude of changes that are expected to take place in each of the forest types. Sea level rise. Coastal ecosystem will be affected by sea level rise and temperature increases. Heavily populated mega delta regions, in particular, will be at the greatest risk due to increased flooding. The changes in the Godavari, Indus, Mahanadi and Krishna rivers coastal deltas will be potentially displace millions of people. Health. The health status of millions of people is projected to be affected through, for example, increase in malnutrition, increased deaths, diseases and injury due to extreme weather events, increased burden of diarrheal diseases, increased frequencies of cardiorespiratory diseases due to higher concentration of ground level ozone in urban areas related to climate change, and the altered spatial distribution of some infectious diseases, increased temperature and extreme events. Climate change impacts will lead to an increased frequency of hot days, heat waves, droughts, and natural disasters resulting from cyclones. Climate change is expected to affect the human well-being in many different ways, such as capital, ecosystem, disease, and migration. Irrespective of the importance of the issue, it is not clear how to compute the value with the current state of the art of economics. Many students in India are caring about climbing, and I am also participating in it as a good Indian citizen. Thanks to NCRT Pune for arranging this competition about climate change. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all present here. I'm Manav Singh from class 70 of the Sanskar Valley School, and today I'm going to share my thoughts on the theme of the World Speech Day, Humanity at a Crossroad. Humanity is at a crossroad. The choices between the continuation of the present modes of economic growth with potentially catastrophic results and transition to a new development model. Will mankind?
Hello, everyone. My name is Genevieve Todd, and I'm speaking to you today on March 15th, 2021. Yes, 3 months have already passed in the year 2021. Even the phrase 2021 sounds too strange to be true. To make things even weirder, as a matter of fact, we are today closer to the year 2050 than we are to 1980. We're basically living in the future. When I was a kid and I think of the future, I'd imagine flying cars, vacation on Mars, underwater houses, and robots everywhere. Well, what we've reached today is acceptable, I guess. No, really. Scientifically and technologically, we have evolved and progressed greatly. Humanity-wise, however, not that much. When I was a kid and I think of the future, I never even bothered to think of our situation as humanity. I thought that wars, poverty, and injustice will perish and we will all be living in harmony. Turns out, peace wasn't really part of the plan. Now I want you to imagine, how would activists of the past react if they knew that we're still fighting for equality? What would they say if they knew that so many people are still lacking their basic human rights? I can tell you, they would be disappointed. And what's even more disappointing about this is the fact that we are all today closer to each other than ever. I don't even have to travel across the world to be in this seminar. I don't even have to ride the car or get out of my room, maybe bed even. We can know about everything and anything just by a press of a button, even a tap of a screen. Just ask Siri what's happening around the world, and she will tell you everything. The years will pass. Today we're in 2021, tomorrow 2081. But if we do not learn how to look past our differences, how to be compassionate towards one another, if we do not learn to be there for each other and to give out our helping hands for one another when they need them, robots and the entire solar system will not do us any favors. We will be existing in the future while our minds will be way back. I do not want to wait until I'm a grandma for peace to finally prevail. I want that now. You might tell me that there are many uncontrollable situations that hinder the evolution of mankind. COVID, for example, wars, etc. Now, these obstacles do hinder our evolution. They hinder our materialistic evolution, the technological and scientific evolutions and progressions. However, the growth and advancement of our minds and our hearts and our love for one another cannot be hindered even by the strongest force of them all. We cannot advance in any ways and take steps into the future if we do not make advancements here and here. Thank you.
Not just one individual, one government, or one nation, but humanity as a whole is at crossroads. Hello everyone, I'm Ridhima Sampath from the Sanskar Valley School, and I am going to inherit this earth and everything that goes on in it. That is why I'm here to talk about how humanity is at crossroads. Homo sapiens, those who aren't divided by boundaries, religion, gender, age, or skin color, we all have a choice between selfishness and selflessness, between comfort and survival, but most importantly, a choice between urbanization and Mother Nature. One thing that I love about Mother Earth is her balanced nature, pun not intended. She gives selflessly, but she still holds up her dignity. When we puny humans try to increase our jurisdiction on her, we are always reminded of who actually holds power. Mother Earth has her ways of vengeance, be it tornadoes, tsunamis, or earthquakes that wipe off a chunk of the population of the region that faces her wrath. There are so many dystopian books and movies that show how she destroyed, in just a couple of years, that which took humans centuries to create. We cannot let these pieces of fiction become our reality. It is up to us to choose the right path. It is up to us to become capable of abnegation and unselfishness. It is up to us to make sure that the world that we leave behind is better than the one that we inherited. It is up to us to make peace with our planet. Because one act of selflessness, one choice, and one right decision can be the start to an era of friendship between the mother and her children. Thank you. I'm Ridhima Sampath from the Sanskar Valley School.
Let us choose love over hate. Let us choose humanity over pride. Let us have each and every one whom we meet. Let us make this world a better place. Greetings to all. Today I, Swasti Raghuvanshi, is here to talk on the topic Humanity at the Crossroads. At the present time, everything is being lost. Whatever we are getting is all about technology. People are becoming lazy. We are increasing our expenses in every work. We are burning fossil fuels, cutting down trees, and wasting energy and water. This is why the outside environment is getting affected.
Greetings to respected teachers and my dear friends. Let me introduce you myself. Myself, Samantha Uppal from grade 7th CIE, and I'm of the Praveer House. I'm from the Sanskar Valley School, Bhopal. Firstly, I would like to wish you all a very happy World Speech Day from the bottom of my heart. Today, I'm going to speak on a very interesting and serious topic: humanity at crossroads. We humans have come to the crossroads in our history. We can either destroy the world or create a good future. We have to choose between the fast economical growth or develop a new development model that can protect the environment along with the growth. We are still using extra resources more than the earth can provide us and still continue to live as if we have a planet B with us. Industrial revolution has resulted in oil spillage from ships and global warming, etc. We have urgent action is needed to mitigate climate change and protect food systems. This coronavirus pandemic is deadly. However, it has a good side too. In the lockdown of 2020, we were surprisingly able to see the Himalayan high ranges from Jalandhar, Punjab. Who would have thought that? Let me give you another example that the ozone layer is filling. A last example too, that NASA satellite says that the air pollution has significantly reduced. When I jot all these points down, I come to a final conclusion that because of humans, the ecosystem is coming to an end. And if we still continue to do so, then I'm really sorry, we all will have an end. Lastly, I would like to say that we have come to a crossroads. One side leads to despair and hopelessness, and other to self-destruction. Hope we choose the right path. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening my speech so patiently.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम मयूरी रामकिशन गोडसे है। मेरी पाठशाला का नाम जिला परिषद प्राथमिक शाला इटाई है। मैं आज आपके सामने पर्यावरण के संदर्भत एक भाषण लेकर आई हूँ। सो मैं शुरुआत करती हूँ। कट रहे हैं घने जंगल, लुप्त हो रही है प्रजातियां, प्रदूषित हो रहा है पर्यावरण, जल रही है धरती, तप रहा है आसमान, पिघल रहे हैं हिमालय। जी हाँ, यदि ऐसा ही होता रहा तो एक दिन न रहेगी प्रजाति, न बचेंगे जंगल, न होगी हरियाली और न होगी वर्षा। यदि ऐसा ही चलता रहा तो नहीं होगा जल और ना होगा जीवन और न होंगे हम, क्योंकि धरती का तापमान लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। पर्यावरण में बढ़ता प्रदूषण कैसे कर रहा है आपको प्रभावित, आइए हम बताते। दरअसल पृथ्वी के सभी प्राणी एक दूसरे से निर्भरित है, एक दूसरे पर निर्भर है तथा विश्व का प्रत्येक पदार्थ एक दूसरे से प्रभावित होता है। इसलिए भी आवश्यक हो जाता है प्रकृति की इन सभी वस्तुओं के बीच आवश्यक संतुलित को बनाए रखा जाए। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होने की स्थिति में पर्यावरण प्रदूषण, भूमि प्रदूषण, जल प्रदूषण, वायु प्रदूषण और ध्वनि प्रदूषण लगातार बढ़ रहा है। मानव और अन्य जीवों के पास ना तो लेने के लिए शुद्ध हवा है, ना तो लेने के लिए शुद्ध प्राण वायु है और ना ही स्वच्छ जल और न ही वह मृदा जिस पर हम मनुष्य अपना अनाजे उगाकर मनुष्य अपना पोषण करता है। इसलिए इसके साथ ही बढ़ रहा है मानव जीवन के प्रदूषित होने का खतरा भी। इस सब उपायों के तौर सरकार या संस्थाओं के अलावा हम भी अपने स्तर पर्यावरण का संरक्षण करना होगा ताकि प्रकृति शुद्ध और हम स्वस्थ रह सके। हालांकि ये समस्या काफी हद तक बढ़ गई है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि इसका इसका समाधान मौजूद नहीं है। हमें अपने आप पर भरोसा रखना होगा कि हम अपने ग्रह के लिए कुछ कर सके। आइए हम सब अपने आसपास या फिर अपने खेतों में पेड़ पौधे लगाएं, जिससे कि हमें शुद्ध हवा, बारिश यह सब हो जाए। आइए हम संभव तरीके से हमारी धरती माता को बचाने के लिए प्रतिज्ञा ले सके। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, मी कुमारी श्रुती राजन्ना गुर्ला, वर्ग 7, जिल्हा परिषद उच्च प्राथमिक केंद्र शाळा आसरली, तालुका शिरोंचा, जिल्हा गडचिरोली. आज जागतिक भाषण दिनाच्या निमित्ताने मी पर्यावरणातील बदल, क्लायमेट चेंज या विषयावर बोलणार आहे. रोज दिवस बदलतो, महिना बदलतो, वर्ष बदलत आहे. एवढंच नाही तर माणूसही बदलत आहे. पर्यावरणाने राहणीमान बदलत आहे. हे सर्व सकारात्मक असले तरी एक बदल आहे जो आमच्यासाठी धोकादायक आहे, तो म्हणजे पर्यावरणातील बदल, चेंजेस इन क्लायमेट. हे बदल म्हणजे आमच्यासाठी धोकादायक घटना आहे. पर्यावरणातील या होणाऱ्या बदलासाठी आहे मानव आणि फक्त मानवच या जबाबदार आहे. जल प्रदूषण, हवा प्रदूषण, मातीचे प्रदूषण, ध्वनी प्रदूषण, वृक्षांची तोड, वन्यप्राणी शिकार या आणि झपाट्याने वाढणारी लोकसंख्या ह्यामुळे आमच्या या वसुंधरेला आम्ही मरण्याकडे नेत आहोत. परंतु याविषयी कोणीही चिंतित नाही. पर्यावरणाचे रक्षण म्हणजेच आमचे रक्षण आहे. चला मग पर्यावरणाच्या नकारात्मक बदलांना थांबवूया. एकजूट, एक राष्ट्र होऊन पर्यावरण प्रेमी बनूया. आणि शेवटी आमची शाळेतले गीत, देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी, देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी. पेड़ हमें फल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें फल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें जल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें जल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, पेड़ हमें जल देते फिर क्यों उनको काटे, फिर क्यों उनको काटे. देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी, देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी. यह प्लास्टिक धरती को बंजर कर देता, यह प्लास्टिक धरती को बंजर कर देता. फिर भी मानव कोई ना इसका टेंशन लेता, फिर भी मानव कोई ना इसका टेंशन लेता, फिर भी मानव कोई ना इसका टेंशन लेता. देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी. पर्यावरण के रक्षक बनना है हम सबको, पर्यावरण के रक्षण बनना है हम सबको. हरी भरी है धरती जीवित रखना हमको, हरी भरी ये धरती जीवित रखना हमको, हरी भरी ये धरती जीवित रखना हमको. हरी भरी ये धरती जीवित रखना हमको, देखो देखो इको इको स्कूल हमारी। जय हिंद जय भारत, जय हिंद जय पर्यावरण।
नमस्कार, माझे नाव सृष्टी हरीश बिराजदार आहे. मी इयत्ता 8वी मध्ये शिकत आहे. माझ्या शाळेचे नाव श्री सिद्धेश्वर इंग्लिश मीडियम हायस्कूल आहे. आज मी जागतिक भाषण दिनानिमित्त पर्यावरण बदल या विषयावर बोलणार आहे. आज जागतिक स्तरावर प्रदूषण यामुळे पर्यावरणामध्ये होणारे बदल आणि सजीव सृष्टींवर होणारे परिणाम हाही एक गंभीर विषय आहे. याचेच परिणाम म्हणजे जागतिक तापमान बदल, बदलणारे ऋतुचक्र आणि ऱ्हास होत चाललेले जैवविविधता यासारख्या समस्या आपल्याला सामोरे जावे लागणार आहे. मानव आणि पर्यावरण यांच्यामध्ये एक अतूट नाते आहे. मानवाबरोबरच सर्व सजीव सृष्टी पर्यावरणाशी या ना त्या नात्याने जुळलेली आहे. निसर्गातील पाणी, हवा, वृक्ष, वनस्पती, जमीन, पशु पक्षी आणि मानव प्राणी यांच्या नात्यात जेव्हा नैसर्गिक समतोल असतो तेव्हा पर्यावरण संतुलित आहे असे म्हणतात. नैसर्गिक पर्यावरण हे सजीवांसाठी एक अनमोल ठेवा असल्याने तो आपण पुढील पिढ्यांसाठी जतन केले पाहिजे. ही एक गरजेची गोष्ट आहे आणि आपल्यासाठी ही खूपच अत्यंत महत्वाची जबाबदारी आहे. मानवाच्या अतिहव्यासापोटी निसर्गाचे पर्यावरणाचे ऱ्हास होत आहे आणि आपण यालाच विकास म्हणतो आहोत. परंतु आपल्याला माहित नाही की आपण विकासाच्या नाही तर विनाशाच्या मार्गावर चालत आहोत. आज आपल्या जीवनातील एक खूपच दुःखदायक गोष्ट म्हणजे निसर्ग आपल्यापासून दुरावत चालला आहे. कृत्रिम विकासामुळे माझं आणि निसर्गाचं अनमोल नातं तुटत चाललं आहे. पर्यावरणातील मानवाच्या अनियंत्रित हस्तक्षेपामुळे विविध पर्यावरणीय समस्या आज आपल्यासमोर उभ्या टाकल्या आहेत. निसर्गाचे चक्र असंतुलित होण्याला फक्त आणि फक्त मानवाचा स्वार्थ आणि बेजबाबदारपणा कारणीभूत आहे. हे आपण सगळ्यांनी लक्षात घ्यायला हवे. कारखान्यातून होणारे जलप्रदूषण आणि वायू प्रदूषण हे नवनवीन रोगांना आमंत्रण देत आहे. शहरातील वाढत्या लोकसंख्येमुळे पर्यावरणीय संतुलन अबाधित ठेवणे अवघड जात आहे. शहरात सांडपाण्याचा, घनकचऱ्याचा व प्लास्टिकचा प्रश्न गंभीर होत आहे. बिबट्यासारखे जंगली प्राणी जेव्हा थेट शहरी रस्त्यावर येतात तेव्हा पर्यावरणाचा ऱ्हास कोणत्या स्तराला जाऊन पोहोचला आहे हे लक्षात येते. औद्योगिकरण, शहरीकरण, कारखानदारी, वाहने यांच्यामुळे होणारे प्रदूषण म्हणजेच जल प्रदूषण, वायू प्रदूषण, ध्वनी प्रदूषण आणि भूमी प्रदूषण वाढते व मग पर्यावरण रक्षणासाठी प्रयत्न करणे, चळवळ सुरू करणे ही काळाची गरज आहे. आज पर्यावरण रक्षण ही काळाची गरज झाली आहे. पर्यावरणीय संतुलन साधण्याची प्रक्रिया आणि जबाबदारी प्रत्येकाची आहे. प्रत्येकाचा खरा सहभागच निसर्गचक्राला असंतुलित होण्यापासून वाचवू शकतो. झाडे लावणे, प्रदूषण रोखणे, प्लास्टिकचा वापर थांबवणे, जंगलांचे रक्षण करणे हे आपल्याच हिताचे आहे. म्हणून चला पृथ्वीला विनाशापासून वाचवूया. योग्य विचार करून पर्यावरणपूरक कृतीच आपल्याला विनाशापासून वाचवू शकते. पर्यावरण वाचवूया, मानवजातीला जगवूया. पर्यावरण वाचवूया, मानवजातीला जगवूया. सृष्टीच्या चराचराला प्रदूषणमुक्त करूया. धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार, माझे नाव अक्षरा सचिन पाटणकर आहे. माझ्या शाळेचे नाव श्री सिद्धेश्वर इंग्लिश मीडियम हायस्कूल आहे. मी इयत्ता 5वीत शिकत आहे. आज मी पर्यावरण वाचवा याबद्दल भाषण करणार आहे. तर सुरू करूया. सातत्याने वाढणाऱ्या प्रदूषणामुळे आज भारतच नव्हे तर संपूर्ण जगात पर्यावरण वाचवा ही हाक दिली जात आहे. हवा, पाणी, जमीन, वनस्पती, पशुपक्षी, माणूस असे खूप सारे घटक मिळून आपले पर्यावरण तयार होते. आपल्या भारतात माननीय पंतप्रधान यांनी पर्यावरण वाचवा देश वाचवा हे अभियान सुरू केले आहे. भारतामध्ये कोविड-19 संसर्गाच्या काळात लॉकडाऊन केल्यामुळे मुंबई, दिल्ली यासारख्या शहरांचे प्रदूषण 0% कमी झाले होते. त्याचप्रमाणे गंगा, गोदावरी यासारख्या नद्या ज्या अत्यंत प्रदूषित झालेल्या होत्या त्या स्वच्छ व नितळ होऊन वाहत आहेत. याचाच अर्थ मानवाने विकास व प्रगतीच्या नावाखाली निसर्गात प्रचंड हस्तक्षेप केल्याने प्रदूषित आणि त्याचा परिणाम पर्यावरणाचा ऱ्हास होण्यामध्ये झाला. म्हणून आज गरज आहे पर्यावरण वाचवण्याची आणि पर्यावरण वाचवण्यासाठी पर्यावरणपूरक कृती करण्याची. एक विद्यार्थी म्हणून आपण झाडे लावणे, त्यांचे संवर्धन करणे, नद्यांचे पाणी प्रदूषित होणार नाही यासाठी प्रयत्न करणे, तरच पर्यावरण वाचवा ही मोहीम सिद्ध होईल. शासन व सामाजिक संस्था पर्यावरण संवर्धनासाठी सातत्याने प्रयत्न करीत असतात. पण एक नागरिक म्हणून आपल्याला पर्यावरणाच्या प्रती पर्यावरणपूरक वर्तन केल्यास आपलं पर्यावरण अबाधित राहू शकेल. आपल्याला आपलं भविष्यकाळ स्वच्छ, सुंदर व निरोगी ठेवायचं असेल तर आजच पर्यावरण वाचवण्यासाठी महत्त्वाचे पाऊल आपल्याला टाकावे लागेल. म्हणून चला पर्यावरणाचे रक्षण करूया. नारे बोल गोठले, खळखळणारे झळे आटले, शुद्ध हवाना निर्मळ पाणी, दुष्काळाची मेघ दाटले, कत्तल झाली परंपरेची डोंगर राणी उघडी पडली, उजाड झाली अगवी सृष्टी हिरवी, मखमल हरवून गेली सिमेंटाच्या या जंगलामध्ये, नद्या हिरी तळास गेल्या, प्रदूषणाच्या विळख्यामध्ये दूषित होऊन लोप पावल्या, ऋतुचक्राचा नियम चुकला, निसर्गाचा प्रकोप झाला, कधी कोरोना कधी सुनामी, देवाचा हा विपरीत घाला, धरती माता माया आपली रक्षण तिचे करू चला, झाडे लावा प्लास्टिक बंदी थोडे नियम पाळू चला, जलाशयांची वाढ करून वनसंवर्धन करू चला, पाणी इंधन आपुली धन जपून वापर करू चला, परिसर ठेवा स्वच्छ नीटके, फळ फुलांचा बाग सजवा, तलम रेशमी शालू हिरवा, प्रकृतीला पुन्हा नेसवू. धन्यवाद.
Good morning to all. My name is Krish Raghunath Nimse and I am studying in 8th class. Today I am going to present a speech on a climate change. The gradual change of the region is the climate bring a distinct change in an environment. The usually weather condition are not seen as same, sometimes different condition of the weather we observe. The region with an average amount of rainfall receive more amount of rainfall and fewer amount of rainfall. The condition of the climate in region which were considered to be the region of the specialty are also changing. The plants and animals who survive in a particular region is facing many difficulties in their survival. The main causes of the change of climate is the global warming. The main causes which make the symptoms of the weather condition of climates in a difference of existing species. The species trying their best to survive in any kinds of conditions. The conditions of the species are trying of in a different types. The main problems of the climate change is that the climate change due to the global warming is happened because of the human beings. Deforestation in forest land areas distract change in a environment in a temperature. The permanent temperature until when the new trees are not grown. The process of the climate change is a long period. Thank you.
My name is Mamta Lugba from 10th standard. Today I am going to speak few words about climate change. Today, one of the hottest topics around the globe is climate change, which is threatening our life on Earth. Deforestation, the burning of fossil fuels, and other human activities are the most important reasons for global warming, which
Dear friends and teachers, my name is Shlok Shailesh Sakre from Vidyaniketan English School, Hingoli, and I am in 5th class. So today we are discussing about climatic conditions. The climatic conditions are the conditions that like a rainy season, winter season, summer season. This is known as a climatic condition. It changes. Like first it is rainy, the rain falls. Then after it winter comes, winter we feel so cold, and after it summer comes, we feel some hot. But today we are discussing about some more effective climatic conditions. That climatic conditions are global warming, plastics, and deforestation. So let's start. But first point is nowadays there is a spreading of COVID-19, and the doctors are telling that you have a possibility of corona if the person is sick. You have the possibility of corona. Like these doctors are depressioning them. This is the point. But you.
Greetings everyone. My name is Mishti Sharma. I am in 8G and today I'll be delivering a speech on humanity at Crossroad. Nature is limited, but population and human demands are getting unlimited. So humanity is at crossroad. Humanity is certainly at crossroad, and human beings are putting a lot of increasing pressure on the planet and destroying its resources. The contribution of population growth and economic growth, including changes in lifestyle and consumption patterns, is putting excessive demands on the environment. We are using more resources than the earth can provide us. We live as we have an extra planet at our disposals, and humanity is in denial and refuses to face the harsh reality of limits to growth. Increasing number of citizens are demanding improved environmental conditions, including fresh water, food, and security. They're concerned about environmental degradation and climate change. Do we have the will, individuality, and collectively to implement the required changes, including changes in attitude and lifestyle? Sustainable development, understood as development that meets the need of the present without compromising the availability of the future generations to meet their own needs, has to address not only environmental concerns but also issues of social and economic sustainability. What is now needed are laws that provide an incentives to conserve natural resources such as energy supplies and water, along with technology that recycles these resources. Humans are exploiting our natural resources as by any means. Since we are on this topic, we cannot ignore the point that humanity is at crossroad, also because of our wrong choices. For example, it is believed that COVID-19 has its roots in the infection, which started due to the bats that were eaten in China. Bats weren't meant to be eaten, but if we make such choices and go against nature, we have to bear the consequences. And unfortunately, this year the consequences have been global in the form of the pandemic. And our lives have come to a standstill due to it. Let me give you an example of a jar of candies. If you keep taking out candies from the jar and don't refill it, so one day the jar would get empty. The same is with our environment. So we should take care of it. Thank you.
Hello respected teachers and my dear friends. Today, I Yusuf Ghafoor is going to speak on the topic Humanity at Crossroads. Considering how humans have evolved from the Stone Age in terms of social, ecological, and technological growth, this has led to globalization, and globalization has led to exchange of various ideas, resources, and even man. We have a choice. If we move forwards, humans have great potential to make Earth like a paradise. And the second path, if you move backwards, we succumb to hate, anger, and ignorance. It's a human's illusion that economical growth will also solve all the global issues, including ecological sustainability and resource scarcity. This would be catastrophic. Global governance is required to work on this problem. All the scientists, engineers, socialists, and earth scientists should work on this problem together. The life expectancy is increasing, but the fertility.
Hi everyone, my name is Atish, son of Kirbanandan, and I'm from Malaysia. I am here today to speak a few words about humanity. Humanity is the equal of kindness, mercy, and sympathy in human beings. Humanity is trying to understand others and realize their problems with our own eyes. It means caring for others and helping the needy peoples. It also means loving and caring plants and animals. Every religion in the world tells about humanity. Humanity is the reason we all are what we are today. People who work for humanity are the happiest one. No matter which religion we belong to, we are human first. We must help each other and strive for humanity. Helping the poor, disabled, the old is the greatest humanitarian needs a person can do. We don't need to be very rich to serve humanity. A small act of kindness to someone in trouble will be of greatest help. We can give food to someone who is hungry. We can give some of our clothes to someone who very needs it. We can help a poor student in paying his fees or purchasing books. All such acts of humanity give a lot of inner happiness and satisfaction. Just enjoy life by traveling and shopping and etc. will not be meaningful. Real action to life comes when we help others and devote our life for others. In today's world, we see a lot of crimes around. We hear news of terrorist attack and wars very often. With all such injustice, it can be very easy to lose faith in humanity. But it is necessary that we play our part well and preserve the human qualities. At this point, I like to mention word of Mahatma Gandhi. He had once said, "You must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is like a ocean. If a few drops of ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty." There are so many great examples of human beings who have devoted their life for humanity. Mother Teresa is one such great person who worked for poor and helpless. We all certainly have the helping nature in us, but due to the busy schedule, we forgot that we own a lot of the society too. Let us all do our best for the humanity by helping the poor and needy. If we all do a bit from our side, world will be a better place to live. With this, I end my speech. Thank you for everyone for listening to me very patiently.
Hi, hello, my name is Shaktivil and I'm from Malaysia. My topic is the two famous humanitarians who changed history. Human history is filled with wars, injustices, famine, and many other countless tragedies. Though unfortunate, it is during the dark time that the human spirit is truly tested. So, let's enter to Mahatma Gandhi's topic. When we hear the word protest, the last thing we expect is for a peaceful life. But Mahatma Gandhi showed the world that activism also can be done without violence. Mahatma Gandhi, who born in Western India, he lived at a time when the country was under British rule. As a lawyer, he campaigned for civil rights. Through non-violence method, something that was virtually unheard of at that time. Aside of excessive taxes, he also campaigned for women's rights, religion tolerance, and national independence. To convince people to his cause, he swapped his lawyer's coats and he wore his Indian loincloth. In the winter, he only wore a traditional shawl. Both outfits became a symbol of his identification with Indian rural poor. But what really covered his name in the annals of history? The Danny Salt March. The 24 days peaceful march covered over 240 miles, sparked nationalist movements all over the country, which eventually led to the country's independence. Gandhi was also known for doing hunger strikes, which greatly affected his health. His effort sparked movements for civil rights and freedom around the world, makes him very famous and affected his health. Apart from being the first person of color to become the president of South Africa, he was also credited for ending the apartheid. For those who don't know, apartheid is a term used for racial segregation policy enforced for decades in South Africa. Throughout his terms, he worked hard to achieve national unity. After all that he has been through, he could have easily taken revenge on the injustices he suffered. Instead, he chose to adopt a policy that reconciliation. In a country turned by racial conflicts, it was the first step to heal. His word, his action have inspired and continue to inspire people from all countries and races. The end. Thank you.
A very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barnaman. I am from Kuala Lumpur, Baru. I am 13 years old. Today I am going to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic. The frontliners have suffered their lives for us. What should we do to help for the frontliners? Are we supposed to be outside, or we should be following to the SOP, Standard Operating Procedure? Although nowadays the case of the COVID-19 is more better than the past, we should still follow to the SOP. So we should also wear masks with the proper way and often wash our hands or use sanitizer. Children and the elderly are not encouraged to be outside except for important matters. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that the COVID-19 vaccine is now available in Malaysia. In order to alleviate the burden of the frontliners, we need to get the vaccine. Statistics show the lowest number in the registration of getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Finally, I would like to ask the audience to register their names in My Sejahtera so that they do not miss out on receiving the vaccine. Thank you. Stay home, stay safe.
Hi, hello, my name is Shaktivil and I'm from Malaysia. My topic is the two famous humanitarians who changed history. Human history is filled with wars, injustices, famine, and many other countless tragedies. Though unfortunate, it is during the dark time that the human spirit is truly tested. So, let's enter to Mahatma Gandhi's topic. When we hear the word protest, the last thing we expect is for a peaceful life. But Mahatma Gandhi showed the world that activism also can be done without violence. Mahatma Gandhi, who born in Western India, he lived at a time when the country was under British rule. As a lawyer, he campaigned for civil rights through non-violence method, something that was virtually unheard of at that time. Of excessive taxes, he also campaigned for women's rights, religion tolerance, and national independence. To convince people to his cause, he swapped his lawyer's coats and he wore his Indian loincloth. In the winter, he only wore a traditional shawl. Both outfits became a symbol of his identification with Indian rural poor. But what really covered his name in the annals of history? The Danny Salt March. The 24 days peaceful march covered over 240 miles, sparked nationalist movements all over the country, which eventually led to the country's independence. Gandhi was also known for doing hunger strikes, which greatly affected his health. His effort sparked movements for civil rights and freedom around the world, makes him very famous and affected his health. Apart from being the first person of color to become the president of South Africa, he was also credited for ending the apartheid. For those who don't know, apartheid is a term used for racial segregation policy enforced for decades in South Africa. Throughout his terms, he worked hard to achieve national unity. After all that he has been through, he could have easily taken revenge on the injustices he suffered. Instead, he chose to adopt a policy that reconciliation. In a country turned by racial conflicts, it was the first step to heal. His word, his action have inspired and continue to inspire people from all countries and races. The end. Thank you.
Hello, I am Devashri Shidas Dande from Equira School of Brilliance studying in class 8. And today I want to talk on a very recent topic, which is climate change. As we are observing that in summers also unpredictably the rains happen, which is not a good sign for an environment. Taking a recent example, before some months there was a lockdown, and due to the lockdown there are very few numbers of vehicles running on the road. As the few number of vehicles running on the road, there is very decrease in pollution. As the pollution decreases, obviously our weather is very good. But now as it is, there is a huge amount of pollution present in the atmosphere. As the pollution increases, there is an increasement in the CO2 level in the atmosphere. As the CO2 level increases, the temperature of the atmosphere also increases. As the temperature increases drastically, it leads to a global warming, and generally the climate change is due to the global warming. Generally, the climate of a particular place is not changed drastically. In fact, it takes many years to change the climate of a particular area. Change in the climate is affecting many natural vegetations and animals. Insufficient sunlight and rainfall is leading to the death of the plants, and insufficient food things are lead to the death of the animals. In this video today I am also going to tell you some causes and effects and precautions of climate change. Firstly, the effects of climate change. The very common effects of climate change are that raise in maximum or minimum in temperature, raise in the sea levels, higher temperature in oceans, and shrinking of glaciers, which are very common effects, and we should very
नमस्कार, माझे नाव अदिती मनोज गोखले. माझ्या शाळेचे नाव विश्वकर्मा विद्यालय. मी आता 6वी अ मध्ये शिकते. मी आज तुम्हाला पर्यावरणामध्ये होणारे बदल या विषयावर मी माझे मत मांडणार आहे. आजकाल वेगळेच वातावरण अनुभवायला येते. पावसाळ्यात सुद्धा उकाडा जाणवतो. थंडीच्या दिवसात तर कडाक्याची थंडी केव्हा आली केव्हा येणार याची स्मृती जगवावी लागते. उन्हाळा हा बारमाही असतो. आपले पर्यावरण निसर्ग नियमांचे काटेकोर पालन करण्यावर अवलंबून आहे. मनुष्य ही एक जगातील सर्वश्रेष्ठ निर्मिती आहे. योग्य अयोग्य याचा विचार करण्याची क्षमता मनुष्याकडे आहे. पृथ्वीवर सर्वात बुद्धिमान जर कोणी असेल तर तो मानव. त्यामुळे त्याने आपल्या बुद्धिमत्तेचा वापर करून पर्यावरणाकडून जसा पाहिजे तसा आपला विकास साधून घेतला, मात्र परतफेड करण्याचे साफ विसरला. मराठी शब्दभाषेतील पर्यावरण या शब्दाच्या व्याख्येनुसार सजीवांच्या नैसर्गिक परिसरास पर्यावरण असे म्हणतात. वैज्ञानिक पारिभाषिक कोशानुसार पर्यावरण या संज्ञेत वनस्पती अथवा प्राणी ज्या नैसर्गिक परिसरात जगतात, वाढतात तेथील हवा, जमीन, पाणी, इतर सजीव, पर्जन्यमान, उंची, तापमान इत्यादी सर्वांचा समावेश होतो. मराठी विश्वकोशातील व्याख्येनुसार विशिष्ट वेळेचे पर्यावरण म्हणजे शिलावरण, जलावरण, जीवावरण व वातावरण या मुख्य भूवैज्ञानिक घटकांतील सतत चालू असणाऱ्या प्रक्रिया व आंतरप्रक्रिया यांचा परिणाम होय. मराठी विश्वकोशानुसार सर्व सजीव व त्यांच्या भोवतीचे पर्यावरण एकात्मपणे परस्परशीय असतात. सजीवांना त्यांच्या जीवन संघर्षासाठी आणि उत्क्रांतीमध्ये सभोवतालच्या पर्यावरणाशी जुळवून घ्यावे लागते अथवा अनुकूल असे बदल करावे लागतात. जे सजीव आपल्यात बदल घडवून आणण्यात कमी पडतात किंवा काही कारणास्तव ते स्वतःमध्ये बदल घडवू शकत नाहीत ते नष्ट होतात. जो बदल स्वीकारतो तोच तेथे तग धरून राहू शकतो. पर्यावरण आणि मानव यांचे परस्पर संबंध नेहमी बदलत असतात. पर्यावरणाचे रक्षण करणे सर्वांची जबाबदारी आहे. पर्यावरण रक्षण प्रत्येकाचे कर्तव्य आहे. 5 जून हा जगभर पर्यावरण दिवस म्हणून साजरा होतो. आजकाल मानवाची जसजशी प्रगती होऊ लागली तसतशी मानवाची गरज वाढू लागली. आज मानव आपल्या मूलभूत गरजा व सुखसुविधा पूर्ण करण्यासाठी या पर्यावरणाला नुकसान पोहोचत आहे. तसेच आपल्या स्वार्थापायी झाडांची तोड करत आहे. त्यामुळे अन्य प्रकारचे प्रदूषण, ग्लोबल वॉर्मिंगची समस्या आणि नैसर्गिक आपत्ती यांसारख्या संकटांना सामोरे जावे लागत आहे. त्याचबरोबर कमी होत जाणारी पाण्याची पातळी, पावसाची अनियमितपणा, वाढणारा दुष्काळ इत्यादी संकटे समोर येत आहेत. त्यामुळे पर्यावरणाचे संतुलन बिघडण्यास मानवच जबाबदार आहे. धन्यवाद.
My name is Ankita Aluswani from Ananagar English School. I study in 6th B. Respected principal ma'am, teachers and my dear friends, today I would like to speak few words on climate change. Now what do you mean by climate? The average temperature of a region for a long period of time is considered to be the climate of that region, and the global warming from which we are responsible. Climate change is causing many problems in the environment. Forest fires are increasing due to dryness in the forest region, and it has not happened overnight. Climate change is either temporary or permanent, but we are facing permanent climate change due to global warming. All the species of plants and animals. But when, as the saying goes, a small drop can fill the ocean, likewise some positive attempts of humans can change the weather change, and also it is not a difficult task. For example, we can power our home with renewable energy, reduce water waste. मानव केंद्रित मानव जिम्मेदार है। वनों में गिरावट, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, पृथ्वी की सतह का निरंतर बढ़ता तापमान, पृथ्वी का सतह निरंतर बढ़ता तापमान प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को बुलाता है। पिछले कुछ दशकों में हमारे प्राकृतिक वातावरण काफी हद तक बदल गया है। और हर पल लोगों के प्रभावित रूप के लिए जन्म देते प्रमुख कारणों के रूप में माना जाता है। पारिस्थितिक संतुलन में समझना चाहिए और पर्यावरणीय आपदाओं प्रभाव को रोकने के स्वस्थ वातावरण के अस्तित्व बढ़ावा देने के लिए इस स्वाभाविक रूप से चलने के लिए आपको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। ग्रीष्म शरद बरसात है जीवन का
Good morning. I'm Srishti Vinayak Filari. I'm studying in 5th standard. I'm from Sri Siddheshwar English Medium High School, Salapur. Today I'm going to tell you about change in the climate. An atmosphere is a layer of gases surrounding a planet. The atmosphere of Earth is composed of nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and other gases. The atmosphere is help to protect or living organisms from damage by UV rays and solar winds. In nowadays, due to pollution, destroying trees, causing damage to ozone layer, as effect this atmosphere as well as the earth is damaged. Due to UV rays, the temperature of earth is increasing. This increase of temperature is called global warming. Due to increase Due to global warming, the temperature of due to global warming in the ice is getting to melted as the as from the mountains. As a result, level of seawater increases, causes flood and tsunami. Change in the climate is a very dangerous problem of whole world. The change in the temperature is that is a warning from nature to all us, the alerting aware of our behavior. If we ignore it, that this can lead it this destruction of whole world. Such examples are already there is our history. We know that such change extinction of dinosaurs. If we don't want to repeat the history, we must care of our nature. We should plant and maximum trees. We should try to remove the causes of air pollution. We must conserve the wildlife and forest. Plants are the most important part of nature. They are base of living plants. The living world. And the only solution to problem of change is climate and global warming is plantation. So we can say save trees, save earth. Thank you.
Good morning, respected principals, teachers, and my dear friends. I am Saksharish Piraza from Sri Siddheshwar English Medium High School. It is a pleasure to see you all gathered here for the discussion session. And I thank all of you for great.
My name is Sefi Arshi from St. Paul's High School. I am here to talk to you about climate change and the reason for it. Climate change is the gravest and very crucial problem which no one can ignore. It is spreading its like in India too. In the previous year, the average temperature of India has increased up to 1.1 degrees Celsius. The global warming is responsible for the climate change as it is influenced the environment badly. Global warming is definitely the single greatest environment challenge the planet Earth is facing at present. It is essential to understand the gravity of the situation. The fuel which you use in order to power your house, cars, business and more is heating up the planet faster than the expected. We are recording the hottest days and decades ever. What is alarming? That is, the temperature of the earth has climbed the highest point it ever been in the past 12,000 years. It only gets worse from here to don't stop it now for the more. Impact of global warming. As the planet is getting hotter, we need to collectively act right now instead of waiting for more. The primary causes of global warming is fossil fuels humans are addicting. Air pollution is the main source of air pollution in India and elsewhere are the mineral dust and gases, automobiles, thermal power plants and industries. Any contamination in the air may not cause many diseases and loss of the vision but can also cause acid rain which damage soil, vegetation and aquatic life of the region. The heavy use of automobiles cause pollution, the smoke from automobiles emission. This has become a serious problem in almost all the countries, developed and developing. The bad urban air pumps the eyes, damage the lung tissues and increase the level of lead and other poisons in the human body and the agricultural products. It is not known how many deaths occurred nationally because of the air pollution. Air pollution caused a massive smog in London in 1952, killing 4,000 people. Water pollution.
contamination of water from any external source that makes it harmful to life.
So what could be done about unemployment? It is important to identify the root causes of unemployment, to be in a position to define the proper remedies and the right solutions. Education has become out of touch with the modern age new skills and the prerequisites for new jobs. The education system is too archaic. It was designed to produce employees for the Industrial Revolution's era. It's a system that has become so dysfunctional that it produces the future educated yet unemployable people. Today's formal education system is about 200 years old. Industrialization changed the way we work. It precipitated the need for a universal formal schooling. Today's workforce demands did not exist during the inception of the formal education system, and therefore it is not equipped to produce the necessary skills and knowledge for today's workforce. This calls for a complete overhaul of the education system. It is fair to state that in the very near future, routine jobs will no longer be available, like accountant, basic administrative jobs, drivers will soon be a matter of history. The future jobs are those that require human creativity, correlations between facts leading to new results. This leads us to ask the question, what are the challenges to overcome for a new effective education system, one that may produce the workforce of the future? I believe that the common denominator would have to be flexibility. Flexibility in delivering and flexibility in content. Flexibility in delivering in matter of design, to be inclusive, taking into consideration that every individual is different in matter of conception of new knowledge and different in matter of being evaluated and tested. Education must not be considered as one size fits all. Number two, flexibility in matter of availability. Education must not be available to those who may come to school only, but it must be delivered to all, regardless of any other consideration. Flexibility in matter of availability also on the count of the growing disproportion between the number of educators and students. And also the flexibility in content. Flexibility in matter of using an area of teaching as opposed to a single individual subject. Each area of teaching includes subjects arranged in a logical sequence to prepare for future job assignments and real-life situations. That is, in turn, will make students to adapt and be in a position to compete for new jobs that did not exist before. Delivered in a teamwork environment that starts at an early age. Flexibility to make education a career-long journey and not an education that stops when we commence a job. Such flexibilities, namely in content and delivery, are conducive to build a successful education system. I believe that if we can design such a system, we may come to consider one day that we have a system that meets and exceeds the future workforce demands, as opposed to a 200-year-old education system that keeps producing the unemployed workforce for the future. Thanks.
नमस्कार. सर्वप्रथम विद्येची आराध्य दैवत माता सरस्वती यांना वंदन करते. कार्यक्रमात उपस्थित अध्यक्ष, प्रमुख अतिथी, गुरुजन व माझे बाल मित्रमैत्रिणींनो, 15 मार्च हा दिवस आपण जागतिक भाषा दिवस म्हणून साजरा करतो. तर हा दिवस म्हणजे आपल्या वक्तृत्वाला आत्मसन्मान मिळवून देणारा दिवस आहे. होय, आज जागतिक स्तरावर प्रदूषण ही मोठी समस्या उद्भवली आहे. क्लायमेट चेंज म्हणजे काय? क्लायमेट चेंज म्हणजे वातावरणातील बदल. आता वातावरणातील बदल म्हणजे नेमके काय? तर अति पाऊस, वाढते तापमान, वादळे, उष्ण लहरी, शीतलहरी इत्यादी वातावरणात आपल्याला बदल पाहायला मिळतात.
Is Kevin from Malaysia will present a topic with humanity crossroad. Humanity crossroad. And message on the big is believing yourself and you can do it. So this pandemic giving me opportunity for me to join the virtual work speech day and even lot of Toastmaster virtual meeting. I allowed me to meet up lots of friends from all the world. And from there, I learned my public speaking. It gave me a confidence to deliver my speech anytime, anywhere I want it. From there, I record my voice, listen, and change the mistake. Be better and better. This is the way that in Humanity Crossroad, when we face the problem, we just tell ourselves that believing yourself, never give up, and you can do it. So, I also conduct a business sharing virtual event to interview some business people for all over the world and also their background and job scope. From there, we will understand how the business people use this opportunity to survive, to try new norm. They all believe in themselves. It's a power for you to grow your confidence level and you meet your client over work by doing digital marketing. So, whatever decision you do, whatever obstacle you face, just go for it. I'm sure there will be the rainbow appear after the rain. So please push yourself towards the limit and be more passionate. However, skill that you will learn will be affect your entire life. So why not just learn a skill or learn how to present a good speech in Toastmaster? After you present a speech, there will be someone to guide you and tell you which mistake you have and how to correct on it. So it's wow and why I joined World Speech Day to make international friend with one objective to improve my public speaking. I believe I can do it. I believe my story on how am I going to believe myself and how I finish my pathway and even how I learn my public speaking, how my confidence level onto whatever I wish to do to improve myself will affect those next generation, as we will be there and guide them to make them more strong.
Give Yourself Grace by Timothy Galloway. When we plant a rose seed in the earth, we notice that it is small, but we do not criticize it as rootless or stemless. We treat it as a seed, giving it the water and nourishment required of a seed. When it first shoots up out of the earth, we do not condemn it as immature or underdeveloped, nor do we criticize the buds for not being open when they appear. We stand in wonder at the process taking place and give the plant the care it needs at each stage of its development. The rose is a rose from the time it is a seed to the time it dies. Within it, at all times, it contains its whole potential. It seems to be constantly in the process of change, yet at each state, at each moment, it is perfectly all right as it is. Lochani, Molweni, Dumelang, hello. My name is Letabolaka Gumete, and this poem is my submission for World Speech Day 2021. I am the founder, facilitator, and teacher of an educational initiative called Empowering the Art. Empowering the Arts is a multidisciplinary educational initiative that aims to empower cultural workers within their communities through socio-digital campaigns. With this work, my mission is simple, and that is to educate. When I was first invited by Simon Gibson, the founder of World Speech Day, to present a speech, I was truly humbled by this opportunity. However, when I read into the details and discovered that there is a 5 to 10 minute time to present the speeches, I was torn. Now, for someone who really enjoys to conversate and to sit in conversation with other people, 3 to 5 minutes can really feel like a grain of sand in an ocean of time. Nevertheless, after much deep and contemplative thought, and with a mindful eye on the clock, allow me to expand on why I chose the poem Give Yourself Grace by Timothy Galloway as an offering towards capturing what humanity's at a crossroads looks like for me and how I navigate that within my space. First, in my work, one of the projects to come out of Empowering the Arts is a curriculum development project titled Welcome to We. The we in Welcome to We refers to the curators, gallery assistants, museum educators, healers, and other cultural representatives within any given community of people. Working with these people is what truly hydrates and recharges my humanity. Now, without giving too much away, there's a famous Nina Simone quote that succinctly captures the work that we do. It goes as follows: the duty of an artist is to express and reflect the times in which we live in. And so, exercising my passion with patience in this very historically and emotionally taxing field of the arts, the need for introspection and a reckoning with the self in 2021 has never been more crucial. I, as the facilitator of these conversations, learn so much in the process. And because of this, I recognize that I too still have a lot to learn. In our homes, we find that the COVID-19 pandemic has undone and rewired our notions of home. And so for me, new definitions of self-care have inspired a militant and unapologetic form of self-love. To quote Audre Lorde, Caring for myself is not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. So, to end, let us be clear. Let us be clear. Chaos is not new in the world. And as this pandemic has brought us closer to ourselves and to our communities by way of lockdown restrictions, curfews, or in a more harrowing way, being retrenched, let us remember that we too are like roses. So, wherever you are, even if it's in the germinating stages of your life where you're still trying to figure out what the next move looks like, or if you're fully in bloom and standing in your glory, always remember to give yourself and those around you the highest and most sincere form of grace. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this Association of Speakers Club's event as part of World Speech Day Live 2021. The Association of Speakers Clubs is a UK-wide voluntary amateur group of clubs where people come to develop their public speaking skills and confidence among friends. We partnered up with World Speech Day a couple of years ago now as an opportunity and as a way of highlighting the huge range of benefits that people can get from among friends, from being around other people while they learn the skills and abilities and confidence from public speaking, from practicing communication with a supportive audience. And I know that you're going to be just as supportive an audience for us, and we have a fantastic event for you today. We've brought together 3 of the most exciting, talented speakers from the association, and I'm going to introduce them to you now. First off, we have the National Secretary of the ASC, Michael Cox, who's going to give a speech called Timeless, which is an exploration of where we were and where we are today. Then we have our National Vice President, Ramana Sundara, who is a former National Speech Contest winner, and he's going to give us his speech, Silver Tsunami, which is about people's apprehensions and assumptions about old age. And finally, we have Nerys Jones, a lover of animals from Cardiff in Wales. She's the president of the club in Cardiff, and she is our current National Evaluation Contest winner. She's going to give us a speech called, Are You a Buzzkill? And in her own words, the subject is, we need to save the bees. 3 fantastic speakers lined up for you on this Association of Speakers Clubs event that is part of World Speech Day Live. We are very proud to take part in this event today. And so without further ado, can I introduce you to our first speaker, Michael Cox, with his speech Timeless, an exploration of where we were and where we are today. With his speech Timeless, will you please welcome Michael Cox.
Chair, speakers, and guests. This evening, I'm going to talk to you about things that I think are timeless, will become timeless, and really ought to be considered timeless. I'm going to dive headfirst into the worlds of culture, film, literature, and music, and make a point about what the future holds for us. Who remembers Barbara Windsor in the Carry On films? When Babs bared all and left nothing to the imagination, these weird and wacky films shot up to cultural notoriety as people of all ages flocked en masse to the cinema to catch a glimpse of what was a daring phenomenon. When films are made today, what do they look like? Well, take a look at the Sunday Times bestsellers list, and the new Hollywood slate looks strangely familiar. We've lost that zap, that bounce and style. Gone is the glam and the magic of watching a new, bold story unfurl before your eyes. As we sit back into our not so comfortable cinema style seats to watch adaptations, recycled TV shows, and of course, spin-offs. When audiences gawped and gasped at old Babs, they were enthralled, entranced into what they knew was cinematic history being written, made right before their eyes. A timeless entry into that wonderful and nutty genre of British 70s and 80s comedies. Some things we used to watch on the box have only become timeless because history has sadly caught up with them. I'm sure you'll remember Are You Being Served? That 70s sitcom that packed a punch with Mrs. Slocum's pussy, racy dialogue, and relics of a time gone by. Not to mention that walk from Mr. Humphreys as he pranced about merrily the shop floor. But I look at today and see how VHS has gone bust. Debenhams have shut their doors, and House of Fraser flails around desperately trying to tread water in a world where things have moved on, habits have died hard, and time has gone by. What is a timeless classic these days? I've got to be honest, I was a massive snob when I was younger at primary school. For some reason, the world of Harry Potter seemed pathetic as I sauntered around school, hugging books with Poirot and Sherlock Holmes in my intellectual superiority. But the first time I read about owls, flying motorcycles, wizards, and wands, I became totally hooked. Never mind this vaping business or NOS canisters lying around, I was addicted to J.K. Rowling's mighty tomes, and I used to lie awake at night, all through the cover of darkness, with my phone's torch shining the pages as I read all about Harry's adventures. That's a modern classic right there, a book that rightfully has become timeless. And of course, there's culture. Let me take you down the streets of London in the 70s, where the women walked around with big beehives and bouffants. My hair's doing a pretty good job at modelling that, in giant platform shoes. And everyone still smoked and drank too much because they were living their best lives. A bygone age, a time in our lives where anything was possible, and we could see the awe-inspiring majesty of space from the comfort of our sitting rooms. In 2019 to 21, were the COVID years and are the COVID years, then what on earth happened in 2016? No, I don't mean the B word. I mean the tragic deaths of superstars, actors, musicians, novelists, those who've made a lasting impression on us and our children, and I'm sure our children's children. Alan Rickman, Harper Lee, Carrie Fisher, Leonard Cohen, George Michael, and David Bowie. All gone, all souls departed. But they stay with us. Their impact is timeless and their lives are forever entwined in ours. Whether it's zooming spaceships on Star Wars with Han Solo flying away, the moral righteousness of Atticus Finch in the courtroom, the mournful chords of the Hallelujah Ballad, and the spectacle of Bowie and Queen belting out under pressure to head-waving, arm-swaying legions of fans and followers. So we've reminisced about the Carry On films, Are You Being Served?, Harry Potter, and David Bowie. We've jumped into hyperspace and gone to the Death Star and back. Now we're thrusting ourselves into the comforting arms of escapism as we deal with many a dilemma in our own lives in this increasingly uncertain and unfamiliar world. But as we come out of lockdown, and as Captain Tom would say, things will get better and the sun will shine again. Let's remember the old favourites, the much-loved films, the tunes on the radio that saw you spring out of your seat and dance the night away. The timeless classics. Let them stay in our thoughts, our fizzing imaginations, and our magical minds as a reminder of what can and will stand the test of time.
Thank you very much for your speech, Michael. I can't think of another time where it has been more important to reflect on what has been and where we are now. And that reflection should give us pause, especially when thinking about how we interact with things, because this, for all its challenges, this is a time when we can think about doing things in a new way, when we might be returning to something that we've had before once we pass this COVID age, but we don't have to return to everything that we've done. And perhaps this is the time when, on reflection, we can let go of some of our assumptions. And our next speaker, Dr. Ramana Sundara, with his speech Silver Tsunami, is going to speak about that on the topic of old age. So on the subject of people's apprehensions and assumptions about old age, with his speech Silver Tsunami, can you please welcome Dr. Ramana Sundara.
Chair, speakers, and guests. When candles cost more than the birthday cake, you know the feeling. I reached an age where looking in the mirror is like checking the news. There will be some new developments which I won't like. My mind says I am in my 20s, but my body says, yeah, you wish. By now, you know what I'm speaking about. Old age. Old age catches every one of us eventually, including the Queen. There have been 14 million baby boomers who are marching towards their 65th birthday in the United Kingdom. The first one has already reached the destination in 2014. 1 in 6 people in this country are 65 years or over. In 20 years' time, it will be 1 in 4. The arrival of the silver tsunami is a real one. The government, National Health Service, younger generation, pension schemes, they have been staring at them with their deep-seated assumptions. The first assumption is older people only represent the cost. The second assumption is they are always backward looking, very resistant to change. The other assumption is they are the passive recipients of all the services that government chooses to provide them. Ladies and gentlemen, the humanity is at a crossroads. Throughout the history, people feared about aging. They laughed at it, cried about it, defied it, accepted it, written about it. Old age is like reflecting on your past and thinking about your future, eventually facing the mortality. When I reflected on my own past, my life was like a journey along an unmarked road towards an unknown destination. When I was a child, Burger King was still very young prince. Life was indeed beautiful when apple and blackberry were just fruits. The world has changed since then while I was busy making my own plans. These are the times of fast foods and very slow digestion. And we have the technology to go all over towards the moon and come back. Now we are struggling to cross the street to greet our new neighbor. What a change. How did our brains and bodies cope with such a transformation? Around 80 years ago, Harvard University started adult development study, asking two simple questions to all the participants. What keeps us happy and healthy? Secondly, if we were to invest now for our future best for ourselves, where would we keep our energy and money and all the things? Most of the participants, as you expected, said their life goal was to become rich or famous. The study tracked every one of the participants of 724 year after year, asking about their work, home lives, health, and relationships, etc. The message was very clear on this ongoing study. Good relationships keep us happy and healthy. Why is it so difficult to understand and so easy to ignore? It is not the number of years in your life that counts. It is the life in those years that is important. Age catches us when we least expect. But old age is not that bad when you compare to the alternative. The secret of the life, ladies and gentlemen, is to keep breathing and wake up every morning. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let the old age knock you down. It is very hard to get back up. Happy aging.
Thank you, Ramana, for your speech. That was really good. And I can certainly empathize when you say that people worry about aging, although this happened when I was 18, you know? So at least I can drop that worry since this is already there. Ramana's speech was about the apprehensions and assumptions about old age. Michael's was about reflecting on our journey. But after reflection and after gaining new knowledge, well, the next thing that comes if we want to achieve change when humanity is at a crossroads is action. And our next speaker is all about enthusiastic presentation and lots of action. And I'm sure that's what we can look forward to in Neris's presentation. So this is President of Cardiff Speakers Club, Neris Jones, with Are You a Buzzkill? Which, in her own words, when I asked her, the subject was, we need to save the bees. So with Are You a Buzzkill? Can we please welcome Neris Jones?
Chair, speakers and guests, what bugs you? What makes you flap? What sends you screaming for the hills? A scary spider? A shocker horror film? Or perhaps poor punctuation? What about when you're chilling in the garden on a warm summer's evening, blue sky, the smell of fresh cut grass, you're sitting in your new swanky deck chair with a good book and an ice-cold beverage, and you hear the dreaded sound. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. So you give yourself the automatic pep talk, don't move, stay still, you're bigger than him. Yeah, you're a giant. He's more afraid of you than you are of him, and you try not to spill your drink, but the little fella invades your personal space and panic sets in. The inevitable happens. Ah! Yes, bees. They make me flap. They send me screaming for the hill. They absolutely terrify me. But what terrifies me more is that bees are dying, being murdered every day. Bees need saving. We need to save them. And I'm going to tell you why. Bees are wonderful. Bees have been thriving for 50 million years and have been an important part of mankind's development. Beeswax was used by the Stone Age man. Egyptian hieroglyphics show that beekeeping was a state-sponsored activity, and honey was the only form of sweetness in ancient times. And look how popular the bee is in our culture. Charles Dickens named a character Mr. Bumble in Oliver Twist. Muhammad Ali goaded his opponent by saying, "Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee." And even Chaucer coined the phrase, "as busy as a bee." And why are they so busy? Well, bees effectively fly twice around the planet to make 1 jar of golden honey. With 1 million neurons to recognize faces, count landmarks and electrical fields, they are smarter than your modern satellite navigation system. With speeds of 15 miles per hour, they can travel up to 5 miles in any one day. They can visit up to 100 flowers in one trip and make up to 10 of these trips every day. Whew, busy indeed. And that's not all. Bees pollinate 3/4 of the crop species that feed 90% of the world's population. They are the world's most important pollinator. So let's have a high five for the bees, because they are wonderful and we need to save the bees. We need them. I'm not pulling your leg now. We need them. Do you like jam on your toast? Do you like fresh vegetables? Do you like tomatoes? All of this was brought to you from bees. It's tempting to think that bees just provide us with honey, but in fact, they are behind so much more of the food we eat. Life without bees would be very boring, very dull indeed. Wait for it. There would be no, now this is going to sting, no coffee. Yikes! Bees are a sign of how healthy our environment is. By pollinating, bees are basically on one great big floral shopping trip, making their own food. They create their own antibiotics to keep their family healthy. And we are the lucky ones who have beautiful flowers and tasty food as a byproduct. It has been estimated by researchers that the human race would survive 4 years without them. So yes, we need to save the bees because we need them. We are to blame. We are killers. Battling it out against climate change and loss of natural habitat due to human ignorance and meddling, bees are up against another human killing. Pesticides. Bees have been in decline since World War II because we changed our farming to mass crop fields and started using synthetic fertilizers. In 50 years, there's been a 300% increase in crops. We have systematically eliminated plants for bee survival on a mass scale. Then, the fields the bees do use, we've sprayed with poison that they ingest. These poisons infiltrate the hive and subsequently murder the entire family. In less than 50 years, the UK has lost 17 species of bee, and a further 35 are considered under threat of extinction. There is now overwhelming scientific evidence that these pesticides kill bees. So yes, we need to save them because we are to blame. I hive a dream that society will do better to help save the bees, that society will now start saving them because they are wonderful, because we need them, because we are to blame. Let's be positive. What can we do to save the bees? Oh, there's lots we can do. Sign those petitions that fight against the pesticides. Ditch the chemical weed killer for an eco-friendly alternative. Plant flowers, lavenders, herbs. Plant them on your doorstep, in small pots, in big pots, by a stream, by a pond. In your front lawn or your back lawn, leave a patch of wild grass to grow somewhere. If you see a bee struggling for life, give the little fella some water with sugar in it for energy. And definitely do not pick buttercups and dandelions. They're first food of the year. I hive a dream that you will do better to save the bees. Don't be a buzzkill. If you would be so humble to join me, plant seeds instead. One small act. So the big question, can you be bothered to save the bees? No. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Thank you very much for your speech, Neris. Let me see. That was unbelievable. See, you're not the only one that can do terrible puns. I hope from the last three speeches, you've gotten a flavor of what everything is, what everything we do is about in Speakers Club, because every presenter here has started at the same place. They've walked through the doors of a Speakers Club and they've been nervous, they've not known what to expect, and they've been right at the start of a long journey of building up their skills and confidence towards becoming a better speaker, a better presenter, and a better leader. And being part of World Speech Day Live and being partnered to World Speech Day gives us the opportunity to share that celebration of speaking and that belief that speeches can change the world. But to offer our final thoughts as part of this Association of Speakers Clubs event, as part of World Speech Day Live, I'd now like to hand you over to our National President, Catherine Williamson. Can you please welcome Catherine Williamson?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, fellow speakers. Well, in his preamble, Tom promised an opportunity for you to see how we develop confidence and how we support and mentor our speakers, all within the context of friendship. Now, humanity might be heading towards the crossroads, but we're still going to need to communicate, we're still going to need to support each other, and we're still going to need our friends. And we have got an incredible community within our association, and we've given you an opportunity to wistfully consider those old 70s sitcoms. Mrs. Slocum, we'll leave it there. Romana's given us the idea of what might be in store for us in the Silver Tsunami. And Nez has rallied us into what we can do to save the bees. Well, we're probably entering into the territory of Star Trek soon. And in the words of Spock, let me leave you with, live long and prosper. And from the Association of Speakers Club, Hive 5.
Close to 4,000 years ago, the Mayan people dominated Mesoamerica. Although the Mayan civilization fell to memory in history, its potent prophecies and eschatological ideology has granted them immortality, even some thousands of years later in the 21st century. According to the Mayan, the year 2012 was marked as the end of the Mesoamerican long calendar. Since then, this date has been interpreted as the gateway between past and future stages of human existence. The Mayans' calendar and the subsequent eschatological ideologies are not without some truth. The 21st century is indeed one that, according to astrology, the science of the stars, will bear great enlightenment for the individual and humanity as a collective. We are, as a species, a member of the planet Earth and our own communities, at a precipice which has been written in the stars and history for longer than we have known memory. Humanity is spiritually and physically at a crossroads. Which direction we choose have not yet come to fruition. Dr. Joe Dispenza, a leading scientist in the convergence between ancient civilizations and modern sciences of neurology and neuroscience, describes this period of time as an initiation and an extreme time. He writes that these extremes are both a reflection of old consciousness that can no longer survive and a future consciousness in which planet Earth herself and all of us on Earth are transforming. The age of Aquarius, of which astrologers have narrowed to the beginning of the 21st century, will be defined as a move away from individualism to community and power and freedom to individuals away from restrictive social modes of existence. There are many questions that have yet to be answered and many questions yet to be asked. Could this new age of humanity mark the entrance to a more sustainable, healthy, happy, and selfless human community? What would be the alternative if we did not actively pursue this age of community and compassion? Are these changes measurable? Are we working towards our own definitions of being good global citizens and collective enlightenment? If we take enlightenment and our growing collectivism, compassion, and freedom to be tied to indicators such as the elimination of poverty, reduction in environmental degradation, amongst other indicators, then perhaps the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations members would be the most appropriate quantifier for our awakening into the age of enlightenment. These 17 goals cover social, economic, and environmental indicators of sustainable development such as poverty, renewable energy, water, gender, equality, partnership, and more. The United Nations Development Agency, who is largely responsible for achieving these goals, has set 2030 as their deadline. That is less than 9 years away. According to the UN 2020 SDG report, in 2019, the global rate of poverty was 8.2%. Almost 1 in 10 people still live in poverty. To make matters worse, this was prior to the global pandemic, and the UN 2020 report predicts that the pandemic will reverse declines in poverty rates for the first time since 1998. I am an optimist in every sense, often at times naive in my faith and perhaps delusional, but I cannot envision any reality of humanity in which poverty ceases to exist in the course of 9 years, even more so without radical reorganization and metamorphosis on individual levels and as communities. Characteristic of millennials and zoomers is an anxiety attached to the trajectory of the instant, global, and webbed world we live in. This is not to say that those who have more experience on the earth have not or do not care for their world, but others like myself have never known anything but this age of information always at our fingertips. It's not enough to give to charity or donate for us. Instead, we have to seek affirmative, lasting change, root out the source of poverty ourselves, send ourselves backpacking just to unload some of the guilt, anxiety, and worry for our world. However, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals do offer some peace of mind. They are perhaps overconfident in their targets, but they are demonstrative of large-scale commitment efforts to improve the quality of life for people and other living beings on the planet. Affirmative actions such as these goals that are not only working to benefit so many people, but also examples of the collective working as one. Such an organisation created to better the lives of others suggests that perhaps this age of compassion, community, and freedom may truly be on the horizon. I hope that those with the privilege and authority to change and make changes will do so and make the needed monumental, global, and paramount differences. Even more, I hope that each of us, however small or grassroots-based, continues to share, create, project, protect, prevail, and empathise, and support ourselves and others. I hope that we do not falter along at the growing expense of others less fortunate. It's easy to say have faith and be patient, when many of us will only see through rose-tinted glasses the consequences of a minority's choices on the majority. We are at a fork in an aged river. At the fork are two possible paths. One path is known but whole. The other path is known and crumbling. The anxious zoomer in me very much hopes that we will turn to this new age where priorities realign to what truly matters and empowers people.
Hi, welcome to World Speech Day 2021, Humanity at the Crossroads. I think it's time for me to say that we need to reconcile humanity with nature. Why? Because this year, we face so many problems like climate change, economic crisis, and COVID-19. I feel sad and hopeless at the same time, looking at our current situation, realizing that we are living in a dying world. Due largely to human activity which alter almost 3/4 of the Earth's land and 2/3 of the marine environments, this planet is battered not only by climate emergency but also biodiversity crisis. A recent UN report on biodiversity estimates the global rate of species extinctions is currently tens to hundreds of times higher than it is average. However, they get that. And then, In 2020, COVID-19 came along. It's such a nightmare for us. This pandemic has taken the lives of hundreds of thousands of people throughout the world. Everyone suffering from this pandemic. It has led to a dramatic loss of human life and unprecedented challenge to public health and world war. Tens of millions of people are at risk of falling into extreme poverty because the majority lack social protection and access to quality health care and have lost the productivity asset. This economic crisis has pushed our natural environment beyond the safety zone. And finally, we're beginning to understand that the more we put pressure on nature, the more it impacting us. From Australia, worst wildfire, Indonesia burning forests and floods, and earthquake in Japan is critically that nature is trying to tell us that we were on track to experience devastating damage on our environment. If we do not act now, the ecosystem which we depend for our lives will collapse. Let's unite for our world to make it a better place for ours and for our children's. It's not about me. It's all about us. Let's make it a better place. Thank you.
Hello, colleagues around the globe and dear friends. A very warm welcome from Kuwait. I'm Rana Khan from Algonquin College. I'm an instructor in English language and business. I would like to share some of my thoughts on the current scenario in the world today. Humanity is indeed at the crossroads. Who would have thought in the beginning of 2020 that we would still be online with no clear idea or clue where we are headed? It all started in the month of February for us. The news of the pandemic that was engulfing the entire globe scared us. In the ensuing weeks, travel restrictions were imposed, schools and colleges shut down, and the whole world came to a grinding halt. Some international students were able to return home, but not all had the means or desire to do so. Some were stuck wherever they were, with little or no means to sustain. Embassies and consulates around the world shut down their doors and canceled all basic operations. Mobility was and still is in suspended animation. The pandemic, the disruption that it has caused is unfathomable. And the discrimination it has stirred is alarming. It stoked racist attempts of defining COVID-19 as an Asian virus. The digital divide became wider and wider, and much known, with online learning becoming the only resort to continued learning. It brought to the light the fact that there still exists a huge divide between the haves and the have-nots. There was even a point where it became more important to attend to basic human needs, as many lost their jobs owing to global economic halt. We have had to reorient ourselves to a completely new ethos where people we worked with and for started implementing policies and practices that go against everything that we believe in. This pandemic not only limits our ability to explore different cultures, but also prevents us from even leaving our homes, which threatens to usher a new era of cultural isolation and stagnation. Yet, our survival through the pandemic is a testament to just how resilient the human race is and how fundamental education is, that the catastrophic events that have seemed to pose the greatest threat have instead brought about a renewed engagement within the field. We are still strong as an international community, and in fact, technology has brought us closer than ever and helped us in being more sensitive to each other's needs. In fact, it has shown us that we can come together despite the threats from the pandemics and calamities. It is time to understand that we have to stand together as a global community, face this threat by breaking boundaries of language, religion, and race to preserve human values that make us so unique from other creations on earth. Educators have a role to play in facing this massive challenge. They are the harbingers of knowledge and should step forward in helping the world to face this human catastrophe and bring the world together by teaching good values that support in the sustenance of our human race. We must develop mechanisms that make us less vulnerable to the winds of change. We must devise means to provide more equitable and inclusive means for education. And we must continue to come together to solve global problems, even when the world politics, economics, and pandemics threaten to pull us apart. And we must embrace our responsibility to produce knowledge collectively, transnationally, and equitably for future generations and crossroads to come. Thank you so much for your time and listening to me.
Hola, buenas tardes, gente. En primer lugar, saludaros y agradecer a todo el mundo que me pueda llegar a escuchar. Y bueno, me comentó una amiga que estaba iniciándose un proyecto de hacer una especie de charlita. Y bueno, pues voy a ello. Mi nombre es Gustavo, tengo 51 años según mi documento de identidad. Y soy un tipo muy equilibrado en términos generales y un hedonista. Convencido además. O sea, sobre todo trato de mantenerme en un estado de resiliencia la mayor parte del tiempo y eso me lleva a analizar mucho las cosas, ¿no? Y bueno, pues dicho esto, vamos a entrar en materia. Les vengo a hablar de las relaciones sentimentales, un tema harto arduo y complicado. Pero bueno, tengo un tema bastante recurrente en mis pensamientos, que es las relaciones de pareja, la forma en la que interactuamos, ¿no? Desde hace ya pues, cientos de años, ¿no? Y me da la sensación de que se ha evolucionado muy poco, o nada, en este sentido, ¿no? No a la velocidad que lo ha hecho el resto de las cosas, ¿no? Pienso, y lo confirman los datos estadísticos, que no somos conscientes de que el modelo de siempre está un poco caduco y con los tiempos que vivimos pues no está actualizado, ¿no? Ya que desde que entró Internet pues se introduce en nuestras vidas y con la facilidad que nos plantea conocer a la gente, ¿no? A gran parte del mundo, pues nos podemos relacionar pues eso, con millones de personas, ¿no? En mi opinión, ha marcado un antes y un después. Eso es indudable. En relación a las parejas y su durabilidad y estabilidad. Me parece que existen demasiados condicionantes para sobrellevar una relación convencional al uso, tales como el empoderamiento de la mujer, su independencia económica, que afortunadamente va llegando de forma lamentablemente más pausada de lo que quisiéramos, pero es un hecho, ¿no? Y muchos más factores de distracción entre lo que estábamos comentando. En mi opinión, se debería acontecer cambios en la forma de entender una relación y actualizarnos a este presente que vivimos, ¿no? Que está muy, muy alejado de lo que era pues años atrás, las relaciones de nuestros padres, de nuestros abuelos. No se puede comparar, ¿no? No hay parangón. Entonces, no sé realmente en qué forma y manera, esto sería otra conversación y otro tema de ver cómo se haría, pero sí necesaria. Bueno, pues espero no haber ofendido a nadie, ante todo, y que os haya gustado mi reflexión. Hasta la próxima.
Buenos días a todos desde mi magnífica ciudad, Murcia, España. Me voy a quitar un segundo esto, que bueno, es lo que nos toca ahora vivir a todos, el tema de la mascarilla. Pero bueno, quería hacer este pequeño discurso así, pero sobre todo un homenaje, ¿no?, al Día Internacional de la Oratoria, para ver que también, bueno, se puede comunicar, aunque sea con mascarilla. Voy a ponérmela por si acaso. Bueno, como os decía, ¿a quién no le gustaría vivir en una magnífica ciudad como la mía? Yo creo que cada uno tiene sus países. Que mirar la fecha que estamos hoy, a 4 de marzo, y hace un sol de justicia en esta gran ciudad. Y bueno, ¿qué explicaros? ¿Qué comunicar? Al final la comunicación no deja de ser también emoción, sobre todo. O sea, es una manera de comunicar que es técnicamente una manera de comunicar desde el corazón. Yo intento comunicar en mis presentaciones y yo me dedico al mundo de la belleza. Y la belleza, obviamente, es mucho también de imagen, pero sobre todo de emoción, de cómo proyectamos esa imagen. Nosotros, por ejemplo, yo tengo un centro de belleza, tratamos el tema técnico del tratamiento desde el punto de vista de las emociones, de la experiencia del cliente. Yo siempre quiero que una persona tenga una experiencia, aunque sea donde sea. Si estás paseando con una avenida como esta tan preciosa, una exposición de limones, la Murcia es la tierra del limón, también que sea toda una experiencia. Una experiencia puede ser tomar un vino con unos amigos, puede ser una experiencia, tomarte un bocadillo en una montaña, es una experiencia, mirar el mar, mirar un árbol, todo es una experiencia. Y la experiencia hay que saber sacar el jugo en ese momento. Y tanto hablamos últimamente en lo de mindfulness, el aquí y ahora. El aquí y ahora es vivir el presente, no hay que vivir el futuro, porque el futuro no se ha vivido todavía. Y el pasado no hay que anclarse en el pasado para no tener ningún apego anterior. Sobre todo a la manera de comunicar, y todos que comunicáis también, que yo no soy nada comunicador. En ese aspecto quizás transmito, ¿vale? Transmito y obviamente desde las pantallas, desde la mirada, hay técnicas, pero las técnicas no deja de ser que tengan lo que se llama el feeling, ¿no? Con el interlocutor. Y que lo que digas sea elocuente con tu manera de estar, el posicionamiento, las manos. Sabes que es muy importante trabajar con las manos. Lo que pasa es que aquí en este tipo de vídeos nos vemos, ¿vale? Pero bueno, os lo grabo así también porque también me vale para History. Entonces, lo que quería deciros es eso, que cuando comuniquéis desde aquí, o aquí, desde el corazón. Así vuestros interlocutores captarán muchísimo mejor la idea y les será muchísimo más fácil. Es como un aprendizaje, es como un niño. Los niños son vírgenes en todo y al final se hacen a nosotros, y cuando se hacen a nosotros, a los demás, no dejamos de cargarle unas mochilas que se dicen, ¿no? O cargarles con unos pensamientos limitantes que no son suyos, según el contexto también donde estemos. Por ejemplo, si yo vivo en un término rural, con unas connotaciones religiosas X, políticas X, etcétera, pues mi vida va a ir en torno a eso y voy a pensar que no hay nada mejor que eso, porque no conozco otra cosa más que eso. Por lo tanto, es súper sabio. Una de las cosas más bonitas del mundo es viajar. Por lo tanto, aquí está gente de todo el mundo. Viajar es lo que más nutre al ser humano, porque es el mayor aprendizaje que tiene. Porque tú puedes leer un libro muy bien, técnicamente tú te lo lees, perfecto, pero cuando viajas, cuando tienes contacto con otras personas, es cuando de verdad aprendes de ese tipo de cultura y aprendes a relacionarte incluso contigo mismo. Hay gente que no sabe relacionarse consigo mismo, ni sabe que su mejor amigo es el propio. Por lo tanto, un besazo a todos. Me quito esto un segundo, mejor dicho, y buen día de Mundial de la Oratoria. Un abrazo. Chao.
If we don't show humanity, then what would be the difference between us and animals? Greetings to one and all present here. Today, I, Kanav Modi of Class 8G, is going to share my thoughts on the topic humanity at crossroads. Humanity is like a tradition being followed since the first humans came on the earth. During the COVID pandemic, when many poor people and migrants suffered, we tried our level best to help them. Even famous celebrities like Sonu Sood and Salman Khan extended their hand in helping them. But nowadays, only humans can be seen, but very less humanity. We all are causing harm to each other, either physically or mentally. Everyone has forgotten that there are other creatures also living on this planet. Daily, there is a political or social fight on the internet. Everyone has forgotten that there's a thing called mercy. Please, everyone. Humanity is at crossroads. We have to take a crucial decision right now. If we do not stop fighting, slowly no humanity will be left and our pleasant world will become a living hell. I plead you all that let's all pledge today at this moment that we will show respect to each and every human, irrespective of caste, gender, or religion. We will all show mercy to each other. Thank you.
World Speech Day 2021 comes at a pivotal time in our history. Over the last year or 18 months, our world has undergone a radical transformation, and this has severe implications for the way that we communicate. Technology has emerged that we've had to become familiar with. We've had to alter the way that we communicate and the way that we work, and that brings with it new anxieties and new challenges. I used to be terrified of public speaking as a teenager and early in my career. I really struggled to open my mouth and to say what it was I wanted to say. I was anxious about what people would think of me. I was terrified about speaking to people that I didn't know, and I really started to suffer in my personal and professional relationships. I arrived at a point where I recognized that everything in my life was going to be substandard unless I could learn to communicate with people. My career, family life, marriage, relationships would all struggle and be in jeopardy if I couldn't learn to communicate what I really meant, what I really wanted to say. I joined Toastmasters International 5 years ago and the Professional Speaking Association 2 years ago. Those organizations, the people within them, and the experiences I've had have transformed my life and have given me the insight and the opportunity to learn what effective speaking really is. If you can start from somewhere like I was, and you can get to a point where I am now, where I'm comfortable communicating with groups of people and crowds of people and using online technologies to further my message, then you can do it too. World Speech Day 2021 might well mark the time for you where you can start to think about what your communication looks like now and what you want it to look like in the future. The world has changed and we need to change with it. If we've been anxious to speak before, anxious to use technology, anxious to speak up and stand out and secure the results that we want for ourselves, for our businesses, and for our confidence, then now is the time to think about making that change. And it can be done with relatively simple steps. Find somebody around you who knows a bit more about speaking than you do. Find someone you admire and ask them a question. Get a professional speaker or a coach or a mentor to work with you and help you improve your speaking. By investing in yourself, you're giving yourself more opportunity to succeed. It takes belief, it takes faith, and it takes courage. Those are all things that I've had to invest in my own journey, and I now coach other people to invest in theirs. The power of speaking is there for everybody to unlock. Great speakers are not born, they are made. That doesn't mean to say that everybody's going to be a world-class speaker, but what it does mean is that there is untapped potential inside you. What I invite you to do is think about what you want most from your relationships, personal and professional, and it's almost certain that speaking is going to be part of getting you what you want in your life. Speaking is also one of the greatest fears that people have. I know because I used to feel it, but I have got to a point in my own journey now where I don't feel as anxious as I used to. I still get apprehensive about new experiences. I want to do well, but I'm not terrified anymore. And if I can do that, then you can do too. Make this day, World Speech Day 2021, the day that you resolve to unlock the power of speaking and spoken communication in your own life to help you get to where you want to be, both personally and professionally. And I wish you the best of luck as you do.
Screen Time, a guide for parents from a child's point of view, by Sophia Lydia Barbieri. One of the things my parents have most trouble dealing with is how much time my brother and I spend on screens. So I decided that it would be good to understand how a girl 9 years old feels about screen time. As you have probably noticed, children, including me, spend hours and hours on screens. Wouldn't it be good to let go for a second? But once you get hooked into the screen, it becomes very hard to do. Believe it or not, most children understand that the screen is not good for them. But like I said, once you get sucked in, it becomes very hard to let go. An international survey found that 42% of young children, 10 and under, have their very own tablet device, up from 7% 4 years ago and less than 1% in 2011. To be honest, even though I know how bad the screen is for me, between piano and phone, or even art, my biggest passion, I would choose the phone. Before I went to bed last night, I asked my parents if I could have some more time on my phone, because, well, screens are cool, screens are fun, screens are just so entertaining that they beat everything else. So who is to blame for this? The internet industry tries its hardest to keep you watching the screen, to stay online. Developers, YouTubers, influencers are all paid for how many people and for how long people watch their videos. You adults visit screens at young ages and then get upset at us because we spend time on them. I don't want my memories and items to be about video games and YouTube videos. My grandparents and even my parents tell me stories about when they were young and how they played outside all day. I have two thoughts on this. One is that screens are bad for me. I shouldn't spend too much time on them. But on the other hand, I love spending time on them. So much so that they become better than reality itself. Well, how can this guide help you? For a start, stop making video games and content made to draw us in. The ultimate reason why video games and even YouTube videos are made is not to entertain us, but to make the people behind them rich and famous. The next piece of advice I'll give you is spend time with us and teach us how the real world can be interesting, much more than spending time on the screen. Giving us a phone so that we'll be entertained is not teaching us how to interact with people, but it's freeing you from the responsibility of looking after us. My final guideline regarding how much time we should spend on screens is that if you are able to change the online system, making it a place that does not use us to make money, and you are able to guide and allow us to enjoy the real world, then there will be no need to limit our time on screens because we will have better things to do. Screens are changing. In the future, their presence will only keep increasing. We are now at a crossroads where human interaction is changing. Let's make sure that we are the ones deciding how much and how screens are a part of our lives, and not let the screens decide for us. Thank you.
Energy consumption by Roshina Kaul. So, why save energy? Well, the answer to that simple question is, I woke up. It was pitch black. I got off my bed and tripped over the table where all our 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzles were. I messed up the puzzle of Florence. How odd, there were no lights anywhere, even near the Duomo. I opened the fridge. It was dark. I took out the milk and a glass. I poured some milk and drank it. Ew, it was curdled and disgusting. Everything seemed odd this morning. Next, I took out the yogurt and pineapple along with the bowl. How peculiar. The yogurt looked rotten and weird, and the pineapple looked disgusting. I decided to go to Mom, but I couldn't really see, and because of that, I fell down and twisted my wrist really badly. I couldn't go anywhere because I couldn't get up without my wrist. All over the world, this was happening, and this nightmare could and will be a reality if we don't save fossil fuel energies. This will be a reality, and this will happen in around 8,000 years if we don't prevent this. Just flick a switch and a person will have one more day or hour of energy. Say everyone in the world turned off the light during the day, or when they aren't in the room. For one whole day, that would be 7.8 billion people turning off the light and saving energy. Energy is consumed second most in houses, condominiums, and residences where we live. But first is industrial work. 64% of energy is fossil fuels. Fossil fuels produce large quantities of carbon dioxide and burn. Carbon emissions trap heat in the atmosphere and lead to climate change. In the United States, the burning of fossil fuels, particularly for the power and transportation sectors, accounts for about 3/4 of the United States carbon emissions. The consumption of fossil fuels is an existential threat to our current lifestyle. For instance, oil is a fossil fuel, and oil creates gasoline, which is used to fuel cars. Without cars, people lose something they take for granted, the ability to travel long distances in a short amount of time. Say a kid's basketball practice is 25 minutes by cars. Without a car, it would take 2.5 to 3 hours, and that would mean you would either not go to the practice or you would have to rearrange your whole schedule for that day. A 7-hour drive would take you a whole week to walk that distance. And if you want to visit a relative overseas, you would have to take a boat. That would take you back all the way back to the 1920s, and instead of a quick 5 or 6 hour plane ride, it would take you 3 to 4 weeks to cross the Atlantic in a sailboat. And we must remember that most boats, except for sailboats, use fossil fuels, and like cars and airplanes, gasoline to power their engines. Here are some suggestions to help stop this disturbing debt to our world. One suggestion is to further utilize electric cars. Another one is instead of turning on the heat, just do the simple task of putting on a sweater or jacket. And the last suggestion would be to follow your sister around and turn off the lights. All in all, we have to collaborate and come together to terminate this global threat that could slowly, but surely, turn into a global crisis.
Over the course of the last year, we have witnessed both the best and the worst of the human spirits. We've seen what it is to love, to show acts of kindness, to show compassion, and we've also seen hatred and violence. So, how do we determine what the driving forces of those actions are? How do we guard and protect and improve the human spirit? When we speak of humanity at a crossroads, that says to me that every single day we are forced to make a decision what we're going to do. Are we going to prioritize humanity over money, over power, over greed? Because when we make that decision, we determine the very future of humanity and mankind. There are so many different kinds of people, but the thing is, there is one human race, which means we have more in common than we have different. And when we learn to embrace what we share, instead of being divided by what's different, that's when we begin to build and foster the growth and the evolution of the human race. Valuing humanity is not about just valuing people who look like you, who speak like you, who come from where you're coming from, but it's about embracing all of us so that we can all go forward and not go backwards and not become weak. We need fortitude and we need strength because, see, the human spirit, that decision to value humanity is the only thing that we really control. We can't control nature. We can't control what's going to happen. We can't really control business, but we can control the way that we react to those things so that when tragedy occurs or when unforeseen circumstances come against us, we have each other. And that is the only way to overcome and to thrive through adversity, by depending on each other and the fortitude of the human spirit. But when we use the fortitude of the human spirit to battle against another human spirit, we weaken humanity as a whole. You have to make a decision whether I'm going to see the quality of this human being, regardless of race, regardless of gender, regardless of nationality. This is a human being just like me, and I want love to flow from me to that person. And we're going to find what we have in common and we're going to build on it. And then the things that we have different, we're going to find things that complement each other to become a whole human race rather than a bunch of divided people tearing the earth apart. Crossroads of humanity. What decision are you making daily? How are you choosing to treat people? Human beings are intelligent, creatures with the ability to reason and think and make decisions. What decisions are you making? That is what we have to consider every single day with every single person that we meet in every single arena. And the beauty of the day that we live in now is that it is a global community. We're able to share these speeches around the world to all different kinds of people to bring us together. In a time of such technological enlightenment, why is the human spirit so dark? Open up your hearts. And when you come to this crossroads of humanity, it's so simple. Just choose humanity so that the human race can move forward and make progress and not remain stuck at the crossroads of humanity.
Mohandas Gandhi once said, "A small body of determined spirits fired by an unquenchable faith in their mission can alter the course of history." In other words, if a group of people who truly believe in their mission can work together, they will achieve their goal. And what better example of this than the up-and-coming Gen Zers? That's right, the ones who are currently trying to get through a worldwide pandemic, maintain their straight A's, and throw some advocacy in there all before lunchtime. Not stressful at all, right? Just kidding. It's very stressful. And today's youth is navigating growing up in a world in which their history is being irrevocably changed. We are at a crossroads between the past and the future. A past laden with children's voices who have gone unheard, but a future that holds the opportunity for human beings of all ages to be valued, empowered, and respected. So, let us take a look at how our history is one where many children have been underestimated, before seeing the brighter path, where choosing a different fork in the road will lead us toward a better world. Childism. It is prejudice and or discrimination against children for being children. Today, the concept of childism is new. The existence of it certainly isn't. And when you look closely, it is ingrained in our seemingly normal, everyday actions. For example, it can be forced affection, or talking about a kid as though they are not even in the room. Sometimes we don't realize it, but childhood is a crucial stage of life. We teach kids how the world around them is supposed to treat them. They create habits and form behaviors that build them as people. People who will one day run our society. If you think about it, the way children are being treated would be unacceptable if it came to adults. So why are children seen as less than? To move forward, we need to see all people as people. Obviously, childism isn't something you can learn about in the span of 5 minutes, especially when it's something that's unheard of to most. So, education is a foundation for understanding the depth of our problems. And by educating yourself on this topic, you gain the ability to recognize and even call out childism when needed. Understand that this is a problem, because if no one believes it is one, altering the course of history won't happen. It would be impossible for me to inform you of the weight of this problem within the short span of time that I have. But through education, you have the power to recognize and begin creating change. Last summer, there was a spike of advocacy amidst the pandemic. People from all backgrounds began speaking up about various issues, and one of the driving forces was Gen Z. we have proved that we are just as capable as any other generation, and the momentum that was created has snowballed into the society that we have today. Last summer, we were at a crossroads, and we chose to take the brighter path, the path that led to change and reform, and we have the choice to do so now. Together, we can alter the course of history, and with wide eyes and open hearts, move humanity forward.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Liao, and in here, I will deliver a short speech about humanity at a crossroad. Humanity is only one, no matter what gender, ethnicity, religion, nationality, skin color, and social status all have the same human values. They have the same basic right. They want to be glorified and they don't want to be humiliated. All humans have feelings that can be happy, rejoice, and laugh. But the same human being can suffer, be sad, and cry. Humanity is universal across geographic, ethnic, cultural, religious, and social status. My friends, humanity goes hand in hand with tolerance. Imagine if we live without tolerance, there will be war and conflict everywhere. It will be impossible for us to coexist with those who are different from us. We will live in terror that people outside our group will attack us at any time. Unfortunately, there are still people out there who feel this terror. Fear of being ostracized, ridiculed, and laughed at just for being themselves and for what they believe. Just because they are not like other societies, they are discriminated against. These people are a minority. They are also human like us. They have the same rights and obligation as us. However, they cannot live in peace like us. Why? Because there are still intolerant people living in our midst who will always use the majority's excuse to justify their evil deeds. It's sad, but all we can do is show our love and respect for minorities by tolerating them. For that, come on, my friends. We hold hands, embrace each other, and make this world full of human love. Humanity in love. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carsten Smola, and I'm here to talk about emotional intelligence and really the importance of emotional intelligence. The first question, of course, is what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand and manage your own emotions, to be able to really stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, and to be able to diffuse conflict and overcome challenges quite easily. With emotional intelligence, you learn not to trust your initial feelings, that first gut reaction you have when you see something scary or attractive. Instead, it teaches you to analyze your feelings. The ability to understand that your anger might just be there as a lack of desire or covering up something you love, or that your outbursts are just there to cover up your sadness. Having emotional intelligence helps you realize the true meanings behind your feelings. It allows us to figure out what we need and what we desire. Emotional intelligence is something that is needed throughout the whole of life. Whether you want to be a successful leader, a good friend, or a caring partner, this is something that you're going to have to carry with you and learn. But then the question comes, how do we learn this? How do we become emotionally intelligent? The truth is, there's no one way to do this. It's something that we're just going to have to continue to build up on. You can't just learn like that, unfortunately. You're going to need to be taught this through many different things, from meeting new people, day-to-day life, family, schools. The important thing is that you need to learn that no one can tell you what's right and wrong when it comes to your own emotions. Instead, you need to be able to learn how to reflect on your feelings, how our childhood has influenced us, and how to switch between feelings. It's quite common, unfortunately, for people to suppress their feelings, especially men. Whether it's because we've been gaslit in a previous relationship, whether it's because we've been told that our feelings do not matter or they're second to someone else, or whether it's just as simple as us being made feel dirty at a young age for telling people about how we feel about our emotions. I've made friends from different cultures, different backgrounds, and one common thing I found was that the taboo about talking about feelings was quite prevalent. It was quite disgusting, really. And how frowned upon it was for men in particular to talk about their feelings. There's a stigma behind it for some reason, which just doesn't quite make sense. It's drilled into us that men should be emotionless creatures. Well, the fact is, everyone's got emotions, unfortunately. Luckily, though, things are getting better, especially with the feminist movements. Both women and men are actually learning how to communicate better. They're not being held back by the patriarchy anymore. They're feeling free to express themselves. In an ideal world, the whole emotional intelligence would not have a name. It wouldn't need to be talked about as much, because we'd already have this emotional intelligence. We'd already know how to deal with our own feelings. We would have been taught this. However, as I said, this is something we're going to continuously work on. Whether you want to be that successful leader, that good friend, or that caring partner, we need to be able to understand our own feelings in order to understand other people's. To do this, we need to be more empathetic. We need to learn how to feel the emotions of someone else. Along with this, we need to be able to face our fears of being intimate with our own emotions. We need to be able to not let anyone control how we feel. We need to be ourselves. We need to understand why it is that we're happy this day, why we're upset, why we've got this certain anger in our minds, or this lust, desire, whatever. It's about understanding where all these feelings come from. That's the end of my speech, unfortunately. I hope I made you understand, or helped you understand, why emotional intelligence is important and how it's used in our lives to understand not just how we're feeling, but to understand how other people are feeling. Thank you for listening, and that's from me, Carsten Smoller. Thank you.
Welcome to World Speech Day, Daytona State College. Hello, everybody from sunny Central Florida. We received proclamations for World Speech Day from the leaders of 2 major cities in Central Florida and from Volusia County, which is one of the largest counties in the state of Florida. This first proclamation that I will read is from Heidi K. Herzberg, the mayor of Deltona.
Whereas World Speech Day was launched by Simon Gibson at the Athens Democracy Forum in 2015 to celebrate speeches and speech making through live public speaking events around the world. And whereas students and professionals in schools, colleges, universities, and speakers clubs in Deltona and throughout America will be participating in World Speech Day in 2021. And whereas speech changes the world socially, politically, in the arts, business, and religion. And whereas speeches play a profound role in holding our societies together and shaping change. And whereas in 2021, more than 100 countries across the globe will be involved in World Speech Day. Whereas students and professionals in Deltona and throughout the United States will be addressing the topic, Humanity at a Crossroads. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Commission of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim March 15th, 2021 as World Speech Day in Deltona and invite all communities, organizations, and citizens to observe this day with appropriate speeches. I'd like to share one last proclamation for World Speech Day. This is from several leaders who oversee Volusia County, which is a county that the population of over 500,000 people. And I'd like to read the proclamation, share it with you. Whereas students and professionals at Daytona State College and throughout America will be participating in World Speech Day 2021. And whereas World Speech Day was launched by Simon Gibson at the Athens Democracy Forum in 2015 to celebrate speeches and speech making through live public speaking events around the world. And whereas speeches change the world socially, politically, in the arts, business, and religion. And whereas speeches play a profound role in holding our societies together and shaping change. And whereas in 2021, more than 100 nations across the globe will be involved in World Speech Day. And whereas student speakers at Daytona State College will be addressing the topic, Humanity at a Crossroads. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, do hereby proclaim March 15th, 2021 as World Speech Day in Volusia County and invite communities, organizations, and individuals to observe this day with appropriate speeches. And it's signed by Jeff Brower, the county chair, Ben Johnson, the county at-large chair, Barbara Gertman, District 1, Danny Robbins, District 3, Dr. Fred Lowry, Vice Chair, District 3, Billy Wheeler, District 2, and Heather Post, District 4. Have a great speech day. Welcome to World Speech Day, Daytona State College. Olympic athletes, coaches, and fans were disappointed when the Olympic Games were postponed due to COVID-19. There are good reasons, too. The World Speech Day theme is Humanity at a Crossroads. We are facing a crossroads as a global community and in our individual lives. We can learn from the Olympians how to approach both global and personal challenges. Through the Olympics, people see personal excellence, perseverance, and commitment put into action. Olympians teach us how to overcome life's roadblocks, how to eliminate negatives that creep into our minds, how to focus our priorities, and how to reach our potential. And for youth, Olympians are models of discipline and character. All that tells us that the Olympics are more than just sports. As we anticipate the return of the Tokyo Olympic Games in the summer of this year, World Speech Day is a perfect time to be inspired by the words of past Olympians. I worked with the Olympic News Service for the 2002 Olympic Winter Games in Salt Lake City. One of my responsibilities was to collect quotations from the Olympic athletes. Since 2002, I've collected numerous inspirational Olympic quotes, and I've selected a few of them to share with you today. The first one is from Gabby Douglas, a gymnast and Olympic gold medalist. She said, "Never quit, never give up." Mia Hamm, soccer player and two-time Olympic medalist, said, "I'm building a fire, and every day I train, I add more fuel. At just the right moment, I light the match." And Mark Spitz, a 9-time Olympic gold medal swimmer, said, "If you fail to prepare, you're prepared to fail." Let's look at a few other inspirational quotes. We have Serena Williams, superstar tennis player and 4-time Olympic medalist, who said, "It doesn't matter what your background is or where you come from. If you have dreams and goals, that's all that matters." Peter Vidmar, a gymnast and 3-time Olympic gold medalist, said, "Don't sacrifice what you want most for what you want now. Write down what you want most and see it often. Michaela Moroni, a gymnastics Olympic gold medalist, also said, don't practice till you get it right. Practice till you get it wrong. Venus Williams, a 4-time Olympic gold medalist in tennis, said, in the sports arena, I would say there is nothing like training and preparation. You have to train your mind as much as your body. Gail Devers, a track and field Olympic champion, said, remember, all things are possible for those who believe. Usain Bolt, a track and field 8-time Olympic gold medalist, said, worrying gets you nowhere. If you turn up worrying about how you're going to perform, you're already lost. Train hard, turn up, run your best, and the rest will take care of itself. Mary Lou Retton, a gymnast and Olympic gold medalist, said, each of us has a fire in our hearts for something. It's our goal in life to find it and to keep it. The slogan many years ago for the Olympic Winter Games in 2002 was light the fire within. I think that same slogan applies today, that we should all light the fire within. Happy World Speech Day.
With humanities at a crossroad, one of the most important things one can do is engage in learning about their family history. My ancestors are from England and Iceland. FamilySearch.org perfectly describes this by saying, human beings desire attachment, belonging, and connection. The relationships we form with other people can be incredibly durable, not only with people in our present, but also with people in our past and future. The more we discover about our past, the greater connection we feel to our ancestors. As we record our own history, we open the opportunity for future generations to connect with us when we are gone. As we consider this, journaling could be helpful to not only this generation, but to future generations as well. There are several reasons why one should learn about their genealogy. A few more points are outlined from the article. To start, family history helps us to build up compassion. Learning about the history of our ancestors helps us to gain a greater understanding of the challenges they faced, and it often inspires greater love and compassion for flaws and mistakes. This compassion can easily translate to our relationships with the living, within our families, and outside of them. We all face hard things. Remembering that fact in the context of others' shortcomings allows us to be better employees, managers, spouses, parents, children, siblings, and human beings. In addition to this, resilience can be built. Knowing our family history builds resilience. In learning about our ancestors' lives, we can easily see patterns of overcoming failures and surviving hard times. Their stories remind us that surely not everything in life will work easily, that disappointments occur, and inequalities exist, but that we can recover, triumph, and find happiness despite hardships. When we know how our ancestors dealt with their problems, we gain insight and understanding to cope with our own. Finally, learning about family history can help build the quality of selflessness. William Dade was an 18th century clergy in Yorkshire, England. Although he never married and had no children of his own, he presented the practice of including as much information as possible in parish registers. Because of his efforts, many registers of this period contain rich information for genealogists. Amy Harris, a family history professor at Brigham Young University, refers to this type of selflessness as genealogical consciousness. The act of being aware and having a sense of responsibility to our ancestors and future humankind is an act of altruistic selflessness. While humanity is at a crossroad, we need more of all of these qualities. Imagine how much better the world could be with a little more compassion, selflessness, and resilience. As one dives into their genealogy, they are sure to have many positive experiences. The more we learn, the better we become for us and the world.
Hi everyone, we are trying to discuss the topic humanity at a crossroad. So let's talk about humanity first. throughout our human history, what kind of life they are facing for the last 10,000 years. Our ancestor has survived without Wi-Fi, without electricity, without cars. They travel by horses. They don't have the air conditioning. Their life is just like a jail life to me. So even think about it. I think it's a blessing that we can come together online today in this World Speech Day to share our ideas and thoughts. Because all kind of technology we are trying to use right now has invented in the last 100 years, mostly in the last 20 years. If we keep going like this, our technology keep improving like this, what kind of future we are trying to face? You can tell by many fiction movies, probably from those Hollywood big budget movies. For example, Matrix. The internet gone crazy trying to kill us all. And they just lock us all like a chicken farm for somehow they really care about our feelings and they put that little device on our head and create a very sweet dream for us so we can keep surviving. Terminator, the robot went crazy trying to kill us all. I don't know why. We are not trying to take their batteries for food or anything. I don't know why they just trying to kill us all. And last, Doraemon, you know that really giant big blue cat trying to walk by his 2 feet, and he got all these kind of massive destruction weapon in his belly pocket. In that time, everyone can do time travel. So by even think about it, I think it's a chaos that everyone can do time travel. What kind of life we are trying to face? And all these kind of fiction movies seems very far from us, but then sometimes I really think about our technology. If we're trying to keep improving, what happened? Since the day that nuclear weapon has invented, I think human species has evolved in different kinds of level. The one that we can create our own extinctions. For someday, somehow, someone can kill us all. So by even think about it, I think it's a blessed today that we wake up in the morning, that we keep surviving, because it's another day that they spare our life. In the near future, if we keep evolving and if we keep develop our technology, someday, somehow, I think our technology will improve to a level even a 6th grade student can launch a nuclear weapon, can kill us all. And who knows what kind of stupid reason the kids will do that for. So today, human being at a crossroad. I think the crossroad is where that sometimes we need to consider our technology. Should we keep improving or not? Thank you very much.
Hello. A few years ago, the dean of our college was going to be away, so asked if I would write and deliver the commencement speech. Commencement is the graduation ceremony. So I thought, well, what would the great speakers of history say to a graduating class? What would Churchill say, for example? This is not the end of your education, or this is not the beginning of the end, but it is, we can conclusively say, it is the end of the beginning. Or how about someone even more dramatic, Dr. Martin Luther King? I had a dream you would finish. You would all graduate on time. You have reached the mountaintop of learning. Or maybe a general speaking to a military college whose title of the speech was Duty, Honor, Country. So I thought, well, what would be more appropriate for a business college or any college for that matter? And that I think would be history, respect, responsibility, and happiness. The bachelor degree has a long history. The title commands respect. It carries impressive credentials and therefore imposes responsibilities upon those who obtain it. And understanding history, earning respect, executing one's responsibilities are all important for long-term happiness, and all are a part of what college can help the individual achieve. The history of the bachelor's degree, as I said, is long and proud. The term comes from Old English. The bachelor was a young apprentice. Certainly, this then goes back to the dawn of time, the first tool makers, the guilds that built the pyramids, and the Great Wall of China, the Guild of Stonemasons. Socrates, in the 5th century BC, gathered a collection of thinkers, a college. And Socrates taught Plato. Plato taught Aristotle, and Aristotle taught Alexander the Great. They wanted to learn, teach, discuss, debate, develop philosophy and other proper ways of doing things. As in management and marketing we have today, doing the right things, effectiveness, and doing things right, efficiency. Indeed, the Socrates method is a tool used still today to initiate discussion. This brings us to respect. A bachelor's degree is something to be very proud of. It commands respect. Teachers and students used to wear robes and funny hats that looked like books to signify their role and status in society. Now we wear them only at graduations and on special occasions. Here, by the way, is my undergraduate picture from Columbia in New York, my mother and brother. So this commands respect. So I say one who attends 4 years of college, goes to classes that contain a brutal amount of work, mental contemplations, expenses, sacrifices, not to mention sometimes poor lunches and little sleep, this person indeed has earned society's respect. Some people get carried away with the tassels, I think, and have different hats, but that's okay. And this brings us to responsibility. The degree carries respect, so you should be circumspect. Be aware that education is a powerful tool, but it's a knife that points both ways, they say, or a gun that points both ways. Or education is a powerful car, but you still have to know where to go, and so on. These phrases are apt in that they are allocating responsibility to the user. You are part of a long tradition. It carries responsibilities and a philosophy that life is a learning process and learning is a lifelong process, a road that never ends. But now you can drive onto the highway, but beware of the traffic. And this brings us to happiness. There are many ways to achieve happiness. Success in life, I guess that's what happiness is. Health, a fulfilling, supportive, and romantic private life, satisfying work life. How do we get to contentment, self-actualization? Through college, success in business, achieving a sustainable competitive advantage. These do not necessarily bring one happiness, but fulfilling one's potential is an important element leading to happiness, even contentment. There's always been capable people, even true geniuses, who did not go to school, let alone earn a bachelor's degree. But for some, college can be a part of that path, to become a college graduate. For it means to suffer and sacrifice for an education for a better life, the bachelor's degree. A few years ago, the dean of the college asked me to write and deliver the commencement speech. Commencement is the graduation ceremony. They were going to be away, so I took over. And I thought, well, what would the great speakers of history say to a graduating class? So I thought, well, what about Churchill? This is not the end of your education, nor is it the beginning of the end, but we can say it is the end of the beginning. Or what about a Dr. Martin Luther King? I had a dream you would all graduate on time. You have reached the mountaintop of learning. And then I thought maybe more appropriate was a speech a general gave to a military college entitled Duty, Honor, Country. I thought, well, that's what's more appropriate for a business college, an international business program, or any college for that matter. And that would be history, respect, responsibility, and happiness. So the bachelor's degree has a long history. The title commands respect. It carries impressive credentials and therefore imposes responsibilities upon those who obtain it. And understanding history, earning respect, executing one's responsibilities are all important for long-term happiness, and all are a part of what college can help the individual achieve. The history of the bachelor degree is long and proud. As I said, the term comes from Old English, meaning the apprentice. Actually, this then goes back, of course, to the dawn of time, the first tool makers, the guilds that built the pyramids, the Great Wall of China, the Guild of Stonemasons. Socrates, in the 5th century BC, gathered a collection of thinkers, a college, and Socrates taught Plato. Plato taught Aristotle, and Aristotle taught Alexander the Great. They wanted to learn, teach, discuss, debate, develop philosophy and other proper ways of doing things. As in management and marketing, we have today doing the right things, effectiveness, and doing things right, efficiency. Indeed, the Socrates method is a tool used still today to initiate discussion. This brings us to respect. A bachelor's degree is something to be very proud of. It commands respect. Teachers and students used to wear robes and funny hats that look like books to signify their role and status in society. Now we wear them only at graduation and on special occasions. Here's mine, bachelor undergraduate graduation with my mother and brother. So this respect must be earned. And so I say one who attends 4 years of classes that contains a brutal amount of work, mental contemplation, expense, sacrifices, not to mention sometimes poor lunches and little sleep, this person has indeed earned society's respect. And this brings us to responsibility. The degree carries respect, and so you should be circumspect. Be aware that education is a powerful tool that can help build or tear down. Note the old sayings, knowledge is a two-edged knife that cuts both ways, or a gun that points both ways, or education is a powerful car, but you still need to know where to go. These phrases are apt in their allocating responsibilities to the user. You are part of a long tradition that carries responsibilities and a philosophy that life is a learning process and learning is a lifelong process, a road that never ends. But you now can drive the car onto the highway, but beware of the traffic. Finally, there are many ways to be happy, many roads to happiness, success in life. What is happiness? Health? Health is part of it, perhaps. Fulfilling, supportive, romantic, private life, satisfying work, success in business. And what about contentment, self-actualization? Can college help us with this? Well, these do not necessarily bring one happiness, but fulfilling one's potential is an important element leading to happiness, even contentment. There have always been capable people, even true geniuses who did not go to school, let alone graduate with a bachelor's degree. But for some, college can be part of this path, to become a college graduate, for it means to suffer and sacrifice for an education, a better life, a bachelor's degree. So I say to you now, the torch is passed. Please stand and receive your laurels. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our graduating class.
Hello and welcome to my presentation about the sick consumption of plastic our society is facing right now. Everybody has seen those pictures of turtles getting stuck in fishing nets and die, or seabirds with a stomach full of plastic and they die as well. So I'm here today to tell you what you as a consumer can do to solve this problem. At least a little bit. Good. So if you go to the supermarket the next time and you're gonna go for soft drinks and you have the option between plastic bottles and aluminum or glass, go for the aluminum bottle the next time, because those resources are recyclable almost 100%, and even if they end up in nature, they will not dissolve or create any harm for the environment. If we go for the plastic bottle, on the other hand, and it dissolves in nature, it will dissolve into microplastic, and then our food chain is absorbing it, and in the end, we as consumers are eating this food chain and thereby contaminating ourselves. Just a little thought for yourself. If we go to the second option and you go to buy fruits or vegetables in the supermarkets and you have those plastic bags around, just try to avoid them. Those are mainly single-use plastic bags. You put the stuff in, and when you go home, you cook, you throw them away. So that's plastic you can avoid. As a third option, and you see in the supermarket product packed in paper and in plastic, go for the paper option, because paper is also a resource which is really good recyclable. And on the other hand, if it somehow ends up in nature, it will not create any harm because it's literally made of trees. So these are options you can, as a consumer, have a bigger impact on, and you can create situations where there is a little bit less plastic in the world. I hope I've showed you that with little to no effort, you can have a bigger impact on the big picture and thereby creating a better future. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Solveig Besa Evenstad. I'm a scholar and I work at the University College of Norwegian Correctional Services, KRUS. I would like to talk about the acceleration and ephemeralization in the new world of work and how this has been creating stress and burnout throughout many sectors. The criminal justice system is no exception, and correctional officers are stressed out and burning out around the world. Technological transformation has increased productivity of both organizations and individuals and resulted in economic growth and safer workplaces. However, acceleration of the pace of work and life has important psychosocial effects on society, organizations, and workers. Ephemeralization, according to Fuller, is the ability of doing more and more with less through technological advancement, that is, an accelerating increase in the efficiency of achieving the same or more outputs with less input. Ephemeralization involves acceleration and work intensification, which has profound consequences. Hartmut Rosa, the German philosopher, makes an analogy to the hamster wheel, which he considers as the icon of late modernity. He warns that acceleration has profound negative effects for human beings, such as burnout. So let's talk about stress and burnout in the correctional system. According to a study of Ayala Pines and Giora Keenan in Israel, published in Criminal Justice and Behavior Journal in 2007, the results show that prison employees experience high levels of stress and burnout in their work. In addition, significant differences in stress reactions are found among different areas and different employees in rank and seniority. The most stressful factors were working extra shifts without compensation, low salary, and heavy workload. Heavy workload is the key aspect here. So some studies have shown that high workload is a substantial stress factor for correctional officers. For example, in a study conducted in Holland, 65% to 75% of all correctional officers reported feeling stress from being overworked. Another study examining correctional officers in the United States indicated that burnout levels rose along with their workload levels. Burnout is a depletion of an individual's physical and mental resources, according to Freudenberger, who is the father of burnout concept, leading to personal and professional difficulties. Burnout is a threefold process of depersonalization, reduced personal accomplishment, and emotional exhaustion experienced by individuals in service-oriented positions, according to the prominent researcher of burnout called Maslach. So how about the situation in Norway? The correctional services. Is the ephemeralization impacting us? Why is there a steady increase of workload in the correctional system? In Norway, the country with the best prison system in the world, the workload has been increasing steadily during the last years. The labor unions have been asking how long can the prison service handle budget cuts and understaffing. Crime persists and prisons are filled. Prison care does not get less to do, but it gets less money to solve their critical social mission. Thus, there are greater pressure on fewer and fewer employees. Ephemeralization is omnipresent in the Norwegian criminal justice system. We have to accept that. According to research, the safety of employees and inmates is said to have been weakened at the same time as the prisons are filled with more and more, with tougher and tougher criminals with longer sentences, and there are more violence between prisoners and more violence from prisoners to employees. How can this happen with a penitentiary that has garnered international attention and recognition? The labor unions are pointing at the government and say that the answer is embarrassingly simple: persistent budget cuts during the last 10 years. But what to do? This is an international trend. So, yes, the question is what to do. The Norwegian penal system is based on humanistic principles and on individual arrangements for the prisoners. We must acknowledge that security and rehabilitation cost. We need to acknowledge the great challenges the ephemeralization trend is representing for the penal system, for the inmates, the employees, and the society. We must acknowledge the efforts made by the employees for our safety, as they say, in secret, in silence. That's exactly the important point here. These brave officers are doing an incredibly important job to protect us citizens, hidden away from the public eye. Our correctional officers in Norway, with their humanistic attitudes and patient, calm, civil behaviors toward the inmates, deserve our gratitude. It is hard to change the budgets, but at least we can acknowledge the great job they are doing and give them our emotional support. Thank you. So, thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Speech Day. We are in a crisis, yet we must find out what helps us to move forward in our life, with our work, in our relationships. My name is Shane Kahanabita. Today I will talk about the motivational factors. I was doing my exchange year in Berlin when I first heard about this situation. I was devastated. I felt depressed. I felt like I cannot move on with my life. So I want to find out what internally drives me to continue my studies, what drives me to perform better, what drives me to go further in my life. In that moment, I decided to carry on my thesis on the subject of motivation. I carried my thesis for the Helsinki Rugby Club players. I want to find out what kind of a motivational factors drive them. If they were drive intrinsically, which means are they participate in the activities voluntarily? Are they there to have fun? Are they like happy with the people they are playing with? Or are they eccentrically, which means are they participate in the activities for the rewards, for the money, for the prizes? After 2 weeks of waiting, I got the answers and I realized most of the players are intrinsically motivated, which means they come there voluntarily, they enjoy being there with their friends, they want to be contributed to the practice, they want to win the games, and they love what they do and they feel responsible for the team. So, as an employer, what we should do in the business world? We must find out what drives employees to participate in the activities which influence the performance of the whole organization. We must find out what drives them to achieve their goals. It could be anything. You have to find out. You must. It's a must that you find out what drives them and give them what they need, intrinsically or eccentrically. Regardless, a small prize or just saying, hey, how are you doing? Are you all right? Are you ready to perform better today? You wanna hug? That kind of thoughts can bring people to move forward in their life, perform better intrinsically. Or a tea bag, or a cup of coffee, external reward. Those kind of small things can motivate people to do much better thing in their life. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the World Speech Day. I hope you all the best in the life. See you later on.
30 35% of women around the world have experienced some kind of sexual harassment. Most female victims that experienced it before the age of 25. And 40% of women who have lived sexual assault don't ask for help. These are official numbers from UN Women. But these are much more than simple statistics. These are stories, real stories. The story of nearly 1 in 5 women in the world. The story of 4.5 million women in Mexico a year. And just about a month ago, this became my story as well. After it happened, I was ashamed of telling my story, ashamed of feeling that repeating the word no wasn't powerful enough to stop him. Ashamed because I knew this battle was always going to be my word against his. Ashamed because this society teaches women to feel guilty and men to feel proud after an assault like the one I had just lived. The patriarchy was pulling me like a puppet with its strings. It made me believe it was my fault. It made me feel afraid to speak up. And it even made me feel like I deserved it. Still, I gained the courage to tell my closest friends and family members every single detail of what happened to me that day. Out of a sudden, something took me out of the sexist spell I was cursed and hypnotized in. Something that made me realize that I was no victim for sharing my story. Instead, I was a survivor for setting the world around me on fire with the truth. Something that made me realize that my assaulter had already taken away enough. My privacy, my energy, my trust. But I would never let him steal my most powerful weapon, my voice. And that something was unity, a net of support coming from everyone I told my story to. They listened, they believed, and they stood right beside me in the battlefield that was currently going through my head. It came to my attention that those people who were shielding me against the fear that they usually fight each other because of their differences. But that day, it didn't matter if they were communist, capitalist, Mexican, foreigners, left or right. They all believed. They were all able to find a common ground. They were all willing to fight by my side. If true change is what we want to see, we must first seek true unity. Because when we fight together towards a certain goal, we are much more likely to achieve it than when we fight by ourselves. And I'm not only talking about the healing process like the one my Unity Net achieved. I'm talking about any change, whether it's an individual feeling safe in their homes again, or an oppressed group feeling supported and included, or a nation being rebuilt from the ashes, or saving our entire planet from climate change. Any change can be done if there's true unity behind it. And for achieving unity, just like my friends and family members did, we must leave our differences aside and understand that we all have one thing in common: a human trait. A human trait that allows us to feel, to communicate, and to empathize. A human trait that allows us to relate, to discuss, and to heal. A human trait that will always surpass any type of political or identity difference. Curious enough, the word unity starts with you. Because if it's not you, then who? Thank you.
Dear adults, my name is Aileen. As a future generation, we worry about our world. Please tell me why it's too difficult to not throw trash to the sea or oceans. Why sea animals has to die in the plastic nets or cans. Why we have to breathe dirty air.
why we use coal for heating, why only few countries separate and recycle garbage. Why is it too difficult to do it in our countries? Tell me, what could be more important than our health, clean, beautiful world? Please, just be nice to our environment. Everyone could do it.
Hello, I'm a young voice in this huge world, and I want to talk about the thing that happened to humanity lately, and its changes. All of us passed with it. Some of it more effective than the others. But the thing is that we started to talk less to each other than we were. That thin screen tore us apart as far as it could. We forgot each other. We're not that close to each other as we were before. And I'm not sure, is it a good or a bad thing? But I'm sure that we need to become more humane. Let's start to talk. Let's start to communicate. Let's start to talk to each other. Let's start to think each other. Let's start to check up on others. Let's start to be kind. Let's start to be tolerant. Let's start to be human. Because of these huge changes, humanity is now stuck at crossroads, and there's a decision that we need to make. I think changes aren't a bad thing. They're just something not the same, something that we just got used to. But they're not bad. So, whichever decision that we're going to make, it should make us better people. Thank you. Stay safe.
Is humanity going backwards or forwards at the crossroad? Personally, I think we're going backwards. We burn trash, create all kinds of pollution, and make life utter misery for other living beings. People all over the world are dying, starving, and we're not doing anything about that. We might be progressing in art, science, maths, and music, but we're not investing any of our time in caring for our environment. We've reached Mars and the moon, but we still have not reached out to our neighbors. Science has progressed, but way of life has not. Karens or toxic people are everywhere. Thousands of people are committing suicide, and many people are getting hurt or kidnapped. People have also found out ways to trick or cheat each other. Shopkeepers all around the world practice adulteration, meaning that they mix water with their milk. People are also getting addicted to their computers and phones, so addicted that they kill each other in real life. I might be sounding negative here, but it is the reality. But it does not have to be this way. As a young student, I think we should take care of our environment and not cheat on each other. If we take care of our environment, there will be less animal deaths and we should not cheat each other. If we do not cheat on each other, then we will be more peaceful and there will not be many killings. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Sophia and I'm 10 years old. I have a question. Is humanity at a crossroad? Do people know what to do or not? Are they going forwards, backwards, left, or right? Almost 1 year ago, I couldn't go outside. I couldn't see any of my friends and even some of my family. I'm scared that will happen again, but I hope not. I think if we work together, wear masks, practice social distancing, wash our hands, we can make a change. We have to stop this pandemic. We have to be brave. And I think by doing that, we can also help the doctors because they also have families and children. They need to spend some time with them. I might be young, but I can still make a change. I believe it.
Hello, my name is Sophia Brown. I am a bit nervous, but here I am. I will try my best. The topic is about humanity crossroads. In this world, cheaters, kidnappers, and other horrible people make the world horrible. To make the world better, we should help each other be generous and recycle our trash. But I might be a primary student, but this is what I think. I think if you want to be treated respectfully, you should treat others respectfully as well. Thank you for listening.
Life is hard. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have good parents, friends, or not have to worry about money. Not everyone is born completely healthy. There are people who have to live with motor difficulties, depression, or some other condition. Not everything.
Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare it for today. Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Segeti, and I am from Quilmes High School. It's a pleasure for me to share this speech with you. Humanity at a crossroad. COVID took lives, jobs, friends, the certainty of what is going to happen tomorrow, and as if that wasn't enough, it took our children's education. As a result of that, their possibilities, their dreams, and most of all, their future. Research from the United Nations say that 1 in 3 people can have classes if its school is closed. I'm not talking about 1 in a million. I'm talking about 1 in 3 people. Breaking that into numbers, 13 million children in Latin America, 121 million in Africa, in Asia and the Pacific 80 million, in the Middle East 37 million, and in Europe and Central Asia 25 million. But do you think that wasn't enough? It is said that this year there will be historical school dropout. Historical school dropout. And when I heard that, my first question was, what are all those kids going to do then? And I answered myself, they will start working, doing something that they are able to without a professional knowledge. And so, closing doors to opportunities to become what they want, cutting possibilities, taking their future, the future of our generation, the future of our country, and the future of our world. Let's think of ways of changing these circumstances. Because I cannot even think of what my life will be if I'm in their shoes. Having 2 or 3 jobs out of mercy because employers don't want to carry the burden of being the one that left a helpless kid in the street without nothing. Because I cannot even think of what my life will be if I do not have internet connection to go to virtual classes. And that is if I am lucky enough to have one device to share with my 7 siblings, with my 8 siblings. No, I cannot even think of what my life will be if I have to. I have to abandon my dreams at an early age. Well, there are millions of kids going through that. And that's not the worst part. The worst part is that they have done nothing in their lives to deserve it. They are innocent children going through hell. So let's help them out. Let's think of ways to help them, to save their future. Education is our future. It could be you. It could be you going through that. So remember that. Education is our future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elisabeth Silvestra, and I have been an educator for over 25 years. As a teacher, I have learned to break down and analyze information in order to facilitate learning. Humanity at a crossroads. If we take the word humanity, we come up with a definition that means the whole of the human race, encompassing the idea of being humane, benevolent, and kind. A crossroads, on the other hand, is a point at which important decisions with far-reaching consequences need to be made. In my daily interaction with people, if I put these two words together, they fully agree with the given meaning that we are one human race that needs to be humane, benevolent, and kind. They are aware of what can and should be done, who is responsible for doing it, including themselves. They even understand that the smallest acts of kindness can create great changes in their lives and in the lives of others. So, is there a problem? Yes, there is. There's a missing link. You see, most people do not have a personal need or purpose for humanity. They say that it is fair and right, but you understand that this is not personal. If an individual does not have a personal need to do something, he will not take the initial step, or any for that matter, to be kind, much less make important decisions with far-reaching consequences. Humanity at a crossroads. Do you have a personal need for humanity in your life? A question I asked myself a long time ago. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Svetlana, and my poem about trees is dedicated to World Speech Day 2021. Humanity at a crossroads. Is there a future without trees? Trees host insects, birds, and beasts. Trees host humans. Trees are the real hosts of the planet. They don't need AC in summer, heater in winter. Plant trees. Birds and beasts save the trees by eating fruit and dropping seeds. You think birds and beasts are stupid? I wish humans were that kind of stupid, because our life depends on trees. Bees are dying, who pollinate 70% of our food. You think bees pollinate trees to give you honey? No honey. They pollinate because their life depends on trees. Read science. To save the bees, plant trees. We are 7 billion humans on this planet. We cut 50 billion trees each year to make beautiful notebooks with pictures of trees on them, to build beautiful houses with ACs and heaters in them. It takes 50 years for the earth to establish one tree. Plant trees. This planet has two suns, the tree kind and the human kind. Let's be our brother's keeper. Your neighborhood is your Noah's Ark. This time, you turn it into a forest or a garden. Turn the food chain into a thought chain, into a love chain, into a life chain. Plant trees. We know that pennies take care of pounds. We learn that trees take care of life. Breathable air, clean water, edible food, cozy shelter, education, open future. Plant trees on your windowsill. Plant trees in your garden, on your street. Plant trees in the mountains, in the deserts, in the fields. Plant trees everywhere. They will make Earth great again. Plant trees. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marta Melnik. I'm a polyglot who works in IT and likes discussing difficult topics. We all know a saying, 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away. But how about 10 or 50 or 100 apples a day? Anything what is good in small amount can be harmful, damaging in huge quantity. We are happy to live in a world where anything is available. Our life is comfortable. Sometimes it's so comfortable that we don't realize that actually it's a curse. We can work from home, more and more professions allow this. We can purchase almost anything. For most of these things, we don't have to leave our home. We can just order it online and have it delivered in a few days, sometimes the next day. We don't have to cook anymore. We can just have anything delivered, even if it's just 1 cup of coffee. We have computers and other smart devices that make our lives easier. The thing's getting worse when it comes to information. It is overwhelming, it's a fact, but it is also too available. It started losing its value. Let's be honest. I'm sure that most of us, at least once in life, have had the thoughts like, why should I learn this if I can just Google it, literally at any time? I thought like this a few times in my life. I'm not proud of this, but it's true. Recently, I have watched a few videos on YouTube, which on the first sight seem really funny. There are random people on the street asked questions, basic preschool, elementary school questions, and they don't know answer. They could not respond correctly. And at first it was really hilarious, but then I thought, if a person cannot even show his or her own country on the map, it is a real tragedy. And I think that's true, because what is the sense of learning anything if we can obtain information just in a few clicks? But I often think about the character of a book, The Count of Monte Cristo, Abbe Faria, who was a well-educated man, and he had deep knowledge in languages, mathematics, and science. And he spent a few years passing his knowledge to Edmond Dantes. So he was able to teach him with no help of books or internet. And how many of us will be able to teach anything for a month or at least a week with no external help, only with what we already know? I think that too comfortable life has made us lazier and more ignorant. I think this is a very important issue that needs attention from anyone. And I also realized that ignorance is not so easy to fight. But I think it's good to start with ourselves. I personally continue learning languages, those that I need for my life, but also those that I just like. I like learning topics that I don't mean it for my career and for my everyday life, just for the general knowledge. And I try to read books from different genres just to extend my horizons. And I understand that ignorance is not so easy to fight, but I really enjoy trying.
Women in power and decision making, one of the critical concerns of the Beijing Platform for Action. How to deal with this challenge? How can we make a common front and contribute to help women around the world make the best decisions in life? The answer? Education and training. My name is Aideli Rios. I am the founder of Wapalita, a platform that promotes equality for all. The people who made this video, and I, honestly believe it is vital to develop and empower a new generation of leaders who can contribute to the restructuring of more inclusive, secure, and equitable organizations and communities. How can we achieve this target? Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, and I may remember. Involve me, and I learn. Perhaps you have heard this popular quote. As a pedagogue, coach, and trainer, I totally agree with Benjamin Franklin. Indeed, it doesn't matter which culture, language, nationality, or background. Involve the youngest, and they will learn. Education is a basic human right, and gender equality is fundamental to its realization. Hence, education with equal purposes can bring wonders to humanity across cultures. We must focus on the way we see gender norms. And for that, we need to plant fresh, innovative seeds in our mind. What if we call these seeds competencies? Competencies as seeds need the support of a sort of elements to grow and develop. If a seed means the foundation of a plant, a tree, a fruit, food for life, a competency is also then for a skill, knowledge, consciousness, and development. The analogy makes us think life exists for planting, growing, evolving, contributing, developing new skills, learning for something new, looking for innovation is today more than ever a duty in this changing world. When Wapalita Friday Talks started last year, the opportunity of having a forum to speak soon turned into a synergetic room where the voices of women from different countries, cultures, and nationalities met each other to exchange, suggest, propose, create, contribute. This is how we created the 2030 Feminine Leader Profile, in which we define 10 competencies. Competency number 1, self-assessment. This journey must start with your inner side. So, analyze your attitudes, beliefs, choices, and performances. And ask yourself, do they correspond to my life's mission and vision? Are they aligned? Competency number 2, enhancing self-esteem. The ability to recognize one's status in terms of evolution, talents, limits, and values. And you know what? Recognizing your areas of opportunity to be a better human being is a great step. But if besides you decide to make an action and commit to achieve it, This is truly an occasion to celebrate. Competency number 3, comprehensive proficiency. Share all this knowledge and experience you have gathered either through formal education or life events. Leaving your legacy to support the improvement of others is beautiful, and you know what? It's human. Competency number 4, proactive intervention. Take the lead. Show commitment and orientation toward goals. Accept responsibility for the situation with actions. Competency number 5, sincere inclusivity. Today, more than ever, developing the ability to actively include elements of diversity is an asset that must be part of our daily agenda. Competency number 6, meaningful communication. Not only express your ideas in a clear, concise, and organized way. Focus on goals using powerful questions, active listening, and assertive body language. Observe attentively your conversation partners. Show interest and foster connection. Competency number 7, intentional networking. Connecting with others beyond borders for building meaningful partnerships and relationships is the challenging 2020 brought us. Competency number 8, technical knowledge. Darwin was right. It is not the strongest, but the one that can adapt easier to the changes of the environment. Embracing digitalization has occurred in the most automatic and natural way for many of us. Competency 9, financial acumen. Understanding basic financial concepts, setting financial goals, and knowing how to manage resources wisely is vital for making good financial decisions. And not only that, escalate to the next level of realization. Competency number 10, added value formation. Be innovative, disruptive. Find different ways to make things happen. Do that extra mile. Motivate and inspire others to achieve big performances and continuous development. The 2030 Feminine Leader Profile is a proposal for anyone who wants to develop competencies that help you know yourself better and empower you to be a transformational agent for this global community. If you are interested to learn more about this work or to collaborate in the design of the Feminine Leadership Program, which is coming, feel free to contact us. As many diverse seeds we have, the most beautiful this tree will be. My name is Aideli Rios. I am the founder of Wapalita. I support World Speech Day. I am Wapalita. Yo soy Wapalita.
Being a woman, learning how to be a woman, teaching how to be a woman. Is there such a thing? Do we need to teach and learn how to be a woman? A long time ago, there would be lovely courses teaching girls how to become a woman. That would mean teaching how to cook, how to clean, how to iron, how to become a mother. My grandmother, for instance, has a book that I absolutely love to reread. It is called something like The Woman in the Living Room and in the Kitchen, and it teaches sweets and bakery, cocktails, etiquette, special occasions, and everything else. I know my grandmother was born in the last century, and to be honest, even I was born in the last century. And nowadays there is no such a thing, and gender roles are completely different. Or maybe not. This is past, you might say, but we want to be focused on the future. But if we want to make gender equality present in the near future, We need to take actions, small but important ones, small but impactful ones, small and local ones, small and on a daily basis, small and focused on individual accountability and willingness to change. Let's go back to the beginning. Do we learn how to become a woman? Do we teach how to become a woman? This is not an easy answer, and we will find so many issues around it. But just for this moment, follow me, and let me explain why I believe that the answer is yes. That we really need to learn how to be a woman, and why we really need to teach someone how to be a woman. Let's go. I believe that modeling is one of the most important ways of teaching and learning, mainly because we learn almost without knowing that we are learning. It just happens. That's why I'm considering now that micro-learning is. We don't need to be enrolled in a formal course on how to be a woman. We learn it every day. That also means that we are all teachers in this subject. And I mean all, men and women. So we need to be aware about the lessons we are giving, even though we are not in a classroom. Everything we say, we do, or judge is a way of showing what we believe the norm is. Also, every time we put the spotlight on a woman, mainly if it is a woman doing something that usually we tend to see only men doing, we are probably micro-teaching someone that this is also a woman's job. And this is my first main message. Please be aware that we are always micro-teaching someone, be it a woman or a man, a child, or a coworker, a boss, or a friend. And how can we become more effective teachers? I believe we need to be informed. So please, keep micro-learning every day. We don't need to be enrolled in some formal course or something like that to learn. We need to read, to search, to be curious, to be updated, because that will make each one of us a more effective teacher. When you drop here and there random facts, numbers, infographics, questions, you can effectively teach someone something. If you can share information around we are going around gender equality in science or management roles, you will have the opportunity to make people think about it. And we are far away from reaching gender equality. And that is my second message. Learning and teaching are based on our ability to think and to make others think. You don't even need to share your opinion. Just help people find the relevant information. And after that, let them by themselves make their own questions and find their own conclusions. But we need a third main message here. That is a rule around speeches. And my third message is, please take care and develop the messenger. I believe that we must try and be committed with developing our competencies. So we need to be kind but demanding with ourselves, finding out what competencies we need to work on and become more prepared to take control over our achievements. In Guapalita, we have defined a way of developing inclusive feminine leadership for all, based on some key competencies. And yes, we may learn to master all of them. May it be inclusiveness, intentional networking, technical knowledge, and others. So please, see yourself as a work in progress. Keep mastering you, and you will be soon a model. And that brings us to the beginning. We teach others how to be by being. To sum up, I believe that we are all teachers around here, and we really need to learn how to teach to achieve gender equality. You know, it's like they say, it's a tough job, but someone has to do it, and we are the ones in charge of it. We, women and men, every day, everywhere. We might be teaching micro stuff, but I believe we will achieve macro results. Remember, we teach others how to be by being.
Just focus on yourself.
So you own your feelings.
Yeah.
You're not trying to reject them. You
No.
own your feelings and you work with them
Yeah,
through that
and
process.
it's not wrong to cry in public, and it's not wrong to stay in your room and cry. I mean, everybody deals with their feelings every different way.
Mhm.
So I mean, you feel them. Don't reject them. Don't say, no, I don't want to feel this. I don't want to feel that. Your feelings are a part. Your emotions are a part of you.
Mhm.
They make you. So go through them. That's how you get to be a better person. And trust me, you're gonna have to go through a lot of heartbreak and things like that to get better, to be
Right.
stronger,
Learn from the
to
experience.
learn from the experience. You're
Good
gonna
point.
have a lot of things like that, but you just think to yourself, I mean, it's not worth it. Okay, yeah, it happened, but you can learn from it and be a better person.
And continue
So it's
moving.
like, continue moving. It's not worth it to end your life over one thing. You're always gonna have that. So it's like, okay.
So you're looking ahead for your next years. You're going to
Yeah.
turn 18 here shortly and become of age, you know, what we say. Is that something that inspires you to continuing every day bettering yourself, you know, to think that there will be the day that you be 18, there will be a day that you become an adult.
Yeah.
And with adulthood come responsibilities.
Yeah.
So how does that make you feel? Is that scary?
No, it's not scary. It's just a new challenge in life.
Good point.
It's not scary, and maybe it is scary, but it doesn't necessarily have to be bad.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people use it being scared for them to help continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Astera Brilka, a psychologist and a former academic. I'm passionate about mental health and well-being and women empowerment. I'm one of the Guapalitas. Currently based in the UK, I have previously lived and worked in different countries across Europe. I'm here today with my dear friend, Mr. Ashutosh Kagliwal from Mumbai, India, to talk about feminine leadership and how to support girls and young women to become the leaders of their own lives and their communities.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashutosh. I'm a software engineer by profession and I volunteer with the communities. So I work with the adults, adolescents and the kids. I teach and help them over the weekends.
Becoming an empowered and independent woman that can be a role model for others does not start in adulthood, but in childhood and adolescence. Being born a European, I had the privilege of growing up being relatively equal to men. But while this experience is so widely shared and taken for granted by us, it is not that obvious for millions of women born in other parts of the world.
Yes, indeed. So I have seen a lot of women and girls going through a tough time, and they are mostly dependent on their husbands for the finances. So it's only due to the reason that they are lacking sometimes the skill sets. So we have come up with the solution on this. So we train and empower and impart training over the weekends to all of these girls and the women. So for instance, with the slum women, we do singing workshops. We teach them some skill sets so they can earn some money, as well as do some kind of work which will engage them. And with the slum girls, Basically, we are focusing on soft skills, including like communication skills, presentation skills, and all that, plus IT programming, so that these girls will have a better future. So I believe with the right skill set, these girls and the women from the communities can have a better impact on the world and society as well.
I'm sure that the work that you do, Ashutosh, will empower and equip many girls to strive for more in life that they have observed in their families of origin. While in Europe, women do not struggle with equal access to education or jobs as much as they do in India, they face other challenges that prevent them from becoming accomplished leaders. The pressure that so many girls and young women experience when they try to live up to the expectations imposed on them by society and their own families have serious consequences for their mental health and well-being. From my perspective, this is the main problem that future female leaders face in the Western part of the world today. From childhood, we are confronted with lots of societal expectations that are unrealistic and often contradict one another. We, women, are expected to be nice, polite, and unproblematic, but at the same time to be assertive and fight for our rights. We are told that the looks don't matter that much in life as the intellect and educational achievement do. Yet, what we see in commercials, movies, and around us tells a different story. We are expected to have successful careers, earn good money, and contribute to the household equally with men. But we are also supposed to be dedicated mothers and submissive wives at the same time. It all has been a source of many well-being and mental health issues among girls and young women living in the Western Hemisphere. Anxiety, depression, self-mutilation, problems with self-confidence and self-esteem, distorted image of our own bodies that leads to eating disorders. These are just some of the long-term consequences that female high achievers of all ages face in the West. Yet, many girls and women choose not to talk openly about their experience as they are ashamed to be stigmatized and labeled.
Yeah, so that's what I believe, that if we start working with the communities, specifically girls and the women from an early time, they will empower the world. Because I heard that if a girl is educated, she can educate and support the whole family. So this is what I believe, that if each one of us together work on this initiative to teach at least one girl child, just imagine, we can multiply this effect, and this will create a ripple effect in the world and the communities around. So that's it from my end. Thank you so much for patiently listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening to us and our message today. Bye.
What makes one a strong, sensitive leader? A leader is someone who has a clear vision of a mutually beneficial goal and who is able to inspire and encourage the team members to work together towards the accomplishment of this goal. They have a very clear vision that empowers and sustains the group that creates momentum and synergy within the group. They are the center, the heart center of the group, and they have a direct connection with all the team members. And this allows them to notice any discord or lack of vision or problems within the group, and to quickly address them, those issues, by implementing steps and procedures that strengthen the team and all the members. They have an innate awareness of the emotional climate within the group, and they can also notice, because of their experience and expertise, if there are any emotional or intellectual pitfalls that can slow down, dissolve, or break up a team. And
Again, because of the connection, the direct connection with all the team members, things can be addressed quickly, and in the process, the team and the team members are empowered. Because a leader has a clear vision, a very strong passion about their individual goal and the common goal, they encourage all the team members to define their individual goals and dreams, thus empowering them to step in their own individual leadership roles and to express their capabilities and competencies freely and generously. This creates then a unique entity, a team that is a living, growing, expanding unity that together works towards individual and common goals. And the magic happens there when leaders, individual leaders, intentionally choose to be part of a bigger goal and at the same time following their own dreams. And vulnerability is a big part of that process, of the leader showing up with their perceived shortcomings and weaknesses and being able to deal with them and to sharing them openly so team members can grow from that experience. This vulnerability opens hearts and minds and connects teams very, very deeply and creates a really strong powerhouse of strong, sensitive leaders. And this group of leaders, self-aware leaders, will start to create changes in their own life, in their communities, and worldwide.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to share some of our ideas about what it means to be a feminine leader in our world today. My name is Rhonda Bowen, and I'm proud to be a member of Guapalita and World Speech Day. We are so pleased to have this opportunity to reach out to you, women and men who are involved in making sure that our world becomes a better place. At World Speech Day, we believe that it is important to listen to unexpected voices. If you've never met us before, or you don't know what we do, then maybe our voices were unexpected for you. Our movement has begun due to a number of reasons, but one of them has very much to do with the subject of this year's World Speech Day theme, humanity at a crossroads. We realize that the lives of women and girls have been looking for support for a very long time. We have decided to join forces and work together as a team to make sure that the changes that are so desperately needed in our world today actually become a reality. You see that we are cooperating to develop and empower people to become feminine leaders through the 10 competencies and opportunities to make sure that not only the seeds are planted, but that the development takes place to have those lives blossom. We have decided to help people understand what it means to be a woman based on those everyday actions and the small things we do that can really make a difference to help girls and women be curious and find the information that is relevant for their lives. This includes supporting women not only in their knowledge, but also in their feelings and emotions and helping them be courageous. These are just some of those things that are so important for us as we move forward and try to make the lives of women and girls better in many parts of the world. Although they come from different backgrounds, they all have the right to develop effective skills. Even when expectations vary greatly and the consequences of our actions may not be recognized immediately, we continue to work together to make this world a better place. Our cooperation as a team exemplifies that we believe that we all have a way to learn, to empower each other, to provide encouragement, and to make sure that those things we do together are for the greater good. We thank you so much for listening to our ideas, and we hope we've given you time to think again about what feminine leadership really means. At this time, when humanity is at such a crossroads, we hope our unexpected voices have been able to help you become more aware of feminine leadership and its role in our world today. please feel free to contact us, and we look forward to having you become part of our movement.
The cornerstone of a truly just, fair, and equal society is the economic freedom of the last and the least in the society. Philippine economy cannot be discussed without discussing the prevalent socio-political system in the country. In the data published by the Philippine Statistics Authority on December 2020 for October 2020, the Philippines recorded an unemployment rate of 8.7%, an underemployment rate of 14.4%. And what do these numbers imply? This data revealed that out of 111,046,913 Filipinos, 43.6 million Filipinos are in the labor force, 3.8 million Filipinos are jobless, and 6.36 million Filipinos out of 39.8 million Filipinos employed are underemployed, or those still seek to work on top of their current work due to unutilized job skills in their current job or the limited period of time they work relative to the prescribed hours of work for a normal employment week of a full-time employee. In this data alone, we can draw a lot of pictures of the current and future state of the Philippine economy. According to Dr. Shelito Habito, jobs data are more reflective of the economy of the country, more than the gross domestic product, because jobs tell the number and nature of Filipinos' work which relate the welfare of persons and their families and to the level of production they contribute to their organizations. Unemployment rate translates to the number of persons who probably are the breadwinners of their families, to the number of persons whose dreams are anchored to the jobs they have and lost, to the persons whose only way to sustain life is through their daily wage. These numbers also mean increase in the number of out-of-school youth who even before the pandemic are already struggling to make both ends meet. These numbers are a reflection of the poor fiscal policy of the government, the seeming out-of-touch response of the so-called public servants to the plight of the marginalized and poor, and the time immemorial imbalance in the distribution of wealth between the rich and the poor. The Philippines is a country abundant of natural resources. The vastness of land and affluence of this country makes someone wonder why is it that the global position of the country in terms of productivity and standard of living is always low. The current situation that the Philippines is facing is worsened by the institutionalized bureaucracy and corruption that is embedded in the personification of the state. According to the acting Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Carl Chua, the poverty rate in 2021 will likely range from 15.5% to 17.5%, which is higher than the Philippine government target of 14%. What is the significance of this? It means that the number of Filipinos that will live below the poverty threshold or the decent enough living in the Philippines will increase. Many Filipinos will add to the already high number of Filipinos who are living in a very inhuman condition due to extreme poverty. Business process outsourcing or BPO and remittances from abroad are considered to be the two pillars of the Philippine economy. However, both are dependent on the world economy. It cannot sustain on its own by relying to the domestic economy alone. While our economy benefits so much from these two pillars, COVID-19 revealed the weakness of our economy. COVID-19 created a more economic protectionist approach from countries affected by COVID-19 trying to contain to themselves the scarce job opportunities they have and taking advantage of newly unemployed workforce in their country that once were very expensively rated relative to the labor of their BPOs across the globe, which is very cheap. In a system that commodifies human, capitalism is a race won by the powerful. Again, in a system that commodifies human, capitalism is a race won by the powerful. In 2019, BPO contributed 26 billion US dollars to the Philippine economy. Philippines holds the largest concentration of call center workers in the world, and so was the greatly affected economy when some of BPOs closed down due to economic cycle brought by the pandemic. Remittances by our so-called modern heroes, the overseas Filipino workers, totaled to 35.5 billion US dollars in 2019. However, COVID-19 made such remittances to decrease to 29.5 US billion dollars in 2020. These figures tell us that the difference between the pre and during pandemic remittances is the amount of money, chances, food, and fortune flown away from the Filipino families who rely from remittances from abroad. These figures also show a decrease in the revenue of the government. Double whammy effect is real because of the pandemic. The micro and macro level economies are both in the verge of collapsing. The government has passed bayanihan laws to mitigate the effect of COVID-19 in the Philippine economy, but the top to bottom approach of the national government will defeat the purpose of the law. You cannot argue about trickle-down effect or hungry stomach. The government argued that it has 4 Ps, the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or our country's version of the conditional cash transfer to help the poorest of the poor in our country. In 2017, a study conducted by the Nobel Prize winner Banerjee titled Debunking the Stereotype of the Lazy Recipient, Evidence from Cash Transfer Programs Worldwide. Accordingly, there is no observable impact of the cash transfer to the propensity to work by the recipients, meaning the amount that's being received by the beneficiaries of the 4 Ps is not enough as a sole source of income, considering that only 500 pesos grant for health and nutrition, and 300 pesos per school-age child per family per month is being given. Meaning, on top of the meager amount being doled out by the government, the beneficiaries still have to work and earn to support their families. The number of beneficiaries represents the number of the poorest of the poor in the country, because after all, that is the goal of 4 Ps, to help the poorest of the poor in the country. They are a big contributor to the unemployment rate in our country. Or they can also be accounted for the high number of informal economy that usually passes off from the protection of the government. Politics and economics are a couple. They should be a happy couple, and as such, good government policy will create a better economic opportunity for everyone. Economics must view the smallest, poorest, and least as the fundamental unit of analyzing and understanding the Philippine economic malady. A truly just, fair, and equal society is always gauged on economic and political freedom of the least and the last.
Remontados Debate Society, students and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. I am especially pleased with this opportunity to speak before you about media. And I thank the Remontados Debate Society for inviting me. I think that this opportunity is something that I have to take, if only to do what I do, to educate and hopefully share my perspectives about the state of media today. Here are the 3 major parts that I'd like to cover in this speech. First, I'd like to begin by giving you a picture of the ideal, what media is supposed to be in a free press, the where we want to be. This is the media that we communication educators know, and the one which we seek from the media now, and around which our students are being trained for in their future practice. Second, I'd like to paint you a picture of where media really is today. Third, I'd like to present some suggestions on how we can go to where we want to be. Back to the ideal. Why do I ask, where do we want to be? I posit that because evidently, media is not really where it is supposed to be anymore. It is no longer in a pure and genuine state of a free press. A semblance of that, yes, but not fully as we once were. The Philippine media follows the libertarian media philosophy, which is a truly beautiful media, undeniably among the most respectful of human dignities. A media that acknowledges the exercise of democracy by treating the government's power as what it should be, owned by the people, and was only delegated to the government. And therefore, this media, who treats the people as the owner of the power, acts as a watchdog of that power, and barks at the government whenever that power is misused or abused. This is to alert the people, the real owner of the power, and to let them decide on what to do about it. That is how the Philippine media is supposed to be. This is why an ideal media is a media that honors its role as the fourth estate, a watchdog, a true blue fourth estate that stands guard against the wrongdoings of the government, allows us to make informed decisions, to exercise our reason and choice as the country's real owner of power. We are not in a real state of free press anymore because this role of media is now being threatened and slowly being negated. While we still have the social and economic roles of a free press, its political role is operating in intense threat and pain. And this thus brings me to my next point. What is the PMS now? PMS as in the Philippine media state. This PMS, the Philippine media state, is having its own PMS-like symptoms. By the latter PMS, I mean yes, premenstrual syndrome. Premenstrual syndrome, as we know, brings dull pains that can vary in degree and in which the afflicted has no choice but to bear before she bleeds. Apologies for the analogy, but this is also how I see Philippine media state as of now. The Philippine media is in serious pain. It is having its own pains in varying degrees, which all anticipate bleeding. Let me organize these pains according to three kinds: the government driven pain, the infodemic driven pain, and the pandemic driven pain. First, the government driven pain, which is characterized by subtle demands for the media to submit to government power. And non submission appears to be sanctioned with censorship. Laws are weaponized to silence the media. This administration appears to be specifically hostile to those who seriously uphold the role of the watchdog. Those media who ask serious questions, who investigate, and who inform us about the government's deviations. Any media who stands out in the monitoring and the holding of government accountable seem to be the subject of government's scorn. This is what happened to ABS-CBN. We have all witnessed this pain. With ABS-CBN now out of the free TV, we now have a less competitive environment in Philippine television. This means not only a reduction of media and information quantity, but also of quality. And more than that, this reduction to the privately owned media competing in an open market, there is the unignorable discomfort of the seemingly downgraded exercise of the fourth estate. Can you feel that discomfort too? It is awkward to see media who are very cautious, always playing safe. That is not how to be a watchdog. That is a lapdog. The same pain was felt by Rappler and Maria Ressa. Martin Luther King was right. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. What happened to ABS-CBN can indeed happen to any media organization. And what happened to Ressa can happen to anyone. I remember Reza saying that she is the cautionary tale. It's like saying, don't be like her. Stop being critical, stop investigating, stop asking dangerous questions, or else you might be next. A lot of us will understandably be scared of that. Attempts to silence, harass, and intimidate media could continue through the weaponization of laws. Cyber libel, franchise, foreign ownership, tax evasion, all these laws are like armaments now. Media will be led further to a certain wariness. It's going to be like a suspense movie where the protagonist treads ever so carefully for fear of waking up and enraging the sleeping monster. A monster who loves to sleep. Certainly a chilling effect, don't you think? Even the independent media, such as the Vera Files, the Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism, all had their fair share of scare when they got linked to the Matrix, which the government has claimed to be conspiring for the oust of the president. These were later discredited, yes, but it's like saying, you have been warned. The alternative press in local communities are also not saved from this pain. Not only have they been called as enemies of the state, prostitutes and spies, but worst of all, they are red tagged too. Journalists working for community media who write stories about human rights violations in their communities seem to be among the most perilous. Think about this in the light of the Anti Terror Act. The most worrisome provision in this law is that it allows suspects who could be journalists to be arrested without warrant and to be imprisoned. Not only painful, but absolutely scary. The second kind of pain our Philippine media suffers with is the infodemic driven pain. I remember that just a few days before the ECQ, I made a report on the Forum on Power and Information. The very conduct of the forum is an evidence of the culture of disinformation in the social media. The forum discussed about disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation, which only prove that misinformation has already mutated and our infodemic has gone far worse. Now, what does it have to do with the Philippine press? News websites are being copied, and fake news that spread like wildfire in social media use their names and logos, which could discredit them and leave their audience confused. In addition to this, the keyboard army of trolls demonize the press, with the Philippine Daily Inquirer and Rappler as among their favorites. Because of the infodemic, it has become quite easy to blur the line between valid criticism and fake news. And then we have the pandemic driven pain, the crucial role of media in reporting the pandemic. This pandemic has demanded so much more from media, and yet, as if it isn't hard enough as it is, it still has to go through some form of power tripping where even the emergency powers to handle the crisis has been used to file criminal charges to local and campus journalists for allegedly spreading fake COVID-19 information. Have mercy on the media. The Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, in particular, includes a provision penalizing fake news. In principle, the intention is good. But what is scary is that the provision can be used against media by those who either do not know how to determine what fake news is or who simply feel criticized by the media. We are not new to witnessing unfounded charges and complaints from officials addressed to the media who they perceive to have wronged them. Now, how do we go there? How can the Philippine media go back to a state of genuine free press? First, uphold the free press, or what little is left of it. The media's performance is far from perfect, yes, but even if they make mistakes, our rights to monitor and hold the government accountable through them must be sustained and protected. Journalists must ensure this constant fight for press freedom. How exactly? Persist as a watchdog. Look closer, investigate, keep asking questions no matter how difficult they are. Do not be afraid. Second, abide by media ethics. I ask the media to stay with truth. This is your social responsibility. We always tell our media studies students that social responsibility is about appreciating your right to information, but together with that right is your obligation to be truthful and accountable in your reports. Be conscientious in your treatment of the world of events. Do not only make stories digestible and intelligible, but make your delivery of truth purposeful. Third, clean our content. This is where we, digital citizens, are called to partake. Ensure that you do not help in the spreading of fake news, spot misinformation, and report them. But we cannot recognize fake news in the first place if we won't begin with educating ourselves first with what disinformation is. So, join in fact checking because this is a shared responsibility. There are a lot of initiatives by media organizations that aim to promote and teach us how to fact check, how to critically evaluate information. Let us make the most of these opportunities and partake in this fight against the infodemic. Fourth, support local media. Push for it, seek for it, receive it, and frequent it. We lost our ABS-CBN TV Patrol Bicol, but while it pained us, we can stay with the other local stations which we still have. We need them so we can join in the conversations of the local spheres, not only during super typhoons and not only for the statistics in this pandemic. Fifth, study the new media platforms. The infodemic is a disease resulting not from the malevolence of certain entities alone, but also from the ignorance on digital media as well. This pertains to ignorance of media information and ignorance of the platform's power. So while we maximize the use of these platforms, let us try to understand this more by looking into what is behind this technology, how it works, how it reads us, and how these algorithms affect the public discourse. In this action to educate, we need not only the media advocacy groups, but the academic institutions and other civic organizations to collaborate toward this end. Doing all this is not going to be easy, I know, but we need to help media in this way. Thomas Jefferson, a champion of freedom, once stated that if he had to decide between a government without newspapers and newspapers without government, he would not hesitate to choose the latter. While I would like to very much agree with him, I would say we do not have to choose. We need both. But for a truly democratic Philippines, the media has to freely probe the government to disclose the truth. Thank you, and once again, good day.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and to my fellow youths. First, I would like to thank you for choosing me. I feel so honored to be invited as one of the speakers for this year's World Speech Day. To begin, I would like to leave a quote from a Japanese Buddhist philosopher, Daisaku Ikeda, and I quote, "History has always been shaped by the power of youth." With that, in the Philippines, we have a history of youths being active in fighting for democracy, even though we do not have many resources. Yet, we are indeed resourceful in terms of political participation, such as street activisms and social media campaigns. We extract whatever available resource we have for us to be heard by the government. Because in the Philippines, it is evident that the government only functions once they are being called out. But why? Why do youths clamor for democracy? Democracy is important for us because it gives us the freedom of speech, freedom of press, and freedom of political expression. We have the right to criticize and pinpoint the wrongdoings and anomalies that the government is committing. And we all know that Philippines is supposed to be a democratic country wherein the sovereignty belongs to its people and not with the government. But with the current situation, are we really still democratic? Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow youths, it seems to me that fascism is only dressed up as democracy, deceiving us and making us believe that we still have the power, but the real thing is that we don't. The government has been toying us since then. Let me enumerate some so that it will also serve as an eye-opener for you. From the promise of drug eradication within 6 months, which really made the people believe. But at the end of the day, it turned out to be a reason for extrajudicial killing. Assigning incompetent people in handling government offices like the fake news queen, who spreads fake news which misled the people. Wasting our financial resources for a synthetic sand for the so-called Manila Bay Beautification Project. The 15 billion peso PhilHealth corruption which seems to vanish into thin air. The slow response regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. The continuous mounting of our debt which already reached trillions of pesos without transparency. The controversial Sinovac vaccines which is much expensive and with low effectivity rate than other vaccines. And the red tagging of students from different universities just because they are activists and they are calling out and criticizing the government. Student activists are not terrorists. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow youth, if those things do not make you upset, I don't know what will. It is obviously an abuse of power and oppression of people which only a fascist government is capable of doing. Youth, like us, plays a huge role in strengthening the democracy in our country. If we are going to trace back the history, the people power was not only done by adults but as well as the youths. Because even though at a young age, I do believe that we are also capable of being responsible citizens and that we have the capabilities to lead other people to do what is right. I do believe that the youths are not leaders of tomorrow, but rather we are leaders of today. Although it is pretty challenging because of our limitations, still it is not impossible. We can start by educating ourselves with our rights as a citizen so that we know what we are really fighting for. We can be the voice of the people who are crying out their call for help. We can guide our fellow youth in opening their eyes to reality. I do believe that is possible. We are knowledgeable in technologies and social medias, and that is why we must grab the opportunity to maximize those platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, especially to my fellow youths, I do believe that there is a leader in each and every one of us, and that we are geared up to make a change. We just have to lit up the fire inside us. If we want change, if we want a better government, we must lead. Because I believe that the youth's voice is the strongest voice of all. We must learn to stand up and fight for the common battle of making the government a better one. Let us start leading today and our future through casting our votes to the rightful candidate who we think is really capable of being the true representative of the people. So don't forget to get your names registered and please vote only the deserving this coming 2022 elections. Thank you so much and God bless.
Hello, I am Nika Umbao. I am a cultural worker and a gender rights activist based in the Bicol region here in the Philippines. I am currently the regional coordinator for Bicolana Gabriela, a non-government organization fighting for women's rights. I have been given the wonderful honor to talk about arts and culture, something that I am very passionate about. For as long as I can remember, art had always been part of who I am. I could still remember the time when I got into trouble for picking up a marker and drawing pictures all over our house. I could remember how music is what woke me up in the morning and what lulled me to sleep at night when I was still a kid. I remember volunteering for every event or task that would involve performing when I was still in school. I was one of those really annoying people who seemingly got thrilled by role playing assignments in class. I have an uncle who loves to draw and a grandfather who loved to draw as well. Both of them supported my art and told me that they were beautiful, even if they were not. I have several family members who play an instrument and quite a few who love to dance. And as with every Filipino household, everybody loves to sing, and every occasion has to have a karaoke machine. Unfortunately, as well, I had a family who only thought of art as a hobby, something you do in your spare time from your full time job. In high school, my school held this week long event called Peace Time. This is where the student population were divided into 8 groups, and students chose a sport or an event to compete in to earn points for their groups to win peacetime. The year Dramatic Excerpt was introduced as an event in peacetime, I was absolutely thrilled. Performing had always been a thrill to me. My parents, however, weren't thrilled by the idea of rehearsals because it involved going home late, and they thought that it was inappropriate for a girl like me to go home late at night because something might happen to me. I only joined that event once. That was the last time I set foot on a stage as a performer for a very long time. That Dramatic Excerpt event happened in 2010. The next time I set foot on stage as an actor and performer was on 2017. To understand how my understanding of what art is and how I decided to be a gender rights activist, I have to share to you the most traumatic experience I've ever had. I am a violence against women victim. In 2016, my father beat me up in public. He was drunk because he was celebrating his birthday. I had gone out to meet up with friends because I didn't feel welcome at home. Things had been very hostile between me and my parents for many reasons that need not be mentioned here. I was at my friend's house and we were waiting for my friend's cousin when my dad arrived. He asked me to go outside and he beat me up there, right outside my friend's house, with everyone watching. I ended up with a black eye, a swollen face, bruises all over my body, and minor fractures on 2 ribs. A month after getting beat up by my father, I decided to leave home, and the perfect opportunity to pack up some of my things and run presented itself. So I left home. I sought refuge at an uncle's house where I knew I would be safe. One drunk night after I left home, I realized I don't know who I was because I had been hiding and running from who I was for so long because my parents didn't approve of my love for the arts. I had broken my wrist that night. I broke my wrist because I punched a wall. I punched a wall because I was very frustrated. I was frustrated because I realized I didn't know who I was. For years, I had tried to make a personality. I tried to build who I was. I tried many hobbies after my parents told me that they do not support my interest in the performing arts. I had found other hobbies that I love, like visual arts and debating. But to them, visual arts was too expensive, and debating made me too liberated, too strayed away from the image of what a good woman should be. On that drunk night, I decided to return to my first love. I've decided to pursue the performing arts again. I promised to myself that when the next opportunity to act and perform on stage arrived, I would grab it. A few weeks after that, one of my literature teachers told me that they would be having auditions for a musical production. She asked me if I wanted to audition, and I did. A week after that, we were in rehearsals. During rehearsals and performances of that musical, entitled Mga Ininipot sa Tao Kansalog, or Fireflies on the River, I had met people who taught me that art and performing are so much more powerful than what it perceived to be is, or what it is perceived to be. Art is not only a medium for self-expression. We do not perform for the sake of performing. The many forms of art gives you a voice. It tells stories. It moves people. That art can comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. After that production, I decided to apprentice at Sining Banwa, a community theater group based in Legazpi City in Albay, where our creed was, ang sining ng bayan ay sining mula sa bayan at sining para sa bayan, which means the art of the people is art from the people and is art for the people. We at Sining Banwa believe that we should use art as a means to tell the stories of the marginalized and the voiceless. We have used the stage to tell the story of struggles of the workers and farmers in productions like Oktubre, Gulong ng Kasaysayan. Underpaid teachers in Teacher, those who bear society's stigma because of HIV and AIDS in Gym Girls, the struggles of the LGBTQ+ community in Backstage, the desaparecidos and the atrocities of martial law in Punla sa Tigaon. The theater is not the only place we tell stories. We perform in streets, in parks, in markets, virtually anywhere, to bring the stories of the people closer to the people. Oftentimes, society makes our marginalized brothers and sisters feel unseen. We bring our art closer to them. So when they see us perform, see us dance, see us painting, see our murals on the street, hear us sing, they know that someone is listening. Someone is listening to their woes, seeing their struggles. We want them to know that even if this oppressive system running our country has removed their voice, we are willing to lend them ours. We are proud to call ourselves mga artista ng bayan, artists for the people. We are activists. With another fascist seated in power, the word activist has earned a bad reputation in our country, especially when laws like the anti-terrorism law are made to prosecute us for our political beliefs. We always say, walang mali sa paglaban, may mali kaya lumalaban. Fighting isn't wrong. We fight because there is something wrong. And we see that so many things are going wrong with our society. The COVID-19 pandemic response of our country has been poor from the very onset, and thousands of Filipino people had been killed since the beginning of 2016 under the false drug war. We will continue to fight as artists. We will continue to give the marginalized and the voiceless a voice. We will not falter under the threat of another fascist, another dictator. We will not give him our power. We refuse to give him our voices. We will continue to speak and we will continue to fight for women's and the people's rights. Again, I am Nika Umbao. I am proudly a cultural worker and a gender rights activist here in the Bicol region. I will continue to offer my life and my work for the people. I am Nika Umbao, para sa babae, sa bata, at sa bayan.
A progressive health movement to everyone, to the organizers of the World Speech Day 2021, to all our participants, and to my fellow guest speakers, a wonderful day to all of you. Right now, before we start with my speech, I would just like to briefly introduce myself to you all in order for us to get to know more about each other and for you to gain insight on who I am as a person, as an advocate for health. Because right now we are going to tackle, and I hope that I can inspire a fruitful and inspiring discussion with you about the domain of health right now for the Filipino society amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, everyone, I am Samuel C. Madriaga from the city of Seven Lakes, the San Pablo City, Laguna. Currently, I'm a third-year BS Occupational Therapy student in the University of the Philippines, Manila. And also, currently, I am the chairperson of the College of Allied Medical Professions Student Council, the chief executive of the Alliance of Public Health Advocates. And in terms of our community participation, I am the co-founder and the director for youth engagement of Sulong San Pablo. And in terms of our advocacy engagements, I am a mental health advocate, an advocate for the PWDs and for youth empowerment. And of course, the reason why I am here right now speaking in front of you, I advocate for a progressive and effective health movement for all Filipinos. Now, before we start with my speech, I want to ask you something. And I hope that as we progress along this speech, you can think about your answers and reflect on this question. I want to ask you, is health only a priority when we are under a health crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic? Now, I will just leave it right there, and I want you to think about that answer. And later on, we can discuss. Maybe as we progress, we can have an answer to that question. But I hope that as individuals, we have our own stand, and we do know the priority of our health right now, especially right now in the COVID-19 pandemic. Now let's go back and try to revisit what happened in the year 2020. This is how I will start my speech. I want to ask you, on January 22, 2020, can you still remember the things that you are doing on this day? January 22, 2020. From my personal experience, this was the day when I was in the city of Manila, sitting peacefully in our classroom, listening to my occupational therapy class, planning with my classmates on where we could possibly go during the vacation because it's January. It's the second semester of the academic year. And it was supposed to be a normal day for all of us. But little did I know that January 22 was more than just being a normal day. In the Philippines, this was the very day where the coronavirus disease entered and infiltrated the borders of our archipelago. At that moment, I heard about the news that I didn't even know what COVID-19 is. What is COVID 19? In my mind, I'm really asking, is it really dangerous? Or is it just like a simple flu wherein you do not need an intensive treatment for you to be cured? Well, admittedly, at that certain moment of time, I was unaware of what was happening. I really do not know because it's very new in our nature, the COVID 19 pandemic. I had to research more about it. I had to empower myself with the right knowledge about COVID 19. But at that moment, I didn't know about anything about COVID 19. But as we all know, life continued. January has passed. We celebrated Valentine's in February. A lot of people were still out of the streets, running around, walking, strolling across the busy pathways of Manila. You can still hear the loud sounds of the jeepneys, the buses, of people chattering on how lucky they were on that day. Those were the common noises of the Filipino society, of the common environment in the urban areas. Then suddenly, at a snap, just like what Thanos did in the Avengers movie, everything has changed. The COVID 19 pandemic happened, and we were all in shock. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know what is COVID 19. The background of COVID 19 isn't full yet. And can you imagine that just from having one positive case of COVID 19 last January, on March 3, 2020, it was reported that the number of infected people rose to 633 in number. Then there was the enhanced community quarantine in Luzon until it was declared to all the regions of the Philippines. And we all know the lockdown happened. Almost a year has passed, we are still here, continuously adjusting to the new demands associated with living under the pandemic. But I am not here to just report to you of what happened in the past, of what happened in 2020, of how well my life became in 2020. But rather, I am here to instill hope and inspiration to all of you on how we can have an active and fruitful discourse and discussion on how the COVID 19 pandemic really impacted the Filipino community, and how can we, the Filipino youth, collectively build a proactive response to help the land of the Juan de la Cruz in recovering from this adversity. But I want us to start with cherishing our quarantine realizations. Of course, I know quarantine has been a year now, and I know that all of us had our own realizations and reflections in life. During the COVID 19 pandemic, most of us had our own realizations. There's some time that we spent a mental health break. We spent time being alone, thinking of the possibilities of the future, because the future is uncertain right now. Whether it's about how we manage our time, about our relationships, mental health, academics, and many more, which aims to improve our participation in the various domains of our lives. But one notable thing that I think most of us were able to realize collectively is how critical the promotion of effective health education and literacy is in our way forward amid the pandemic. We all know how critical and how vital the promotion of health is right now, especially with all the national and social issues that have been happening right now, with all the deaths that have been counted, a number of people infected. We have known and recognized the importance and significance of health today. In a digitally connected society where the Philippines tops in terms of social media usage, the spread of misinformation and fake news and the true nature of COVID 19 has been very rampant. Actually, right now in our world, we can consider that misinformation and the spread of fake news can be another cause of pandemic. We have a digital misinformation that has been happening in Facebook, in other social media pages and social media accounts and platforms, and it really negatively impacted the way to our recovery from the pandemic. And more than just the COVID 19 pandemic, we were faced with a much more challenging adversity in the exacerbation of false information on vaccines, and even on how COVID 19 vaccine, or how COVID 19 as a disease and as a virus is transmitted. Some people became more aggressive and gained greater control over their own health by believing that COVID 19 is just a conspiracy, while others became more conservative on the approaches that they will take to prolong their lives amid the pandemic. All of us had our own approaches to health. And there's a collective need for us to change our mindset on how we tackle and how we cope up with the pandemic. More than this, as human beings, we were able to realize that health is an integral part of our holistical existence, as it transcends the need for gaining wealth, power, and even the luxuries of life. When we were in a lockdown, I was able to compare health to a very sentimental art masterpiece. For example, the very famous Mona Lisa. I was able to compare health with Mona Lisa. You see, the Mona Lisa is a very well taken care of art masterpiece. Even its artist, the very famous Leonardo da Vinci, in the process of his creation, went very sensitive to the features of his work. As we all know, the Mona Lisa has been a great example for the golden ratio in mathematics, and right now, it is well preserved in the museums. Now, in the domain of health, health is like the Mona Lisa because of its very delicate nature. Just like the paintings that was painted by Leonardo da Vinci and all the great painters of society in mankind history, health is is a very delicate domain in our lives. One addition of impurity and malpractice to it could cause a disturbance to the quality of life of an individual. It can really affect how we perform, how we participate, and how we do our occupations in our daily lives. Because health is very delicate. At the macro level, the disturbance brought about by the COVID-19 to the health of Filipinos greatly influenced the operations of various sectors of our society. Whether you're from the industrial sector, the agricultural, the youth, the education, transportation, civic participation and engagement, and even in the government sector, a lot has changed since COVID-19 came into existence. From this, we realize that health does not just concern the doctors, nurses, health professionals, and advocates for health, but rather it is it is a concern of the whole civilization of humanity. It concerns you, it concerns me, and every one of us. This is how vital health is in our lives. And as your speaker today, let me ask you again, is health only a priority when we are under a health crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic? Or when there's a surge of HIV/AIDS cases in the country? Certainly not. Health is a priority always in our daily lives. Health is and should be the priority of all. As I will always say during my speeches, in my talks in our community, and even I say this to our organization, our recovery from this pandemic entails a realization and ownership of our own responsibilities as individuals to our own health and well-being, and the full acceptance of our accountability to the conscious collective health solutions. From the beginning until now, we have seen the efforts and sacrifices, the resiliency of our Filipino medical frontliners, social workers, and active leaders of today who proactively combat COVID-19. And I hope that we could take this opportunity, the World Speech Day 2021, as a great avenue for us to give our appreciation to them and to stand with them in their calls for a safe and decent work condition amid the pandemic. I hope this time we can realize their efforts that they're giving right now in order for us to help in moving forward from the pandemic. But now the question is that from us, the youth sector, how can we participate? Knowing all the sacrifices of the medical frontliners that we have, the social workers, the active leaders and advocates for health, knowing all their efforts, what can we do as the Filipino youth? As youth members of this Filipino community, how can we maximize our potentials to become active contributors to our collective health actions that will help us move forward from this pandemic? Well, let me share to you 4 action steps that the Filipino youth can do to build safer and healthier communities for all. The first one, let's start with the health information. I want us to amplify health education and literacy campaigns in your homes, communities, and even digital networks. We need to capitalize on the power of social media today to create innovative ways to promote health during the pandemic. Good health promotion starts with the good nutrition of our minds with accurate health information, as it yields better health outcomes. We can use our influences in the virtual world to increase the accessibility of not just COVID-19 related information, but also information related to mental health, adolescent sexual reproductive health, nutrition, disability prevention and awareness, and all among topics related to health to the people that we have, to the people in our surroundings and environment. As the cliche says, knowledge is power. And our power to battle COVID-19 is harnessed when we utilize our knowledge on the promotion of prevention and vaccination strategies against the pandemic. The second one, I encourage everyone here today to collaboratively build opportunities for youth involvement in the development processes of health solutions in communities. Our recovery entails collaborative participation of all sectors of our community. And as a sector which composes a huge part of the population, we need to recognize that the youth has a significant role to fill in our journey to recovery amid the pandemic. You can empower your households, your communities, your cities, municipalities, provinces, and even your region. You can empower them with your innovative initiatives that promote vaccination and prevention strategies against COVID 19. I would just like to take an example from our initiative here in San Pablo City. We have launched the ACO initiative, or the Angat Kalusugan's Operation Initiative, in which this is an initiative that works to promote vaccine education strategies and the fundamental knowledge on COVID 19 to the youth, and to elevate their participation to the vaccination programs in our local communities today. As you all know, we are in the phase of vaccine rollout. And we do recognize the significant role of our Filipino youth, or the Calabarzon youth, because our scope as of the moment is the Calabarzon youth. And we do recognize their potential to become active members of our programs for health. If you're part of an organization that shares the same advocacy as ours, we invite you to collaborate with us on this project. ACO initiative has been a great initiative in our region in Calabarzon, because various Sangguniang Kabataan officials, local youth development councils have been participating and have been collaborating with us to localize the campaign in their own communities. Now, for the third tip, I want us to activate institutions that work for the welfare and health of the youth and the people. This is high time for us to build trust and greater accountability to our institutions to help us tap the potentials of our people, to become more proactive in their approach against the COVID 19. Through this, we can build a collaborative health environment that genuinely works for the health of our people. And that's what we all need. We need a collaborative health environment and a system that will work for the demands and the needs and the concerns of the Filipino people in terms of their health. Okay? Now, for the fourth tip that we have, I want us to proactively lobby effective health policies, measures, and suggestions to agencies that work against the COVID 19 pandemic. As part of a democratic society, we have the right and power to participate in the shared decision-making processes that involves the future of our health and welfare. I encourage everyone, to the Filipino youth that has been listening to the World Speech Day 2021, I encourage and persuade all of you here today to become models of leadership in amplifying the voice of the unheard and the marginalized sector by effectively lobbying our suggestions and concerns to rightful authorities. You see, we are more than just members of the youth sector, because we are part of the builders of a safer and healthier tomorrow for all Filipinos. This is the year that we need to seek avenues to unify and to collaborate our ideas to engineering solutions that would spark a sustainable impact on our communities. We have the power to transform our future amid the pandemic by actively participating in platforms that strengthen the building blocks of our country's healthcare system. We can, because the youth can. You, I, and all of us participating right now in the World Speech Day 2021 are partners for sustainable, progressive, and inclusive health for all Filipinos. Mabuhay ang kalusugan ng bayan, mabuhay ang kalusugan para sa lahat ng Pilipino. Let's all move for a healthier Philippines. Padayon at maraming salamat.
Hello, Azouz Bashouch, Organizer and Chair, World Speech Day Tunisia. We are here for the 4th edition of World Speech Day Tunisia, and we are pleased to join the World Live Conference for this year 2021. I must thank here not only Mr. Gibson, Simon, but also my wonderful speakers who are willing to make our event a successful one. I here have all the themes of my speakers. According to Human at Crossroads, we have Dr. Fatma Shermiti bin Abdallah, long-term effects of COVID-19, long COVID, which is today we are all at the crossroad of this sickness and this disease across the globe, the pandemic, which is hurting our daily life. We have also Wiper Sessi, who will be talking about problems of the Tunisian youth and the establishment of the organization French-German Association for the Youth, OPAGE. Also, we must thank Samir Makhtoub, who is a professor in Florida. He will be talking through a video live what could be done about unemployment. Also, we have Hala Bashobji, who is acquainted to World Speech Day Tunisia in the past. She will be talking about light tourist aviation in Tunisia. Myself, I will be again talking about the drones, but this time it's about all the strategies in climate change and environment monitoring that drones will help us when we use them. But here I'm not going to go through the details since it will be a presentation with technical data and scales and photos and everything, but the scope of my speech will be, of course, talking about the erosion problems that can be monitored by drones, the snow and Arctic and problems about climate change and the heating up of Earth. How can the drones can contribute to develop such a strategy for scientists, as in the field there are not too many people involved, as the technology is very new, but still there are many PhD students and doctors who travel to the North Pole, and they carried studies in Switzerland and Finland, and we hope that in Tunisia we might also have the opportunity to carry out such scientific studies with the application of drones. Now, I am also happy to announce that the Tunisian government has made a new regulations according to drones or UAVs and manned air vehicle, which was not allowed in the past, as they pose problems for the engineers who can develop prototypes or the technology, but they are not allowed to fly them. So now there is a new legislation, at least about drones in Tunisia. Also, we will have our friend, Dr. Lies Srairi, who is a psychiatric and specialist of what is happening now, as we all live a psychiatric crisis because of the COVID-19. I will be glad to thank our friend, engineer Amr Mukhtar, who is a very skilled engineer. He was talking yesterday at the Tunisian television, and he will be talking about natural resources and agriculture, which is a day-to-day basis problem for the population, and especially now as the poor class is growing up because of the unemployment, the lockdown of under the effect of COVID-19 and so forth. Finally, I will be glad to talk about, as I have many requests of the Tennis Club of Tunisia. For the occasion, I must thank the president of the Tennis Club of Tunisia, Dr. Khaireddin Kishrid, who granted us this year a very good facility which will host our World Speech Day Tunisia 2021. And this is a good opportunity for many people to see live what we can produce in Tunisia as a matter of drone. I will be bringing a new drone which is dedicated to climate change monitoring and prevention. Also, there is big request of my friends at the tennis club and elsewhere. They want to share their lockdown at home with a better tool, which is Flight Simulator 2021. I will be carrying out a demonstration at the Tennis Club of Tunis with the new Flight Simulator 2120, as they can travel, because now there is a big travel ban all over the world. So it's the easiest way to travel through the simulator. Also, they can enjoy a pleasant technology, which is aviation. Thank you.
Although the COVID-19 pandemic is ongoing and we are all still suffering, there's another current and in many ways a consequential crisis that demands attention. Research going back for decades reveals that mental and substance abuse disorders are a top DALY for countries worldwide, increasing by nearly 10.67 million from 2010 to 2017. DALY, or Disability Adjusted Life Years, measures the burden of disease through summations of mortality and morbidity across countries. One DALY is equivalent to 1 year in good health lost. Mental and substance abuse disorders ranked number 4 in burdens of disease for the United States in 2017, with a DALY of 7.21 million. In this same year, Sub-Saharan Africa saw a DALY of 13.56 million, China had over 22 million, and South Asia 28.53 million. Imagine what the jump from 2017 to 2021 would be if we had the numbers available. There's evidence to believe that such a global, traumatic, and long-lasting event as the pandemic has affected mental health significantly across the board. Major depressive disorder often carries the heaviest burden, with drug use and anxiety disorders close behind. In 2015, an estimated 322 million people lived with depression, half of whom were in Southeast Asia and the Western Pacific region. This silent epidemic is even more concerning than ever before, as recent studies reveal depressive symptoms may have nearly tripled since the start of the pandemic. This makes sense, as it is a personification of just about every stressor you can think of, from unemployment to financial insecurity, death, and isolation. We are dealing with economic and psychological depression, where one cannot be addressed without the other. Policymakers need to prepare a multifaceted, multi-level response for recovery and prevention to be as successful and efficient as possible. As a growing global crisis, this is not an opportunity to spread Western biomedical approaches to mental health. Failing to implement policies that are culturally consonant and evidence-based would be a moral failure to humanity. The World Health Organization believes that task shifting may allow for more equitable implementation of treatment. Task shifting is the redistribution of tasks among paraprofessionals to support specialists. If also trained with community-based knowledge, this can effectively increase access to mental health treatments and reduce stigma. But of course, there's more to it. Expanding mental health care requires comprehensive policies addressing social, economic, and environmental determinants that are aware of how certain populations are at more of a risk than others. Everything from poverty to gender inequality factors into the burden of mental disorders. Global institutions of politics and economics create power imbalances that produce consistently poor health outcomes in poorer regions or against minority groups. Women, BIPOC individuals, and the LGBTQ+ community are all facing additional stressors on top of the pandemic. This includes economic disparity, institutional racism, social stress, and so much more. We should be working to prevent, as well as treat, a full spectrum of disorders. How we address COVID-19 and increasing mental health issues will be reflected in post-pandemic society, and so we should do everything possible to support those struggling. I encourage you to find resources regarding the pandemic and mental health, and know that you are not alone in these difficult times.
Hello there from across the world. My name is Anthony Kimani Kariuki from Kenya. On the 15th of March 2021, we celebrate the World Speech Day. The theme this year is Humanity at Crossroads. For the last 1 year, we have witnessed the ravaging effects of one of the biggest existential threats to humanity. Through the current COVID-19 pandemic, while it is not the first, it might not be the last. Therefore, as a people, we must keep on taking the right health precautions and developing innovative solutions to curb not only this pandemic, but even some of the persistent calamities we have faced over the years for now and for future generations. Are you willing to be part of this conversation? If you would like to attend, you can follow this event live from across the globe. This is through the World Speech Day social media platforms. See you then.
Hello, my name is Nave, and this is my speech, The UK Government and the Divide with the Working Class. In the UK, the Conservative government has shown time and time again that they care about profits, privatisation, and their people, the rich. This means that certain parts of the population benefit from them being in government, while the others, or the working class, suffer considerably more. This has always been a known concept, and some leaders have extended the divide more than others. However, the current coronavirus pandemic has only highlighted the Tories' bias in favour of the upper classes. For example, like when they paid £250 million to their acquaintances for PPE contracts, which then resulted in a national shortage. It's important to note that class is not just determined by income. It can be determined by aspects like where you live, where you come from, someone's job status, or even the type of house someone lives in. Therefore, bias does not just come in the shape of someone's monetary position, but it can also come in the form of stereotypes, like the working class using free school meal vouchers on crack dens and brothels, as Conservative MP Ben Bradley suggested in since-deleted tweets. He said this at the height of the pandemic in 2020, when morale was already low over the government's handling of the pandemic and when the working class were already suffering after many had lost their jobs. It was essentially just another kick in the teeth to those already struggling, people in this MP's own constituency. And this is just one of the many examples of Conservatives making an assumption that they have likely picked up through the media, which as we know is heavily distorted, and running with it, letting it become ingrained in their ideologies and come through into their political work, which then comes back around to how the working class suffer from the Conservatives being in government. The official definition of crossroads is a point at which a crucial decision must be made which will have far-reaching consequences. And the thing that immediately came to mind when I read this was the U-turns that the Conservative government had made during the pandemic. And what does this have to do with the working class? Well, starting with the decision made on how to grade the GCSE and A-level exams of summer 2020, which had the worst effect on working class students because the bigger the class size, the more likely someone's grade was to be lowered, and bigger class sizes are linked with public schools, which is where working class children attend, and smaller class sizes with private schools where the upper class children will attend. And this was until the Conservative Education Secretary Gavin Williamson made a U-turn on his decision and used a different grading system which favoured children fairly and equally. Another of these U-turns we've seen during the pandemic was made by Prime Minister Boris Johnson to provide free school meals to children in school holidays. There was a vote about it, and the only party that actually voted against it was the Tory party. It is widely known that footballer Marcus Rashford had many phone calls with the Prime Minister to argue his point in favour of providing impoverished children with food over the school holidays, as the pandemic had made it even harder for families to provide food to their children. And then the U-turn was made and the free school meals were eventually provided in the holidays. And these are just a few amongst many examples of U-turns, bias, and the ultimate demonisation of the working class that has happened during the pandemic, which has been going on for almost a year. But there are many beyond and before this that show just how much the divide hurts the working class people of the UK. There is a bright side to these that can be seen in these U-turns. The suffering of the working class was only temporary in these situations. But when we look at the wider picture, the Conservatives and the working class will always be at crossroads.
Les quiero contar una hermosa historia de amor. Dos chicos se conocen en la Universidad Nacional de la Ciudad de La Plata, Argentina, estudiando la carrera de abogacía, la carrera de derecho, para ser abogados, para ser letrados. Una vez graduados los dos, se empiezan una época de novios y comienzan a idear un futuro juntos, a querer formar una familia, a querer tener un bebé, a querer tener un hijo. Esa etapa de noviazgo, Culmina de una manera muy linda, después de 7 años y medio se casan, los dos ya abogados. Parte de su historia ya pudo culminar bien, sus sueños venían cumpliéndose, hasta que se casan, después de 7 años y medio, por civil, y se casan por iglesia. 2 meses después empieza la búsqueda de su tan amado hijo, de su tan deseo que querían, ese deseo tan grande de poder tener un bebé, de poder tener un hijo. Pero ¿qué pasa? La vida le juega una mala pasada. Nunca llegaba ese bebé tan esperado, ese bebé que tanto deseaban, con tanto amor. 10 años buscando ese bebé y nunca llegó, durante esos 10 años. Una vez, en un momento, un amigo muy íntimo los invita a ir a una playa, a hacer un ritual al universo, como última instancia. Ya estaban por adoptar un hijo, adoptar un niño que necesitaba una familia. Y por última instancia, un amigo muy íntimo les dice: los voy a llevar a conocer una playa que está en la costa argentina, muchos la conocen, que se llama Cariló. Es un bosque soñado, una playa ideal, una playa donde todo es mágico. El marido lleva una botella, entre los dos ponen un papel, escriben, y en el papel decía: el que encuentre esta botella y lea este papel, rece por nosotros que con mucho amor queremos tener un hijo. Lo pone adentro de la botella, lo tira al mar. El ritual era que si se daba vuelta y la botella volvía, el universo no se los iba a dar. Si se iba y no estaba, porque el universo se los iba a regalar. Con mucha fe tiró la botella, se dio vuelta y la botella nunca llegó. La botella desapareció. Se fueron de la playa, se fueron de ese lugar y con toda la esperanza de que pudieran tener un hijo. En febrero, 6 meses después, realmente me da carne de gallina, 6 meses después, ella queda embarazada. Y el universo le dice: bueno, te voy a regalar algo, te voy a regalar un bebé. Pero como me lo pediste tanto, como tanto esfuerzo quisiste tenerlo, te voy a regalar un bebé especial. Porque pidieron con tanta fe, que ese bebé, ese hijo, va a tener síndrome de Down. Al principio fue chocante porque dijeron: ¿cómo el universo me manda un hijo con síndrome de Down? Después de casi 19 años de estar juntos y hoy con un hijo de 3 años y 5 meses, descubren que el universo fue el mejor regalo que les ha dado la vida, porque ese bebé les dio todo ese amor y todo ese cariño que ellos tanto necesitaban. Les voy a contar algo. Esa chica y ese chico que formaron soy yo. Yo, con tanto amor y con tanto cariño, pedí tener ese bebé, pedí tener ese hijo. Esa mamá soy yo y ese nene que vino al mundo se llama Benjamín y es mi hijo de 3 años y medio con síndrome de Down. Esa es la historia y el fin queda incierto. Pero ese fin incierto va a traer mucha alegría y mucho amor a este hogar de estos chicos que tanto soñaban tener un bebé.
Hello, I'm Julianne Stewart. I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia. Didn't sort of see that little white pointy building over there on the harbour. Might have given it away. Thank you to Simon for inviting me to speak with you today. Happy World Speech Day. My background, I started off in television script writing on dramas. And who would have thought that that would be a great grounding for writing for politicians? But it was. Probably should have guessed. Drama and politics go hand in hand. For the last 16 years, I have been very fortunate that I have worked where speeches are really valued, and I have worked in dedicated speech writing roles. So I'm talking to you today from a very practical perspective about how speeches have changed over this last year of the pandemic. in a practical sense, and the opportunity it actually gives us as speechwriters, and particularly in the context of the theme of World Speech Day, which is humanity at a crossroads. But I'll just talk about the practical side just briefly. You know, you're sitting probably in your lounge room or in a study by yourself. I'm sitting in my study by myself. So it's the online platform doesn't really lend itself to the real formal speech giving. I think we all tried to keep doing it at the beginning of the pandemic, and we found it wasn't really working. And so for me personally, my speaker has gone more into panel discussions or very short presentations, and we've gone back to a reliance on PowerPoint. So yeah, it's changed. You know, it'd be like me standing up here. You know, it'd be the same if you went into a room of two people and stood at a podium and said, "Good evening, distinguished guests, lady and gentlemen." You know, it doesn't work. You've got to just speak in a very informal manner these days. Maybe we'll get back to 500-person auditoriums one day, but it's a long way off. In terms of language, I think things have really changed too, and I think it's for the better. And it's because the pandemic has been such a leveler. We all now have a world that is experiencing the pandemic. Everybody is experiencing the impact of the pandemic to differing degrees, of course. But we've all had some sense of loss, whether, you know, it's the ultimate loss of a family member, and it could be from COVID, or what we've had a lot of where I am, because there's a lot of people who come to work on the University of New South Wales, and we have a lot of international academics and a lot of international students, not as many international students as we used to have, but people who have lost loved ones in another country and they can't get to them. So there's a sense of loss. It could be, as I said, it could be people that you have lost. It could be the loss of a job. It could be the loss of connection with family and friends, or the loss of freedom from being in lockdown. And what that's done is it's actually made people talk about their feelings a lot more, about, you know, they might be fearful, they might be sad, they might be angry, they might be lonely, or even, you know, if they've had a reunion, joyous. But then I think people are more in touch with their feelings. And that's where the opportunity is for us as speechwriters, is, you know, when we write a speech, the first thing we ask is, who is the audience? Because you want to connect with them. And now our speakers, you know, they know when they walk into a room from now on, or if they're talking to people online, everybody can relate to everybody else's feelings about the pandemic. And it means that there's a facade taken down, or a barrier that is quite often there between the speaker and the audience, because the speakers can speak on a much more personal level now. And I think that is one of the best things that could happen for us as speechwriters, because what we have a chance to do now is influence. It might only be a a small gathering, but whatever that sphere of influence is, if we can inject empathy into our speeches, we might go some way to uniting people and saying to people, we've all had a common experience and we have common ground. Because I think one of the things that has hastened the problems with humanity and brought us to the crossroads is that our society was so divided, and we'd become mean. We'd become a mean society, I think. We weren't terribly worried about other people. You know, we were worried about how things affected us. And unless you're completely heartless, you had to be touched by the suffering of people during the pandemic. And, you know, and it's not over yet. So I think what would be a great message to take away is for speechwriters to go forward and inject lots of empathy into their speeches, because it comes from a real place of authenticity now. It comes from a place of this shared experience. And if I could give you an example of what I mean about this need at the moment for authenticity, if you look at US politics, which again, it's a common theme. I won't talk about Australian politics because and not a lot of people know about Australian politics overseas, I don't think, except that we change prime ministers a lot. But in the US, you know, Obama, I think every speechwriter I knew would have given anything for Obama to deliver one of our speeches, because his delivery was so good, you know, and you'd think, oh, he's not going to butcher my beautiful words like the speaker I've got at the moment. And believe me, there are a few Australian prime ministers who could really butcher a speech. And then we went to Donald Trump, and I'm not talking politics at all here with Obama or Donald Trump, but his style was such a stark contrast to Obama, who had that very formal, poetic style of speaking, soaring rhetoric, used a lot of devices that we know to use in speeches and used them extremely well. Then Trump came along, and it was, some would say crass, some would say straight down the line, but it was authentic and it was him, except when he was reading off an auto cue, and then it was. And then Biden came along, and I saw a lot of discussion about his inaugural speech, not quite as grand as people had wanted. And I thought, no, it was perfect, because, and you've got to look at the context. They had probably written a lot of drafts of it, and then the insurrection happened, and then they probably had to start again. So his speech was a little bit raw, but it was authentic. And I think when people are as exhausted as the American people are now, you don't have the headspace to, you know, poetry can take a little bit of time to process. People just want clear messages, very accessible language. They want to know how this person is going to help me. And I think Biden's speech did that. So that's it. Yes, we've had a lot of changes as far as speeches are concerned, but it's a great opportunity for speechwriters. It's an opportunity for us to use our words to go out and give the world a bit of a hug. So, yeah, I would love to see everybody just being their authentic selves, or their speakers' authentic selves, and getting out there and using their language to to bring a bit of unity. So thank you very much. You can find me on LinkedIn. Let's hope that we meet again sometime. Have a great World Speech Day. Bye.
Oui, fait que Cécile, 29 سنة, ambassadrice de l'Office franco-allemand pour la jeunesse. C'est pour ma deuxième mandat سنة. جيت نحكي على لي جون وهوني باش نقدم الورد سبيتش داي 2021 اللي باش يحكي على اللي انا باش نحكي فيه على مشاكل لي جون. Donc je suis à la base event executive à l'hôtel Sheraton Unisatel ou en même temps je vis ma vie sociale كيما نحب انا. d'ailleurs في برشا جمعيات من عندي براتيكمون 7 ولا 8 سنين اللي انا عضوه في الهيئه المديره لجمعيه صداقه تونسيه الالمانيه وعضوه زاده في الهيئه المديره نتاع ستارتين كلوب اللي هي بالعلاقات الخارجيه. وهوني باش نحكي لكم على رحلتي اللي بدات مع لوفرت في 2013 كي مشيت مع الدوله باش نقدم الدوله التونسيه في ال 50e انيفرسير دو تريتي دو ليليزي في برلين. وملي روحت قلت يلزمني نشوف لوفاج هذايا هو شنو. وبعديك من وقتها تعرفت على جمعيتي اللي خرجت منها سفيره اللي هي صداقه تونسيه الالمانيه اللي فيها هي تعرفت على notre partenaire officiel في مايس اللي هو لانش بورتموند LSB اللي نخدم معاهم حتى تويكا. et d'ailleurs انا بديت l'expérience في l'échange des jeunes les rencontres depuis 2013 et depuis là. واليوم bien sûr انا نقدم شباب خاطر انا لا سول لي جون في تونس نقولوا شباب ونقولوا شباب اللي قراو معناها باركور يونيفرسيتير ويخدم و70% ماهوش يخدم في خدمته اللي قراها. باش نحكيو على لي جون اللي قرا اما يخدم معناها اي حاجه في تونس ماهيش دومينو. ونحكيو على لي جون اللي عندهم موان دوبورتونيتي اللي خرجوا من القرايه وضايعين معناها. وهذوكم معناها مالوغوزمون عندهم كاتيجوري باهيه بيهم اللي تمشي لهم سبيسيالمون بور لي دروغي. ونعرف بوكو دكا مالوغوزمون ان شاء الله يفيقوا لهم في يوم من الايام على خاطر هذاك سي نوتر فوتور جون اللي ونوتر فوتور جينيراسيون اللي باش تخرج ويلزمنا معناها فريمون نتلاهاو بيها ومعناها ونركزوا معها اكثر حاجه اللي هما معناها خاطر لوفاج زاده يعطي اوبورتونيتي حتى لي جون اللي عندهم موان دوبورتونيتي معناها مش لازم تقاري باش تخرج لبرا. على خاطر كي نمشي نعمل دي ستاج ولا نعمل دي كونفيرونس ولا نمشي نخدم في المانيا ولا فرنسا يقولوا لي علاش روحت. خاطر بالنسبه لي هو كان تسال انت اي جون في تونس تقول لك نحب نحرق. مي بالنسبه لي هو تمشي لبرا وتروح يقول لك علاش راح. نقول له انا مانيش مستعده اني نحرق نرجع نمشي بوراقيه. مي انا نمشي نقدم الدوله التونسيه ونروح معناها لبلادي خاطر بالحق راهو اكثر حاجه تجمعنا في تونس هي حب تونس. ولكن ماهوش توا لي جون معناها طموحاته انه يخرج من برا ما يعرفش شنو مصيره لبرا. المهم يخرج على خاطر الدوله التونسيه ماهيش موفرت له حتى حاجه هو يحب عليها والا تعرفوا هو شنو يحب. الدوله التونسيه معناها كي نحكي على الدوله معناها اداراتها واحسابها يعايدوا للي جون كان في مظاهرات كان في انتخابات معناها حاجه دو ماس يناديلو بعديك يقولوا اوكي تنشوفوكم بعديك يسون توس ايكارتي معاها معناها. انا من الاول معناها مانيش نحكي كان على اطارات الدوله واحزابها والكل. نحنا من الصغر مقموعين معناها. شوف انت امك شوف تصاورك نتاع قبل لونفونس تضحك عليهم تلقى روحك لابس الولد راه كيفاش ومريض راه كيفاش. علاش؟ خاطر امك تحبك تكون هكاك. شوف انت معناها تمشي العشويه مع امك تقعد بحديها مرصوص عشيه كامله وما تحلش فمك على خاطر امك تحب هكاكا. معناها نحن ديجا سي دي زونتيسيدون اللي معناها ما يعطيوش قيمه لراينا، ما يسالوناش حتى شنو نحبوا، ما المهم هما راضيين هكاك يحبوا هكاك نعملوا هكاك. اي بعديك تمشي انت للليسي تشوف صحابكم سي كبرت شويه وادوليسونس اي تو باش توصل للتوجيه. شوف انت العباد كل زعما يمشيو مات سيونس، كان يمشي سبور راه هذاك حاشاكم ما يصلحش، يمشي ايكونومي جيستيون معناها انت ضعيف في المات ضعيف في الفيزيك تاع تمشي لتر الوغ لا ايكارتي ضربه واحده وحتى تلقاهم ديما جماعه الليتر تلقاهم وحدهم، معناها تلقى كان جماعه هكا سيونس والمات اللي هما سو مانيفيست في لي سيكير تلقاهم يحكموا فيه معناها هوني معناها ديجا نحنا عندنا مغالطات من الصغرى تمشي في حاجات خاطر باغ ديفو يمشي في بالك اللي هما صحاح، مي لا يلزمك تختار الحاجه اللي انت تحب عليها. بعد توصل 20 خديت الباك باش تمشي للجامعه باش تاخذ شويه حريه اكسيتيرا، اما معناها راهو اوكي باش تاخذ حريه باش تعيش وتقرا في نظام بوتيتر يوصلك بوتيتر لا تطلع معناها انت في مخك من الصغر بوك يحبوك تطلع طبيب ولا محامي ولا قاضي، وكان ما نجحتش في القرايه الوغ لا مزمر عليك. وهو ليه معناها علاش خاطر علاش معناها ماكش قاري تطلع ايكارتي في المجتمع. مي نو انا جربت الزوز، معناها جربت لي زيتود يونيفرسيتير وجربت القرايه اللي تتسمى تكوين مهني، وانا بالنسبه لي انا التكوين المهني ينجح اكثر من التكوين معناها من التكوين الجامعي. علاش خاطر في الجامعه تقرا برشا كيما انا نقول وقلتها ديجا مره في المانيا، قلت سيستم ال ام دي اون ديري تلبس 42 وهما يلبسوا فيك في تاي 36. القرايه معناها التكوين المهني فريمون تطلع معناها من اول عام تبدا تقرا وتخدم، معناها ما تكمل انت القرايه كما تلقى روحك ديجا حاضر لا في بروفيسيونيل والانتيغراسيون تاعك تكون سهله. دونك دوكو نحنا عندنا برشا حاجات غالطه نعيشوا فيهم ومصدقينهم ومؤمنين بيهم. بعد نجيو للفي بروفيسيونيل الوغ لا معناها توا لي جون يسون تري باسيف وكمل عليهم الفيسبوك لي ريزو سوسيو اللي يبدا ديما معناها مطبس على ليكرون يغزل. تلقى لا توا سي مالوغو تمشي للقهوه تلقى معناها كل واحد مد تليفونه ولا ولي جون ما يحكيوش ميم با بينات بعضهم الوغ لا معناها يطلع فارغ خاطر عمره ما تحاور ما تناقش، يطلع ديما حاشم ديما ايكارتي ديما خليه ما نحبش اوكي نحبك اي هكاك معناها هو يوافق وكحو معناها ميم با يدوز باش يقول رايو اي سي مالوغو. توا لا في بروفيسيونيل يعني تري امبورطون حتى توا معناها في كي باش تعمل السي في نتاعك ولا باش تقدم اونتروتيان اول معناها من البارمي مش اول حاجه من البارمي الحاجات اللي يسال عليهم لو ريكروتور ش عندك باك جراوند سوسيال، وهو اللي بيان سور دي كان انت جون فايق ولا ماكش فايق تدخل في الجمعيات. انا توا صحابي ما يسالوني عن الجمعيات شنو ماني انا فيهم، كي نمشي لبرا ونجي يقول لي يا صح عليك شفت المانيا كيف تعمل امان وقت اللي انت تبدا تشرب في قهوه والا انت تبدا قاعد راقد. انا نبدا نخدم في الاديب السوسيال وتعرفت على برشا عباد معناها اوكي انا سوسيال على الاخر، اما معناها مش نحكي اكسبيريونس اوفاج وكل لوفاج راهو معناها يشجع على الموبيليتي، يشجع على لي رونكونتر دي جون لي ايشانج، انك يخليك معناها تعرف برشا عباد تعرف برشا ثقافات. انا اوكي جادور الالماني اما معناها باللوفاج زدت حبيتها اكثر كبلاد معناها تقدر لي جون. دونك في الاخر باش نحكي على l'ambassadrice de l'Office franco-allemand pour la jeunesse راهو لوفاج يشجع على الموبيليتي على l'échange على les rencontres على les discussions l'engagement dans la vie sociale يخلي les jeunes vraiment ils découvrent ils discutent ils s'engagent vraiment c'est une expérience inoubliable très enrichissante. Donc نشجعكم الناس الكل باش تتعرفوا أكثر على لوفاج. أنا جو سوي تري ديسبونيبل باش نجي على تونس الكل، راني مانيش على سيكتور معين، شوي امباسادريس معناها من بنزرت حتى البنقردان كما يقولوها. اليوم j'étais engagée avec World Speech Day 2021 في تونس باش نحكي على les jeunes en tant qu'ambassadrice. اما راني انا امباسادريس بالحق معناها بالفم والبلا. كان تحبوا تتعرفوا اكثر على لي بروغرام اوفاج تلقاوهم على offage.org. نشوفكم ان شاء الله لو 15 مارس في الكلوب تينيس à 10h. Ciao.
Hello everyone, my name is Arush Gupta. I'm from Gauteng in South Africa. Today I'm going to be speaking on a very important topic. Equality takes the longest to grow, but it is the sweetest fruit. Gender is defined as portraying a certain trait of masculine or feminine by a group of people. The main difference between men and women are created by social and cultural differences, not biological ones. Back in the olden days, traditional beliefs of men being superior than women existed in almost all households. Even today, some of these beliefs are active and thriving in many countries. These beliefs are like viruses because they mutate and lead to bigger problems in society. Gender based violence is one of the symptoms of an unhealthy and closed minded society. Most places in the world that suffer from gender based violence are third world countries. Gender based violence takes place in primitive and lesser developed third world countries. Gender based violence and gender based discrimination are both symptoms of false traditional beliefs, but gender based violence is more serious. Gender based violence is more serious because it can take place in larger volumes and on a wider scale. It can be physical, sexual, emotional, structural, and it can be perpetrated by intimate partner, acquaintance, and strangers. A developing country can be put to halt from becoming a developed country by these issues. The socioeconomic factors of developing countries means that people lack access to economic opportunities and are more likely to be victims of forced labor. In these places, women and men are both forced into labor and illegal acts of drug peddling. Women living in rural and underdeveloped parts of South Africa are subject to high level of gender-based violence. In my opinion, one of the contributing factors of continued gender based violence, despite the laws implemented globally, is the underrepresentation of women in administrative positions, be it the government or the workforce. The reason, in turn, for this representation is the lack of educational facilities provided to women globally. This lack of educational facilities leave them with no option but to be subject to predatory behavior of a patriarchal society. The primary step we, as the privileged, need to try and take is give as many opportunities as possible to women who have the necessary educational qualifications to take part in administrative positions. School plays an important role in the upbringing of children, given the possible denotation. Only 36% of women go into preliminary science and math fields. School is designed to accommodate men. The idea of schools started in 207 BC to 1600 BC by the Yxia dynasty. These early civilizations chose to prefer men over women. This created an economic and social gap between the two genders. This ripple of gap is still seen in modern society. This gap led to a patriarchal society. Now, what is a patriarchal society? It is a society where all men hold dominant position in society and the household. This type of society becomes unsustainable and unreliable. But men are also affected by the patriarchal conception of masculinity, which places pressure on men to be dominant, financial providers, strong, and removed from their emotions. The problem is gender based violence. It can be both against men and female. For any country to sustain its stature, its citizens must embody empathy rather than sympathy. Thank you.
If I give a voice to the voiceless, it can make a difference. But if we do it together, it can change the world. The tape of terror, shame, horror, fear of stigmatization and discrimination is slapped across my mouth to silence me and swallow my cries, leaving me with the deafening silence of my unheard screams. My hands and legs are shackled to the chains of injustice and oppression, whilst those present turn a blind eye, as if there is nothing macabre about what they have just heard curdle the bloodstream. I struggle ferociously against all that has captured me, but no amount of determination on my part can do anything to alter the harsh actions and beliefs of those who have no wish to change their perspectives and ways. So I brace myself as I think of all the women and girls who were abused today, wondering what they did wrong as each one kneels down and forgiveness prays. She was born into a civilization, a society advanced in so many ways, yet so primitive in its biased ideologies and philosophies. She does not have a name. When a girl is born, she is considered an object, a chattel, a possession, not worthy of being named. From childhood we toiled and were taught to always remain silent and obedient, never being allowed to express our thoughts, views, and opinions, never being allowed to display emotion nor challenge the system dictating how our lives were governed. They warned us never to question the morality of the system, or the consequences would be dire. She, however, did not conform to society's norms and paid dearly for it. After watching all these women being beaten to a pulp, emotionally, psychologically, and physically abused, deprived of any and every opportunity to develop themselves and break out of the toxic cycle, and still being told it was their fault, she decided enough was enough. Other lands say that our society is enduring 2 pandemics, one even deadlier than the coronavirus. They call it gender-based violence. Quite a fancy term, but what are words without immediate, rigorous action? She could not, would not stay silent any longer. She began to speak up, speak out. She began to expose the traumatic tyranny we experienced and let the world know the truth. She began to raise a rebellion to fight for promising and unprejudiced futures of all women, and it cost her hers. In an attempt to silence her, she was captured and sold into the perverted web of human trafficking. Many people do not recognize the link between human trafficking and gender-based violence. I know that she is not the only one finding herself in this situation. Many girls before her who attempted to raise an uprising were sold into unspeakable trades, suffering, and servitude to enforce their silence. They were never seen nor heard from ever again. It is easy to sell someone into human trafficking when you view them as an inferior plaything, a mere piece of property. So it was the case with her. She was sold without hesitation, no conscience, illegally transported across numerous borders before being auctioned to her current captors, who imprisoned and tortured her to teach her a lesson for her disobedience and to make an example of her in order to repress the revolution we worked so hard to ignite. I can only hope that her story will serve as inspiration and encouragement for all those that are oppressed, and for people to change their outlook. It is not the inferiority of being female, but the inferiority of the ignorant mindset that oppresses us. So, no, she may not have a name, but yes, she has always had a worthy cause.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shane Jordan. A South African schoolboy decided to take it upon himself to try and make a difference in the form of a written poem. My poem is titled The South African Perception, as it contrasts the differences between a South African schoolboy and a South African schoolgirl's life, and the challenges they have to face in doing so. But before I'd like to begin, I'd like to make you aware that my poem does indeed make reference to sexual abuse and violence. So without further ado, I present to you The South African Perception by Jaden Jordan, Part 1. My eyes fight off the light as the alarm clock rings. Yet I'm able to get out of bed, not worrying about general everyday things. I clothe myself in grace, grateful of another day, plodding along from place to place. I'm 17, yet I feel as though I'm old enough to count for myself. All I gotta worry about is my future wealth. Going to school, it's just another ordinary day for me. What more is there to be? All I see are the boys conversing. What topic would they dwell on today? Sports, cars, just to name a few of the array. But you see, my consciousness tells me to stay away. Why? Because I walk straight into a conversation about how she, I'd rather not say. I remain quiet in disbelief, the words perpetuating through my mind. My mother has taught me better. Yet another conversation goes by. I can't understand why. My silence agreeing with their vigorous wording. I remain facetious. What will I do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm just scared of being that guy taught from a young age to hold my tears in. Cowboys don't cry, do they? Of course not. So I stop. All these thoughts shooting through my brain. What is happening? Am I going insane? No, male. You're just forced into a train filled with catcalling, degrading, objectifying, raping, yet I remain. Rape. Why would it bother me? It isn't happening to or affecting me. Don't you see? I don't want to be here. I don't want women to live with this dehumanizing fear. God, please guide me like Mother Mary. These women belong to a family. Yet. Part 2. I wake up. My eyes filled with tears. My mind is overwhelmed with fears. I can't go another day worrying about everything. I clothe myself according to what society deemed to be acceptable and safe. Everywhere I go, I plod along because I need to. I don't have any other choice. Observant of every single thing. I am 17, yet I feel as though I am unsafe. I cannot go anywhere alone. All I have to worry about is if I am next. Fortunately, I get to school successfully again. I feel safe. What a disgrace. All the boys are staring at me. What are they thinking? I close myself in my arms as they surround me, coming closer and closer. My heart pounds and my consciousness tells me to run, yet I stay. Why? I froze, my limbs unable to function properly. My silence the cause of their horrendous wording. What is happening to me? My parents and friends warned me, yet people walk by, fully understanding the scintillating nature of these masculine figures that surround me. I think of an escape. What am I to do? I cannot run, they will catch me. I cannot scream, they will stop me. I cannot fight, they will beat me. I can do nothing anymore. It's too late. Yet I still have the audacity to think it's my fault. Maybe it's what I wore. Cowboys, what they taught to be, as I fight to get them off of me. I'm left laying, hopeless on my own classroom floor. As the men sit back, stare and adore, rape, not just a word, but now a part of my life. I am never safe, not at home, not at school, the post office, restaurants, no, where? Yes, I'm 17, but my age doesn't mean much, as I remember to scream. No, stop. Yet they go on as my purity gets infiltrated by blood, my life ruined forever, because just as they finish, my heart is brought to a halt. Like my dreams of being a mom, a doctor, anything but this. A knife pierces through my skin as I am left to rest hopeless as a result of being another one of the world's females. Femicide takes the life of another innocent one of South Africa's women. Thank you.
Life. It's a miracle that you're here. The odds against it are astronomical. But you made it, so make the most of it. Say to yourself, if it is to be, it's up to me.
Our world is becoming more split and violent as we know it. Whether it be by racism or gender or other things, it's still becoming more split. Systematic racism is how the system treats different races. For example, we all know by now that the system has been treating people of different races in different ways. It can be anybody, although it is mainly people of color, as we have seen the past couple of months. This has become a big issue as some people get their rights denied. Their rights should not be taken away as they are human beings no matter what they look like. We have all seen the incidents with the police force that have happened so far. Now, sure, most of these recent events have been happening in the US only, but I assure you that it is happening all over the world. This needs to be fixed as this is just not right, but also a horrible way to treat people, whether they are white or black. Our world is turning more violent and split by the second, and the only way to fix it is to make sure that people of all races are treated equally by the system. This is why we feel like racism in general is becoming a big issue in this world and it needs to be fixed.
Hello world, what an honor for me to be here with you all today. My name is Frederick and I'm from Sweden and I am public speaker coach. A while ago, I came across a study made by researchers at Michigan University in the United States, and their conclusion frightened me because among American college students, empathy has decreased with 40%. 40%. And today I heard something. People, healthy people, try to bribe nurses, doctors, so they get the COVID vaccine. When people, old, weaker, need that vaccine much, much more than them. And the reasons why empathy had decreased was more violence in the world, more bullying. We aim for goals because our goals is the most important. And we don't care if we hurt people on the side because the goal is the most important. Where are we in the world in the next 10 years? When you feel empathy, a hormone will be released, oxytocin. And that hormone, when you have it in you, you are a better listener. You feel human. And much, much more amazing effects. So what I would like to do now is increase your level of oxytocin through a story so you can feel human. You can feel how oxytocin feels like. When I grow up, my father and mother, they argued a lot and they're fighting a lot and they're screaming, slamming doors and so on. I remember like 5, 6 years old boy, I was hiding in the wardrobe, took my teddy on hold from my ear and praying, hoping it will end. But most time it didn't. One day the wardrobe opened and there stands my mother, and she didn't react like maybe most parents, like, oh, I'm sorry, my child. She was like looking at me and screamed at me. And I can't remember she hugged me once when I grew up. But there's one place where I felt loved when I grew up. And that place lived my grandfather and grandmother. The most beautiful persons you ever can imagine. My grandfather, he's my everything. He's my role model in everything. Strong as a buffalo. And I never heard him say anything bad about another human being. Never, ever. When he was 87, we were in the garden to change in garden bricks, heavy bricks. And it was a 20 degrees something. And I remember after an hour, I was sweating at all and so on. And then my eyes were sweat, like in my eyes with the sweat. And I totally exhausted 1 hour. And then I look at my grandfather, it's like, Grandy, let's have a break. And he looked at me and then he took me on the shoulder and said, here, you can rest, my son. And he continued. And he totally, oh my God, what a man. A couple of years later, I was in the local gym and my mother called and she says, hi, it's something with my grandfather. You have to come. And I said, okay. I hang up the phone and I was like, grandfather. He's Superman. He got him at least 100 years old. And well, I took a decision that finished my workout. 40 minutes later, I jumped into the car and tried to my grandfather and opened the door and something was wrong. And where is Grandy? And I saw the bedroom door was open. So I ran in, and in the bed was my grandfather. I remember I said, Grandy, what's wrong? And he looked at me and tried to say something, but he couldn't. A tear comes down. A couple of hours later, he passed away. And because of that decision, that day, that I finished my workout, I missed the last words from grandfather. What you feel now is my bad conscience. You feel my pain. Many of you feel and thinking about your own relationships. You feel more human. You're more generous. Right now, you're a good listener. And it's beautiful, beautiful state to be. How can we create in a world with COVID with a lot of digital presentation? My best advice right now is when you have a presenting, take the camera, put it in and look straight into the lens, because then you get the effect of that people are feeling that you look them straight into their eyes, and actually that feeling increasing oxytocin a little bit. And there are, of course, many, many more things. But right now, I do not have time for more tips. Thank you so much for listening to me. Together, we will create a better world. My name is Frederick, and thank you so much for you has listened to me today.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Ishtiyaq Chaudhary from Pakistan. Surely, after COVID-19, we are seeing that the whole humanity is at crossroads, in many ways. For example, there is economic recession all over the world, and the human beings are taking it very hard to take their meals. Hungers is rising everywhere, all over the globe, and people are facing very difficult situations all around. In the same way, we see that, environment pollution is there as well, and we are seeing and watching it that the serious challenges to the humanity in the coming world is the environment that is there. And equally, we see that, the emotional crossroads, and the people are not finding, as materialism prevailing all around us. That is there, And again, I will say it that in certain regions all over the world, for example, in South Asia, we see it. If that is, in the Middle Eastern countries as well, that the wars are there, the Israel and occupation over the Palestinian territory, the Indian aggression in the India, and over the marginalized communities, and including the Muslims. And we see that the Kisan movement in the India as well, the things are not better. That is not the better place to live on. What we see in this world, it's a wasteland. It's wasteland, and all of us should pray for that. We should have a better world, so that we see a better future. So we should work, united, regardless of creed, religion, race, and humanity must rise as the one humanity, and the one nation. Thank you very much.
Hi, I have a story for you. My name is EJ McDougall, and it is a story about Medusa. Remember Medusa? When I say Medusa, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? A lot of people say snakes, some people say monster, Greek mythology, and all of those things are correct. Medusa was a monster who had snakes in her hair, and when she looked at people, if your eyes met hers, she would turn you into stone. So she is actually not the most savory character. And what we do know of her, the most foremost knowledge of Medusa is about the snakes and the fact that she's perhaps a being to be avoided. But I just want to say that whoever Medusa's PR agent is has done a really bad job, because this is the story of Medusa. She was a young lady, very beautiful, strikingly beautiful, and chaste. She was a virgin, and she decided that she wanted to be the priestess for the goddess Athena. Now, Athena was quite a powerful Greek goddess back in the day, and to be a priestess for her, to work in her temple, you had to be a virgin. So Medusa sort of fit that category quite well, plus how strikingly beautiful she was. So people will travel far and wide to go to Athena's temple, to worship Athena, but to behold Medusa. to see Medusa's face, to look at her hair, her eyes, and they would make comments. Some of them will even say things like, wow, look at Medusa's hair. It's even more beautiful than Athena's. Well, one day Medusa was walking along the shore, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, another very powerful Greek god, saw Medusa. Apparently, he fell in love with her and started to follow her. Now, side note, Athena and Poseidon already had problems. They were enemies. They didn't get on. So Poseidon sees Athena's priestess, who is strikingly beautiful. So he starts to follow her. She runs into the temple, Athena's temple. Poseidon follows her in there, and he rapes her. When he had finished harming her, in comes Athena, enraged. Her temple had been desecrated by her archenemy. Her priestess had been defiled by her archenemy. So she decided to punish Medusa. She did nothing to Poseidon. She punished Medusa. That hair that people talked about, that people loved so much, she turned it into snakes. Those striking eyes that people admired so much, Athena turned them into weapons that if you looked at those eyes, you would be turned into stone. What am I trying to say? You know, the next time you see that angry person, the next time you see that monster, the next time you see, that useless person who is in trouble all the time, that homeless man who is, sitting out there, that whoever it is, work with the full set of facts. It is a fact that Medusa was a monster in the Greek mythology anyway. But that was not the full story. So now that you know the full story, what is your opinion of Medusa? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I feel honored to be invited to speak on World Speech Day 2021. I'm going to share one of my personal stories with you. My name is Honghong Xu. I was born in Beijing, the capital city of China. I moved to Germany many years ago to study. Since I was from a very poor family, I hardly had money in my pocket, but I was packed full of ancient Chinese virtues. Already in my childhood, I was taught to be humble, to work hard, and never to stop learning from others. For a very long time, it worked very well for me. At a record pace, I finished my German language exam, completed my master's study, and landed a very good job in a big German company. Later at work, I continued working hard, learning from others, but never felt good enough to speak up. However, I was not worried about it because I knew hard work and humility is the recipe of my success. It's paid off. I was promoted and assigned to work in Hong Kong. But one day something happened to me that made me start to doubt my recipe of success. In front of my boss and colleagues, I should present my project. I was so scared. Just a few sentences later, I simply lost my words. But my colleague suddenly stood up and took the speech. I felt embarrassed and deeply hurt. At that moment, I finally realized having lived and worked in a foreign country without adapting myself to the local culture just held me back. Being humble doesn't mean you have to be silent. In the Western culture, it is essential to speak up and to make sure that your voice is heard by others. from that moment, I made the decision to change myself. And from that moment, I also find my mission being a culture advocate to let other people raise their intercultural awareness. Also, from this very purpose, I made the most difficult decision in my life. 1.5 years ago, after almost 24 years, I decided to leave the big corporation in order to establish my own company with the name Peking Bridge. Today, I'm not afraid of speaking up anymore, and I very much enjoy helping other people and other organizations to overcome their intercultural obstacles in order to achieve their common success. Thank you very much for your attention.